Super. So no fire alarms planned. If it goes off, it's real. It is ridiculously loud. You will hear it. If it does go off, the fire escapes are end of the corridor, down and out, or back out the way you came. The assembly points underneath the LDC site. Follow me, I'll be throwing women and children behind you as I go. That's all I've got. Toilets are just out here. If you need to go, just go. You don't have to put your hand up or anything like that. If you have questions, just ask. I know it's cliche, but there is no such thing as a stupid question. If you don't know, you don't know. And you can almost guarantee if you're sitting there thinking, I don't know if I should ask this or not, somebody else is thinking the same. So ask, they'll be glad that you did. If it's a question you don't want to ask in front of the rest of the group, call me, one of the chaps at one of the breaks, and we'll answer the question then. Stay hydrated. It's really important. Otherwise you'll not get the most out of it. Because if you're dehydrated, by the time you get to sort of mid-afternoon, you'll be dozing instead of being drawn on all day. So do keep hydrated. It's much better to be overly hydrated and leave the toilet a lot than be dehydrated and miss bits and bats. In front of you, you've got the content of the next day and a third, day and 2/3, whatever it happens to be, because it depends on the number of questions. Some ground rules for the session. These are important for you as instructors. I think it's a good thing to learn them now. That you've got to set up how things are going to be between you and your learner. Because for the most part, the instructor just turns up, trundle around for a bit, see you next week. And the learner doesn't really know. So when the learner gets something that comes along, like a mate saying, do you want to go out for a few beers on Thursday? Ooh, they think, well, I'll cancel the rest on Wednesday, so I've got a bit of money. And they just do it. Not really thinking about the consequences of it. The instructor is then really annoyed. How dare you? So if you set it up at the start, here's what you expect from me, this is what I expect from you. This is what happens if you cancel a lesson. This is what happens if I have to cancel a lesson. This is how important you are to me on the week of your test. If you get everything set up properly at the start, you don't. How many of you frequent the Facebook groups for driving instructors? Quick show of hands. So you notice them bitching on all the time about pupils cancelling. And pupils cancel because we let them. There's consequences when a pupil cancels. Just saying, quick show of hands, anybody missed a dental appointment in the last 2 years? Nobody, really. Why is that? Any thoughts?
Because you go ahead.
Any other reason?
Don't you have to pay?
Correct. Well done for being organised. But yeah, there's consequences, isn't there? So if you don't turn up, they're going to pay. You're going to have to pay. And they might strike you off that list. So because there are consequences, you behave. The consequences will become more important to you as we go through here, when we look at how the Part 3 exam works and how you can use consequences to your advantage. So what we want to do here is set the ground rules for the next 2 days. But I want you involved in that. So how many voices at a time do you think?
One.
Okay. Does that necessarily need to be mine? No, of course it doesn't. All voices need to be heard. I'll try and keep the language simple. If I use terminology or phrases that you don't understand or that don't make sense to you, please just flag it up. We work in an area, we do teacher training here, and it's full of acronyms and little things that make no sense unless you know. So if I use anything like that, please flag it up and let me know. No bad language, we're all professional driving instructors here, aren't we? Is that something else you notice? You notice driving instructors using bad language on Facebook? What did you think about it when you saw that? Did you think...
Doesn't say quite the tone that you want, does it?
No. Do you think, well, there's a consummate professional, I must recommend them to the next person I know that wants to learn to drive? Or did you think, look at that pillock. Honestly, people can see this. They're slagging their own pupils off on Facebook where the pupils can see it. Just be grateful that that's your competition. And it's very easy to compete against idiots. Very easy indeed. All you got to do is just do the job right. And it's the easiest job in the world to do right. Problem is, it's probably the second easiest job in the world to do right. It's the easiest job in the world to do wrong. And get into bad habits. More of that in a bit. Respect for one another, our ideas, our opinions. Just because somebody thinks a different way to you doesn't mean they're wrong. It doesn't mean you're right. There's 1,000,001 different ways of doing things. But again, as driving instructors, if you look around on Facebook groups and on forums, because somebody believes that this is the way you do something, they automatically believe that a different way of doing it is completely wrong. It's not the case. Not the case at all. Just depends what works for that learner. More of that in a bit. Timekeeping, if we set a time to come back in here, is it my responsibility or yours to be back on time? Anybody think it's mine? Speak now or forever? Now that one simple little statement there saves me a ton of work, because I never used to do that before. And when it came end of break times, I was constantly running around the building trying to hurt people up, which is only a tiny little inconvenience for them. It's a massive one for me if I've got around 20 people up. So it's just very simple. It just makes my life easier. It makes your life easier. And what I find is, now that I do that, people ask on their way out, what time are we going to be back? So it's just the way you set things up can make your life and their life dead easy. More of that in a bit. Anything anybody wants to add to that? We'll be breaking for coffee mid-morning-ish. Lunch will be, it's all guesswork at the minute because we've changed the order of the slides slightly, so we don't know how long bits of it will take. But we'll have a break for lunch. Have you all brought lunch with you? Anybody not got lunch? Okay, so we'll maybe allow a little bit extra time so you can get a supermarket stay close by. We'll provide all the tea and the coffee and the biscuits. Lunch is your responsibility. And we'll break in the afternoon. If you get to the point where you're flagging, somebody flag it up, because I'll just stand here and talk all day without a break. That's what I like to do. You've probably caught that already. So let's find out who everybody is. Tell us who you are, perhaps where you are in your training, where you live. But the most important thing, really, I suppose, is what do you want over the next 2 days? What is it you want from the workshop? Let's start at this side.
Oh, do you know?
It's the penalty for arriving late.
I'm not the last though, hopefully.
You're not?
No.
So point the finger when they come.
Okay.
Walk of shame as they walk in.
Who am I? My name's Teresa Mennell. I'm from Morton, sort of in between York and Scarborough. What's most importantly, I've passed part 1 just before Christmas.
Yay!
Part 2, 22nd of Feb. Really nervous about that, so if anybody can give me tips or everybody else is in that one. And then obviously part 3 I haven't even looked at, so today I just want to get as much information as I can.
Okay. Well, hopefully what we're going to give you is an overview of what you need and the basics of this, so you've got an understanding of how you're going to be assessed, which I think is most important before you begin training for any assessment meeting or one of the rules. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
My name's Michael Mackey. I'm from Arbroath. I'm 32 hours into my part 3. Test next Friday, so fingers crossed. Touch wood, that'll go swimmingly well. Yeah, I just want, you know, as much this top tips to see. I think the part 2 was easier than I thought, although there was a couple of faults that I was identified as having that I disagreed with, but that's neither here nor there. And compared to what you've been taught, which was slightly different. And then just looking through the guide, just to hopefully find out what actually they're going to be looking at for your part 3.
Everything that you've got in the folder in front of you and everything that you're going to hear over the next day and a half, day and 2 days, whatever it happens to be, it's all based on the guidance that they give to the examiners.
Yeah.
And from observing tests over a very long period of time, there's a lot of heads going into putting this stuff together. So you'll be able to understand, hopefully in a great level of detail, what's required. And it might also help you make a bit more sense of the training and stuff. Because quite often your trainers are just too busy training to get involved in little chats about how it is and stuff, because time is money. Moving on.
Hi, my name's Dave Short. I'm from a wee place called Biggar, not that far from Edinburgh. I currently live in Ely, which is just next to Cambridge. I passed my part 2 in mid-December. I've not done any part 3 training, and I think this will be a really good launching pad before I
You
start.
might want to
part 3
reserve
training.
judgment at least till lunchtime.
Yeah, and if all goes well, I'm hoping to actually do all my part 3 training here,
Okay.
residential, if you've got spare cupboards or something.
We'll sleep under one of these desks.
Yeah.
It's quite warm in here at night time. Moving right on.
Okay, I'm Pauline Priest. I live in Benson, Oxfordshire. Travelled up this morning, so if I'm flagging, it's probably because I'm tired. And I've had one attempt at my part 3, sadly failed it, but it is an eye-opener. And I just hope, obviously, through coming here today, that it can help me with drilling down probably a little bit within the core comps and such, and getting a
What
little
we're
bit
hoping to give you
more
is the ability to look at your form and know exactly where you went wrong. Because the form tells you everything you need to know.
Yeah.
Everything you need to know is all there. So the examiner only has a certain amount of time to do the debrief. Did your trainer sit in on your test, or were you flying solo?
No, it was, yeah, I used my son's car. Yeah, I was quite nervous about it, and I feel like I've got the shakes now, actually. I don't know why. Anyway.
Well, if you speak to me in a quiet moment, I'll
Yeah.
help you to get over that.
Yeah.
There's some very simple techniques you can
Yeah.
use. It'll stop you being nervous, but it'll take the edge off you.
Yeah.
So, how did you find the debrief from the examiner?
It was okay, but to be fair, I was a little bit more accepting of what I thought I would, because I've worked really hard and I've wanted to do this for a very long time.
There's a lot riding on it, isn't there?
Pardon?
There's a lot riding on it.
Yeah, definitely a lot riding on it. Hope I've reflected. I've put quite an in-depth description as to what I felt had happened within my test, and it's been forwarded to here and my instructor. So I'm having some extra lessons with my instructor just to try and go through and really drill down into the thought process, and rather than just sort of like jumping in and saying what I think some of the faults are and whichever, it's just to learn to take that moment and just gather my thoughts, kind of, because it all happens very quickly. The time goes really quick.
Oh yeah.
And it is just, everything is just thrown at you. And I suppose if you spot that, sometimes you spot it in the fault, which is actually, do I say something, don't I say something? So, yeah. But, you know, I'm glad I've experienced the actual part 3 already. And hopefully I can be a lot more settled within the next one. So, yeah.
Well, I'm sure your input as we go along will be valuable to the rest of the guys.
Okay.
On their experiences, how you found things. Moving on.
I'm Lee Davis, I'm from Barnsley. I'm not stupid, but I originally come from Doncaster.
Can you say that?
Thanks for being honest.
And I'm 15 hours into my part 3, and I've got my test on 30th of January.
Okay. Cool. So you're doing well, obviously you're doing the rest of it reasonably intensively,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
there's not many days left. How are you finding it?
Well, getting that contrast between looking down the road and watching it's just a quick glimpse down the road, and you've got to be watching them like.
It's not like being with a real
So I
learner.
keep getting told you're not the driver. You're doing it like you're the driver, Lee. Watch me. But you're like, you're thinking, well, I don't want to have an accident down the road. I want to be able to.
The one thing I can promise you is you'll not have an accident based on the actions of the examiner. Somebody else might run into you, there's nothing you can do about that, but the examiner will not put you in a dangerous situation.
Somebody might beg to differ there.
Yeah, I do beg to differ on that, because she did actually put my life and other people's at risk on my test. So, having quite a good chat with Val, and was advised to take it forward, which I did.
Right.
So yeah, she pulled out, emerged out of the T-junction, and there was a vehicle coming to the left. We had a bit of an obstruction, so obviously there was some of my input, and anyway, I had to shout at her to stop, otherwise she wouldn't have seen it. So, but then at the end of the end of the debrief, she did actually say, I genuinely did not see that vehicle coming, and it shook her up.
So you've had a chat with Val about that already?
Had a chat with her.
Okay, I'm sure there's- I'm sure
And
there
the
are.
operations manager for the London area too.
What did they say?
She's obviously after the investigation and such, so I can't remember the word now, but he will sit in the back, he will just see how she's going, and what word did I say to you guys earlier? So I can't remember now, so I feel that it was a bit anyway.
Have you kept detailed notes of all the conversations you've had?
Well, I thought I had, because we've got a dash cam, so it was going to have all of that, but my son, unknowingly to me, my son had taken out the SD card. But I put everything in my email and
Right.
whichever else, so she's being performance management, if you like.
Okay. It's something that you may be able to use later if it comes to it, and we've gone 3 times, and so keep as detailed a notes as you can with that. Just keep in touch with that. She'll advise you on that. They're not supposed to put you at
No,
risk.
they're not. I think she was a newbie. I'm
Right.
certain she was a newbie.
Okay. Well, there's possibly grounds for a new test on that.
I've not pushed it on that, it's just under the grounds of safety more than anything. So that it
No,
won't
because
happen
you've
again.
lost a life there, basically.
Yeah.
You've lost a...
It's a bit Val guide you in that regard, but do keep as detailed a notes as you can. If you find that you remember other bits and pieces, get them written down.
Yeah.
Keep a record of it. Make a note of anybody that you speak to and what they've said to you as well. Anything you remember there, keep very detailed notes, because that might come in useful there. You won't need it because you'll pass next time, but
After I
just in
say,
case.
hope so.
Just in case. So yes, you need to be watching them more than you need to be watching out there,
Yeah.
because that's where the mistakes are going to happen. You do need to be aware of what's out there, but
You
you
don't
need
get
to
drawn
watch
to
it.
road though, don't you?
Well, you don't-
When you first start, you get drawn to that road. You just literally, you're thinking, I do not want him to have a crash here. I'm like that when I'm at my brother, I just want to close my eyes, and if he's going to have a crash, he's going to have a crash.
Are you a nervous passenger?
Oh, I'm not the best passenger.
Yeah, great choice.
You'll learn to become a better one. Moving right along.
I'm Chris, I'm down from Edinburgh. I've passed my part 2 mid-December, and I'm just 2 hours into my part 3 training. I'm just really looking to get as much out of this as possible, a good overview of the whole lot.
Cool.
My name's Jess, I'm from Ashford in Kent. I've had 3 part 3 lessons now, and yeah, like everyone, just trying to get as much detail as possible out of the developers.
Hi, my name's Katrina, and I'm here from Ashford in Kent too. As Jess didn't actually say, we're having our lessons together.
Right. So are you practicing
so
with outside of the
I'm
lessons
practicing,
together?
yeah. So yeah, I feel that we've got a bit of an advantage. You can see a bit more from the back, as I've realised. So yeah, it's going well, and we've had 3 2-hour lessons on part 3, and just hoping to find out a bit more about what's in store and hear about other people's experiences to try and help me.
Well, you can develop your own support network.
Yeah.
Perhaps you live close together with 1 or 2 others. You live reasonably close. You can practice.
Yeah.
You're never going to go down for doing too much practice. It's not the way it's going to work. As long as you're having training in between to make sure that you're staying on track.
Hi, I'm Shelley. I've come from South Wales and just looking for a better understanding of how the test will take place.
I'm Sam. I'm 2 hours into my part 3. I come from Corby near Northampton, and I'm just here to gain as much information as possible to help with part 3.
Training with Mad Dog Phillips in a week.
Yeah.
I don't know how we got that name.
I'm John from Clitheroe in Lancashire. I'm the same about as yourself. I've just passed part 1, just want to get a taste of what it's all about, see what I can apply to my learning and stuff. So.
Well, I think passing part 1 and then doing this will help, because it'll help you perhaps gain a bit more perspective on part 2, why it's important that you, because on your part 2 during your training, your practice needs to be about talking yourself through what you're doing and doing commentary driving, being super aware of what's around you, what you need to do about it, because you can then give good advice to other people. Your briefing really just needs to be telling them to do what you do. So it's very simple. Doesn't want to be all this, overly involved. I see people turning up here sometimes and they pull their presenter out and you can't even see the picture on it. There's so much writing on it. Well, who's that for? Is that for them or for you? Remember, the lesson needs to be for them, not for you. So it's all right having your memoirs and stuff, but they get in the way because you're then just reading off a one-way script. And why I tend to just grab it off them, someone gives here, I'll read it. So part 2, think about what are you doing, what order are you doing it in, and most importantly, why do you do it that way? Why do you not do it a different way? Why do you check this mirror first, then that way? Why do you check your mirror before you signal? Why do you squeeze the brake gently? Why do you not check your mirror before you do an emergency stop? Because these are things you're going to have to explain in part 3. Well, you don't need to do it like that because, right. So you've got to make sense to the person. They've got to see the light. You have to convince them they have to do it the way you want them to do it. Just telling them isn't enough. There has to be a case made that this is why we do this. This is why you should do this. Can you see that makes sense? So until you get that buy-in from them, nothing's going to change. More of that in a bit. These two reprobates at the end.
Hi guys, my name's Phil. I've been with LDC about 15 years now. Been an instructor, you know, for all that time, and I've been a trainer of you guys for the last 10 years. Why I've come up today is basically because obviously this is a new development that LDC is putting into practice, and just come up to suss it out and see what it's like and meet you guys. All right. So what I would say is that from what I've heard, these are really successful.
That's right. Of course, I told you that, Phil. I'm bound to say that, aren't I?
You keep convincing us, Bob. It's really good. I thought better come up and see if it is.
So you can see that our trainers aren't the sort that sit back on their laurels. They're constantly looking for new ideas. And, we're going to run this probably this year. We have a tutor meeting every year. We're probably going to run this for the tutors and just get their input and their ideas. So we're constantly sharing ideas. We want to make sure that we stay. We already are ahead of the game. There's nobody comes even close to what we do. I know I would say that, but it's actually true. But we constantly want to stay ahead, and the only way we can do that is to reflect and really think about what could we do anything different. This presentation changes every time we do it. In fact, sometimes it changes half an hour before we start. Yes, it is. Very thinly veiled. So we're always on the move, always looking to improve, always looking. Can we make your, sounds so cheesy when you say it, can we make your learner journey more fulfilling, more rewarding, more productive? Can we get more out of it in less time, so that we can leave into practice? Can we make sure that we're guiding you in the right way? Can we make sure we make the lesson fit you as a learner, rather than make you fit a predetermined program?
In the business that I'm in, what we always get is driven up for above. So it's like it comes with the high, it keeps coming down, filter down, just do this. Not once do they actually turn around and speak to the guys that are doing the job and go, get me your input.
Yeah.
But that's key, you get folk in and the instructors in to actually,
Absolutely.
they might look at this and go, we didn't need that, you didn't need that, change this, add that, and that's key.
Of course it is. Otherwise the people at the other end just go, yeah, whatever.
Exactly, that's what happens.
Alright, for you at your ivory tower in head office, tell me to do this and do that and the other. Which is why you see a lot of the stuff on YouTube. Think, well, if you're going to tell people to do it, you've got to be able to do it yourself, buddy lad. Otherwise, nobody's going to believe you. So that's part of it. And last but not least.
Hi, I'm Paul McArdle. I'm the Managing Director. But I am a very hands-on MD, as you'll learn as you join us later on, you'll see how it works. Every one of our instructors has my email, and we talk to each other, so I'm really down at the grassroots. Although you're seeing the presentation and the work here that Bob's doing, a lot of what you're seeing today is actually the culmination of what we started off with, and then trying to apply it in practice and seeing how the two links together. And then from looking at the practice element of what we've covered, then we feed it back into this workshop. Now I would guess that we're probably at 90% there now, possibly more than that, with being happy with this workshop at this point. And it is quite different from the first one that we started. So that just re-emphasises the fact that we keep changing. One of the facets that Bob has of his skill set is that he can learn stuff really quickly. Even so, he could learn it in 20 minutes before he's actually supposed to deliver it. And so that's ideal really when you've got an MD who likes changing things.
Well, as he came in the door this morning, I said, so you're going to let me have the presentation then or not? I might need a look at it. But it's good. It's just, we have a strong desire here in head office to not change for change's sake, but we constantly look at, can we do it better? Can we improve this? Can we help to make this resonate easier for the person at the pointy end? We want the feedback from the tutors, the whole thing. So it's, and most importantly, from you, because you're on the receiving end of it. Is it working for you? We'll ask you for feedback about the workshop. What worked? What didn't? Was there stuff that you just thought? And sometimes that happens and you don't want to say it during the workshop. If you find yourself feeling that, please grab Paul or me or Phil at one of the breaks, just say, I don't get that. Because we need that sort of feedback. Because it's all very well for me just standing here spouting on because I understand it. And I think sometimes you can make the assumption that just because you understand it, other people do too. And I some clearly big mistakes, so we desperately want your feedback as to how the process worked. I suppose I should tell you who I am. My name is Bob Morton, that's what it says here. Been with LDC for, my God, this is my 26th year. That's a bit scary, isn't it? I only wanted to come on board for a year. Just wanted to learn to be an instructor trainer and I was going to be gone. And Phil was probably the same. I'll join the franchise for a year and then I'm off. Because of course we all know if you've got to join a franchise, you're obviously a crap instructor. That's how it's viewed in the industry. But the more enlightened among us can see what the franchise adds to our skill set. So we're not trying to indoctrinate you with that today. Let's save that for later when you come back to induction. I'll do my best in introduction because I've got 3 days with you there. A bit more time to get under your skin. We're strong because we're a team. Because everybody pretty much is pulling in the same direction. That includes all the instructors. The instructors don't see themselves as just an LDC instructor. They see themselves as owning their own driving school that happens to use the LD system. And that uses the products that we have to strengthen their position, to help them market more effectively. And it does. So some of the stuff we have is just incredible, especially on the IT end of things. It's a revolution, and there's nobody comes anywhere close to what we have. You'll see that when you come through induction, but more than that in a bit. So I do obviously this stuff. Audit trailer, Tim's Phil. I do the teacher training here, the assessor training, and all the induction process. So I suppose my responsibility is CPD, continued professional development for our team of instructors and trainers, that sort of stuff. So I'm constantly looking at new ideas. My area of specialty, I suppose, really is on the client-centered or coaching end of things. What we're doing is we're getting the learning out, not putting it in. You'll have seen some of that, those of you who watch any of the videos that I do on the part training stuff. I never give any instruction. I just say, well, tell me how that went. What else could we do there? What do you think you could do there? What level of help do you need from me? So it's a very different way of doing it. And the trainers are coming around quite slowly. It took me a long time to get there. There's a lot of them invested in it. And I'll start to apply these techniques because it's revolutionary, really. It really does make a difference the way the training works, and it takes less time. More of that in a bit. So, what are we going to get up to? I'm going to tell you about the Register of Approved Driving Instructors, why it exists, what its raison d'etre is, if you like. Tell you about the Part 3 exam, what it is, what it means, how to prepare for it. The skills that you need, briefing skills, keeping it short, simple. We're going to do some group exercises on that, where we look at it and think, what does a brief need to contain? And I've just rattled through some briefs just as a for example. I'm not suggesting by any means that you do it exactly the way I've done it there, because we do understand that if we give you a version of the briefs, like the briefing DVD, you think you've got to replicate that. What you've got to do is work in a way that suits you. How many of you have begun working your briefings at this point? How are you finding it? Easy, hard, in between?
It's hard getting into that 8 minutes. And I think you said earlier that it's getting it down even further than that.
Yeah, my instructor has now said about the briefings even in phase 1 being 3 minutes now.
Good. 3's a good target.
Yeah, so far I've actually succeeded on that better than what I did in trying to cram everything into those 8 minutes.
Right.
Which is, yeah.
What do you think's at play there? What's that all about?
I don't know, we'll be more relaxed after taking the first test.
Possibly. We tend to look at 8 minutes and think, oh, 8 minutes, and that becomes a target, doesn't it? And then, oh, you relax once you've got it to 8 minutes. But we tend to fill it full of stuff that maybe isn't as necessary. I mean, pedestrian crossings is a killer, isn't it, trying to get around that 8 minutes. And mid-cross, allow adequate clearance, that one, they're hard. But if you have a think about these things, time yourself the next time you're out driving in the car. Talk yourself driving through a pedestrian crossing, see how long it takes you while you're actually driving it, see how much information you actually need. Keep it simple, that's the key message. We'll get into that in a bit of detail later. We're looking at the core competencies, this teaching cycle, this spot it. I suppose it's see it, suss it, sort it. That's what it's about. If you do that, the examiner will play ball. If you can get their behaviour to change, you've done your job. If their behaviour doesn't change, it's never them. It's always you. Always you. No exceptions. You may quote me. So we put together a 9-step sequence of events that'll help you to do what you need to do, but it'll also help you to manage the process in anger when you're on the test. And the guys who sat the test will tell you it becomes a little bit of a blur. And it's just like, oh my God, and you feel like you're going to sink. It'll help you manage that process, because you'll be able to pull over the side of the road, have a look at the form that we're going to show you, work out where you are, work out what you need to do. And if there's any changes needed, it'll help you work out what that change needs to be. Very simple, unbelievably effective on part 3 exam. I promise I've seen it with my own eyes. Examiners love it. My friend Barry over in Scunthorpe, the guy on test, he's got his form, he's got 3 faults listed. He's worked his way through it, the examiner pops his error roll. He says, those top 2 faults, yes, the bottom one, forget it, leave it alone, will you? There's nothing wrong with a roundabout approach. Back it on. So that's how much they love it. You look at it and think, oh, that's great. And he's starting to do this on a regular basis. Throw massive hints, or actually come on a roll and say, no, not that, no, there's no wrong with that, let it drop. Because the candidates that are going for a test are performing in a way that they've not seen before. They're absolutely systematic and just bang, 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 it's relentless. They're getting a high level of instruction from the other side of the car, and they love it. Because what they're used to is somebody just sort of rambling their way through it, bumbling through it, spotting some faults and all the rest. So they really like it. So we're getting great feedback from it, and it'll help you manage it, it'll help you self-develop as well. More on that later. So we're going to look at this 9-step teaching. We're going to go through some group exercises, how it works. We'll start off by, we've got some video remaking faults. And what we're going to do is we're going to get you to try and convince me to do it otherwise. And I'm going to do my best to not do it otherwise. And dig my heels in. And the examiner won't do it. I'm just going to resist. You give me a good reason for doing it, I'm giving you a good reason why I'm not. Or you've got to get to the bottom, you've got to find out why I did it, and then convince me to do it a different way. So it's a bit of it's great fun for me. You probably get annoyed with me, so I always make sure there's nothing heavy for you to throw beforehand. And then we'll go through it as a team exercise. You've got to look at the fault. You've got to think about, well, why might that happen? What could be the possible reasons for that happening? And then, okay, now we've identified that, what we're going to do with it. That'll be tomorrow, so you'll see how that works. And then we're going to look at the way you're marked on your instructional techniques and your attitude and approach, your characteristics, and what it means in terms of being able to deliver the result that you're looking for. And then we're going to go through some part 3 exam sheets and hopefully show you how you can analyse what happened, what went wrong, and what that person might need to do. So we're going to get you to think about, well, if you were going to give somebody a remedial training on that, what sort of remedial training might it be? So by doing this and by helping you to understand the whole process, it'll help you to self-develop. You'll be able to go back to your own part 3 exam sheet and go, if you've sat one and go, oh right, yeah, I see why that happened then. If you've sat a part 3 and you'd like us to use your form live, we're going to anonymise it and slot it in with what we're doing. If you don't want to, that's perfectly fine too. More than happy, one-to-one, go to one side, look at the form and give you another pair of eyes look at it if you wish. But we don't want anybody to be uncomfortable. So, this register. Why do you think that they created a register of instructors? What do you think that was about? Any ideas?
To ensure that everyone keeps the standards.
So what brought that about?
Too many people dying on the road, so the accident.
If you look at the accident and death statistics from years and years ago, when the register was created, it was carnage. It was absolute carnage on our roads. Thousands and thousands and thousands of people dying every year. Tens of thousands, in fact. So, of course, politicians start making a fuss saying something must be done. Something must be done about this. And, of course, examiners on L-test were seeing people turn up and driving in a particularly dangerous manner. So the register was created. That a bit strong. Because it was felt that what was happening was not fit for purpose. So if we had a register of instructors and we assessed them on their ability to deliver safe instruction and create safe drivers, then that's what would happen naturally. So 3 main reasons to make sure that those who were approved, that had passed the instructor test, undertook driving tuition in a safe way that wasn't putting the learner, themselves, or anybody around them at risk. That's what it's all about. Those of you who've been ferreting around, you'll see that everybody thinks this is a new thing, this risk management, not standards checking. Risk management is what the job's all about. It's what the job's always been all about. You keep them safe, you manage that risk, you will eventually train them how to manage that risk on their own, so that they're then safe to be let loose. The examiner sits next to them, marking their form, and what they're measuring is, am I happy to share the road with this person? Are they safe? Do they manage risk? So it's not about you missed the mirror check, you're getting a minor. It's nothing to do with that. It's, are you safe? Have you created a, so they have a marking system that they use. It starts with, has this behaviour deviated from the norm, from what I would normally expect? If the answer to that is yes, you then ask the question, how much has it deviated from the norm? A little bit? A lot? If it's only a little bit, yeah, we'll let that go. That's not noteworthy, nothing marked. If it's developed a little bit further than that, and safety has been compromised, how much has it been compromised? So if we've inconvenienced somebody, that's probably a minor mark. If we've made somebody deviate from their path, or deviate speed, that's probably a serious. If we've made somebody swerve out of our way, that's probably a dangerous. If that person swerves out of the way and hits something, that's the test terminated. So the same fault ends up marked a different way. So what we're hoping to be able to do with this is to help learner drivers assess the risk that they're in and manage it properly, so they're not causing chaos for other people. So that all they'll end up with is 15 minors or less. That's what the test's about. It's not about doubling mirrors up, it's not about this or that or the other, or palming gear. It's nothing to do with that. Is that person safe? And it's always said that in the examiner guidance. Always. Are they safe? The old boy who taught me to be an instructor just said, get them safe, they'll pass. And I didn't believe it. And then I started sitting on tests, and you look at stuff and you think, why has he not marked that? And then doesn't even mention it at the end, you think. And I've jumped out of cars and go, excuse me, can I just ask you? Yes, sir. Safety wasn't compromised. What? So the penny eventually dropped for me when I was sat in the back of a car test, and we went round a corner, front and back wheels clipped the curb, and we went over it. It's a little curb. There's a minor on steering. So of course I jumped out. What happened there? He said, well, there wasn't anybody in the path. So you're telling me that that person's thought there's nobody on the path? I'll take a shortcut. That's dangerous, you know. It's not dangerous because there's nobody there. So that's why minor was marked. And of course then you start to think, that's interesting. So that's what it's all about. So it's about the ability to manage risk and about you getting them to manage their risk. So that's how these things are marked. So it's safe. Nobody's safety is compromised. Train people to be properly prepared for the driving test, which is a measure of safety. So how safe are they? And that you're a fit and proper person, and you're not guilty of any sort of heinous crimes. That's, if you have criminal convictions, you're deemed not a fit and proper person to go to the register. So the Part 3 test, it's designed around these first two. Your CRB check is the other one. So that's what's being assessed. That's what the Part 3 exam is about. The examiner will exhibit issues. You either have a lack of knowledge, or lack of skill, or an attitude that, if left unchecked, would create safety issues for other people. So that's what it's about. So your job is to manage that process, to help them assess the risk, and help them to see that there's a different way of doing it, and that they need to do that. But of course, these are bad habits that are formed over a period of time. So he's not going to change it just because he thinks, oh, I better pack that in. He needs showing the new way. So with a real live learner driver, if you convince him that the way he's doing it is wrong, they'll put it right themselves. With an examiner, he won't. He wants the remedial action in place to develop a new habit. So that's what that's all about. More detail as we go on, of course. So he's playing a learner driver so that they can test your ability to give safe driving tuition. The only way we can do that is to exhibit potentially unsafe characteristics. Lack of skill, lack of knowledge. So somebody who makes lots of mistakes or faults and they can't figure out how to fix them on their own. They will not come up with any ideas. They will be completely passive because it's not them on test, is it? They're testing you. So you can argue till you're blue in the face that learner drivers don't do that. Doesn't matter, does it? and making sure that you have the processes in place to ensure that you're changing behaviour. Now, your learner drivers will change their behaviour on their own. Once they see that that's not really the right way to do it, they'll do their best to put it right, and when they make a mistake again, they'll say to you, I've done it again, haven't I? This guy's not gonna, because it's you that's on test. He doesn't have any input into this test whatsoever in terms of self-development. It's not gonna happen. Does that make sense? So the mistakes and the faults, they're not always necessarily driving faults. They could be verbal faults. You could have a lack of knowledge, you answer your question incorrectly, that sort of stuff. So you need to be alert and listening. You need to manage the risk at all times by managing their risk. And that's what's being tested on the standards check. It's called the new standards check. It's not a new standard, it's the same standard, they're just testing it a different way. So you're required to deliver 2 lessons, a phase 1 and a phase 2. Some of you are aware of that, some of you aren't. The phase 1 lesson, it's a new subject to him. But that doesn't mean he hasn't got any idea how to do it, because he might have some previous experience that you can do it with. And the phase 2 is a revisit of the lesson. Oops, get off. A moment. So he's near test standard, or he's a full license holder. You're revisiting a subject. So he doesn't need a brief, or he shouldn't need a brief. He doesn't need a check. So you're revisiting that subject. You'll ask them to lesson, I need a brush-up lesson on it, or you might say, I'm a full license holder, I've got a job interview. Yeah, since I passed my test, so I thought I'd better have a quick brush-up because I've got to do a driving assessment. So it's somebody who has all the knowledge, but is still not driving correctly. Same rules though, so no matter how experience he's got, he's not going to have an input in the learning happening. It has to come from you. You have to put the learning in. On standards check, you've got to get the learning out, but that's a whole different world. More of that later when you're qualified. And there's 12 subjects or topics, and 12 exercises that you undertake, and they're grouped together in what's called a PST, a preset test. And this is what they look like. That's all the exercises. Controls are moving off and stopping, of course, are beginner. So somebody who's doing that for the very first time. Once you start moving on, the reverse, left, right, turn the road, they're P, partly trained. So he has some experience. He will probably have the basics in place. Here, we're either trained or full license holder, reverse party. We won't deliver that as a brand new subject. Emergency stop mirrors, partly trained, so that's phase 1. Approaching junctions can be phase 1 or phase 2. So, last week we did move it off and stop it. This week we said we're going to do approaching junctions. Or it's, I'm a full license holder, I'm a trained pupil, and then we'll ask them so they say we need a brush-up lesson on this. Progress hesitancy position, that's either trained or full license, so again no brief, it's a phase 2 subject. T-junctions emerging, phase 1 or 2. So you can see how that works. They're combined like this in the preset tests. We've got all these slides again. PST1 is controls for phase 1, crossroads for phase 2. PST2 is moving off and stopping, phase 1. And then meet, cross, allow adequate clearance for phase 2. He will be a different pupil for phase 2, so that concludes phase 1. For this next phase, I'd like you to treat me as though I'm a pupil at the whatever stage. And I've got trouble judging me speed and distance from the curve, or whatever it happens to be. He'll give you a little word picture. Listen closely at that point, and if you want to ask questions, ask. And the easiest way to verify that you've got it right is to just repeat back to him when he said, so if I've got this right, what you're saying is, get used to doing that, because you're showing that you're listening, you're involving the learner. If you're going to go along the wrong track, and it's happened before, somebody's delivered the wrong brief. Sat in one recently, forgot to do the brief. I think I was sat about thinking, ooh, this could be interesting.
Can't fail for your briefing though, can you?
No, you can't pass that phase. So, it depends on what you do. Where it's, I wouldn't suggest that you try without. Phase 5, sorry, 4, reverse to the left or right. It's a 50-50 gig that. So you prepare for both, followed by T-junctions emerging. 5, emergency stop, use of mirrors, followed by progress hesitancy. What you'll see here, I'd like you to treat me as a pupil that's at the trainer full license all this stage. I'm having a bit of trouble judging the speed and the position on the road. Pedestrian crossings used to signal at phase 1, followed by reverse parking at phase 2. Approaching junctions, pedestrian crossings, T-junctions, meet crossover, take allow adequate clearance and anticipation. It will always be anticipation and 2 of the others. How are you getting on with that one for your briefing? You got that down to a reasonable time frame?
Yeah, that one wasn't too bad.
That's a lot of people struggle with.
I thought that was quite easy though.
That one.
Yeah,
Pedestrian.
it was alright.
Confident words, I like that. Excellent. Well done, that man. We'll test it later, man.
I'd like that one, number 8. Meet greet officer, allowing adequate clearance and what. I'd love that one.
Alright. That's the one people normally recoil in horror from. Oh, look at that. Crossroads for number 9, followed by pedestrian crossings, and then B, allow traffic clearing, blah 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 blah, followed by progress hesitancy. So you can see some of the subjects appear more than once. Which test are you going to get when you turn up? Next one off the pile. Just do it in a row. Some of them do it from 10 to 1, some do 1 to 10, some start in the middle and work out. But it's a 1 in 10 chance you'll get one of those. Sometimes they'll miss one out for whatever reason. There's a million and one different reasons that can happen. It could just be that at that time of day, the area that they like to use is not possible because of the level of traffic, so they'll miss that one out, but they'll do it twice on the next route of 10. So there's no way of predicting. There used to be, because we used to do it 1 to 10 all the way through, all throughout the country, and that test on that day was that one. And the change, because BSM, being a large organisation, we're able to work it out and prepare for a particular PST, so to stop them doing that by changing it around. If you're ready, you're ready. Doesn't matter what they throw at you. If you're ready, you can deal with whatever it is. That's the reality. And the only way you can be ready is to listen to what they've got to say, work out what that person needs, and deliver what that person needs. That's what it's all about. Identify and meet the needs of the learner. If you do that, you'll pass the test. So if you just go in syllabus, you're just doing this, followed by this, followed by this, and not involved in them, that way lies potential disaster. Does that make sense? Any questions? So apathy or a job well done? Silence is also an answer. So you're expected to do each of these phases in approximately 28 minutes. You tend to find already that the phase 1 tends to go over a few minutes and the phase 2 is shorter. I don't know if they do that you're in and all. Yeah, that's just... Basically, you're trying to minimise the risk by anticipating potential problems, perhaps even preventing the problem. By spotting the thing as, ooh, I don't know how much distance you're going to leave between you and this parked car. Oh, so he fixes it. But you've still got to do the rest of the core comps. Your job is not done just because you made him do it right. Does he understand why he needs to do that right? So you need to do all parts of the core comps. So if you started by preventing it, you still need to work backwards along the line of the form and talk about that was a much better distance. Why do you think that is? Why do we leave that sort of distance? Because you said so. Have we changed his position on that? No, because as soon as you stop saying so, he's going to go back in, isn't he? So why do you think we leave that sort of distance? Well, what would happen if a car got open there? Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Now your job's done. Now you've got to see that there's a better way to do it. More of that in a bit. So you've got to prevent or quickly fix them. We don't run along thinking, he's done that again. He's done that again. If you see it, say it. No exceptions. At all. If you see it, say it. You might not be able to deal with it then, get it out. Because if you don't say it, you're becoming passive. And he's sat there thinking, what do you think?
He's not well, he's not doing no wrong.
Has he spotted that? Has she spotted that? What are we going to say out? Because they know you've seen it. See, we should train on those. You train on and eventually, those of you who've done some part of it, you know, you've recognised this, and your trainer will say, are you going to say out or what? I know you've seen me. I can see you watching me. Say something. You notice something there. Oh yeah, you didn't check that mirror up. Why haven't you said something? You know? Don't be a passenger. You're not a passenger. You're in charge. Take action. He has not made that mistake by accident. It's a deliberate act. And he sat there thinking, well, have you seen it? Get your glove going straight away. You don't want any silence.
I think the important thing there, and I get it quite a lot, where you make a mistake and the trainee will actually not say anything, and you say, are you going to say anything? I know you've seen it, and they say, oh, I wasn't sure whether that was deliberate or not.
Always
Doesn't matter.
deliberate.
It doesn't matter whether it was deliberate or not. Even if I'd made a mistake and I didn't mean to do it, I'd still say it. Because if that's the case, I'd turn around and say to you, I just messed up, mate.
Yeah.
I got busted on one of the yesterday with a big.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a frank admission, but it happens. It happens with examiners. If he's made a mistake and it's off PST, it'll be the easiest fault you ever had to fix. Because out of embarrassment, you'll roll over. Oh, I didn't mean that. It happens to us all. I did it yesterday. I've got it on video and all. I can't remember if I turned the video off before she went, you didn't mean to do that, did you? What makes you say that? It wasn't on PST. Yeah, you're right, I didn't mean to do it. So, straight away, don't wait. Ever. Bang. Say it. You've only got 28 minutes. It's not a long time. You start a part 3 test. Doesn't last long, does it?
No, it does.
Whack and it's over. It's like, oh my God. Oh, I've still got this to do. So straight away. Also, don't be scared to pull him up. Just pull over on the left. There's only one gaffer in the car, and it's not him. It's you. Do I need time to fix this? Yes, pull over.
How many times can we pull them over then?
As many as you need.
I have to beg to differ on that.
Oh, well then.
On my part 3 test, I got marked down for pulling her over too many times.
Well, if you're pulling over and it's not needed, that's a different thing. But if there's any doubt in mind, stop. The last Wednesday I sat in a part 3, we spent more time pulled over than we did moving. But it's what was required.
Well, I felt it was all required, that's why I pulled her over. But the examiner with the person I was buddying up with following week, this time she did actually say to him, no, we don't need to do that, we'll just do that on the move.
The gentleman will give you a lot of hints on the move as well. So you can ask, you happy to discuss this on the move or do you want to stop? And then you give them an option both ways. But if there's any doubt in your mind, stop. Don't just trundle around with the things still happening and then another 2 or 3 faults come into play. Get the car to stop. Work out what you need to do. If you need to, your hand in the face, give me a minute. Right, this is your test. It's your chance to shine. And if you allow them to take control of it, they will. Massively. So do what you think you need to do. If they feel that you're doing it too much, they'll give you a hint from within roll. If that doesn't work, they'll come out of roll and say, can we get on for this? Can we move? Same as they will do in your briefing. If you take too long in the briefing, you say, okay, that's the end of the briefing, let's get on.
So if you're doing pedestrian crossing, say, as your test, and as you're driving to the pedestrian crossings, you're picking them up on faults, and they do the same fault again, and you pull them over, and they say, right, we're not, the test is not on, say, your mirrors.
And he should not be making faults on it.
Yeah.
You make signalling faults on the pedestrian crossing. You shouldn't make other faults. The guidance is unbelievably clear to examiners now. We've given you in the book here.
But if you constantly pick him up for things that he's doing wrong, and it's warranted,
Yes.
then how does that?
He can't complain about that, can he? If it's warranted, it needs doing.
A fault is a fault, no matter whether it's on the
Correct.
test or not.
But what I can tell you is they'll not commit faults, major faults that are going to make you change the PST subject. They're not allowed. The guidance is clear. And if that happens, the test has not been conducted correctly. The guidance is unbelievably clear in this regard. You must not make faults on PST. They're not allowed. They might do it by accident. If that happens.
So it is a grounds for complaint.
Absolutely is.
If that were to happen
Absolutely.
badly, that means
They're not suitable for their.
they're not up to the job of doing it as an examiner. That's what the problem is.
No, we all have bad days, of course. The examiner is doing that. They'll probably pull themselves up fairly sharply.
I think also something that you've got to be careful of is that you don't imagine faults.
Yes,
Yeah,
that does
Because
happen.
on the way to the area, you might imagine faults, and then you start dwelling on them, and eventually the examiners will come out of roll and just say, look, it wasn't a fault,
Drop it.
drop it.
Bang
And
it
if they
on.
say that, just leave it. But
Very easy to assume at that point, of course, that you failed. You haven't. He's come out of roll because he's wanting to give you a little nudge along. He'll only do that if he's generally happy with what you're doing. Otherwise, he'll just let you go.
When would you pull them over?
Whenever you
If
feel
they-
you need.
You're not going to do it every time they do it, are you? Unless it's a dangerous fault.
Depends on what it is.
I mean, if it's a dangerous fault, then yeah, you pull them over straight away. But I mean, if it's just a minor thing and you think, well, yeah, I've spotted that, told him about it, would you stop him after next time if you've got to tell him about it?
You want a conversation to happen immediately. Immediately. No exceptions.
My
So I'll just
instructor
watch
always
you
goes
listen
with
to
the
you
yellow
listen.
card, red card kind of thing. Yellow card, you've informed them, told them, red card, like, pull you over and explain.
Well, what you need to do is to say, how much clearance did you leave between you and that parked car? If he goes, don't know, pull over. That's something that needs tackling. Because if
So
you
you
don't tackle it,
understanding why he's doing it.
yeah, and you might not have time because there might be more cars coming. So if you feel that you need to get on top of it, do not be scared to stop. If he feels you're stopping too much, he'll tell you. I say he or she. They will tell you. Either in law, well, last instructor used to stop this much. He used to talk to me about stuff on the move. Did you manage that all right? Yeah, I did. You want to try that here? Yeah. Okay, there you go. Job sorted. Find out what's going on. Think about what do I need to do. There's no black and white rules here. You know, if it's this fault, you stop. If it's this fault, you don't. Ask a question about it. Base your next question on the answer you get. Okay, let's just pull over here. We need to discuss this. So if he's got a complete lack of knowledge or a really poor attitude towards it, he's pulling over and stop it. Because otherwise you're exposing him and others and you to risk. That's what it's all about. So there's no, I know you read stuff on forum, oh, you've got to keep the car moving. No, nowhere does it say that in their guide. Nowhere does it say that. There's 19 pages of guidance. If you're going to read anything, read that. Avoid Facebook because it's filled with clowns who don't know what they're doing. And the stupider they are, the more advice they seem to want to give. And they don't understand what's going on. They really don't. So ignore it. I've just done some standards check training with somebody who was taking advice all over the place on Facebook. I said, who gave you that advice? Oh, it was such and such. Give me a second, out my phone, I looked them up. I said, they've just failed the standards check. Yeah? Why are you taking their advice? Has it worked for them? Oh, well, I suppose not. So just be careful of the advice you take and who's giving it. Make sure it's right. So it's all about minimising risk. If he makes a fault and you ask him a question about it, and he doesn't give you a satisfactory answer, you've just increased the risk by leaving the car moving, haven't you? It's poor. Unless it can be easily fixed on the move. If there's any doubt in your mind, they're on the side of pulling over.
Would you not think that if you're doing like a partially trainable one, like a couple of hours on such a lesson, that if you were to try and do it on the move, they'd think that's a distraction?
Well, they could, it just depends. Depends on what the fault is, what his reason is for doing it that way. He will have a reason in mind why he's doing what he's done. Lack of skill, lack of knowledge, poor attitude. You've got to find out what that is. You haven't got long to do it. So get straight at it and find out. Any doubt in your mind at all, pull on it. Give yourself time to deal with it. Because sometimes you're juggling 2, 3, 4 faults at a time. If another one comes in, what does that do to your plan? You find yourself all over the place. The car stopped. How many faults can you make when the car stopped? 0. Well, you can still have a poor attitude and give you incorrect answer stuff. So it's not 0, but it's massively reduced, isn't it? And you're putting yourself in a position where you can now control the events that are going to unfold. Whereas when it's on the move, ask somebody who's sat a test, you don't really feel in control here when it's not going well. It's a nightmare. But when you're sat at the side of the road, who's in control now? You are. You'll see as we go through how that can work. Particularly when we get the exercises where you're going to try and convince me that I've done it wrong and I'm just going to throw stuff back at you. Because I won't have a reason why I've done it. I'll wait until somebody comes up with a good one and then I'll go with that. But up to that point, I'm just going to keep batting them back to you, just to show you how you can work systematically through it. And we need to work smarter, we need to work fast. There's no time to lose here. There is no slack time on a part 3. Bang, 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 bang. So you want to be at it, so it's just like quick fire. And then when he says that's the end of the phase 1, shake your head clear now. Right, I've got all my stuff together. Right, I'm ready to go. Bang, 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 bang. And that's where 6 6s come from. The people who score a 4 and the people who score a 6, generally you find there's not that much difference in the knowledge, it's the application of it that's the problem. They're not doing what they need to do. It's a very simple test, but it's very hard to pull off because of the pressure that we feel. And most of that is juggling multiple faults. More of that as we go on. So it's achieved by applying your core comps. That's the way they see learning happening. We know from experience that in the real world, it happens a slightly different way, but we're not going to get bogged down with that here. Client-centered learning or coaching is the way that learning happens. You get the learning out. It's very massively powerful and it happens quick. but he's not going to respond to that. So we've tried that, we've pedalled that path, it didn't work. So you've got to identify the fault, analyse the fault, and then put in place some remedial action, prevent it. So, if you score less than 4, you're marked from 1 to 6. 6 is the top grade. If you score less than a 4 on any of these core comps, identify, analyse, remedial, on either phase, fail the test. So 3 or less is a fail. All the other boxes don't matter so much. I promise you, all that matters is your core comps. Get your core comps right, you'll figure you can have the snarliest, nastiest attitude in the world, and still pass. You'll have a word with you after to say, hey, when you work out customers, man, you better pat that in. You can't fail you on the test because it's just about the core comps. We'll show you how that works. You're also required to give a brief on any new lesson. They used to be really keen on the brief. They wanted Q&A, they wanted all sorts of stuff. They don't seem to be so bothered now. They want a brief overview, and it is brief. And if you aim for 3 minutes, certainly less than 5, that'll get you what you need. Now, if you're going to try and do it in 5 minutes, there's not much time for Q&A in that, is there? So you've got to work in a way that suits you. And all trainers have a slightly different take on this and what they like and what they don't like. Different SEs probably have a different take. So your local trainer will know the SE in your area better than we would here. And the likes and the dislikes and the favourite faults. Because they all have them. Because we are creatures of habit. So the core comps form a teaching method or process that you are required to pass the test to successfully apply. And that really requires you being in control of the process. If you lose control of the process, you can't stay on top of it. You can't make it happen the way you want. So control is the key thing. So you have to have a plan of how you're going to deal with things, and you have to execute that plan effectively. That's your control and planning in the form. And to a great extent, your level of instruction. More on that in a bit. So is this fella? There he is. He's there to assist you. Assess you, not he's there to assess you, not to assist you in the process. So you're not going to get much from him unless you ask really good questions. If you ask really good questions, you get really good answers. So do we think we should treat him as a real boy? What do you think?
Yeah, as real as it can be, isn't it?
Do you know anybody who can look at something and think that's a real bad idea, alcohol aside, who can think to themselves that's a really bad idea, and who keeps doing it? Do you know anybody that stupid?
6-year-old.
Well, I would have gone 3.
I've got a 4-year-old as well.
Right.
It's this bad.
So when you say to the 4-year-old, don't touch that hot, and they go, oh, tss. I told you it was hot, didn't I? So you'll not do that again, will you? No. You turn your back, what happens?
Straight away,
That's who we're dealing with here. That's it. No idea. Doesn't know any better. How is this person going to know any better? Because you're going to do it. You're going to make the learning happen from your side of the car. So he's not like a real learner at all. A real learner learns from the mistakes. This fellow will not learn unless you make the learning happen. It's as simple as that. He is 3. Here he is here. He's this box, and he's full of rocks. That's how smart he is. He cannot work it out for himself. It's your job to work it out. And that's the role they play to assess your core comps. Very passive. What do you think it would help if this happened? I don't know. What do you think? What do you think happened there? Not right sure. But did you realise you were close to that car? No, not really. So you've got no idea what's happened. So you've told him about it now. Why do you think that's a problem? I don't know. It matters. We have to make it matter. And then once we've done that, we now have to put in place a series of events that's going to eliminate that bad habit. And leave him able to do it on his own without your help. And that is only going to happen from your input. He will never make any changes as that learner without your direction. So if it's not happening, it's never him, it's you. Something you've done or said has not worked. You can see straight away when things work because the fault just goes bad and disappears. It never comes back because you fixed it, because you got through your core comps. That's not how real learners work either. So he's not a real boy, he's a puppet, and you're the puppeteer. So you're pulling the strings. So everything that happens is a direct result of what you're saying and what you're doing. No exceptions. Unless the test's not being conducted correctly. Which is, of course, a whole other matter. So will he tell you what he needs to work on and what his faults are going to be? You've got no chance. I don't know. Well, I thought you said your last instructor said you were going to do a progress assessment. You did? What was you going to work on? I did say, but I can't remember. I don't know. Just general stuff, I think. How did you think it was? Well, I thought it was alright. Alright. So you don't think you have any problems? No. And you can ferret away as much as you want trying to get an answer out of them. You've got absolutely and utterly no chance. I don't care how smart your questions are. You're never going to get that from him. Because he's assisting you then, isn't he? And it's the one thing he's not allowed to do, is assist you. The guidance is clear in this regard. However, some of the more enlightened ones can look at what you're doing and think, oh, you know what, you're nearly there, you know. I'll give you a little bit of a nudge. And they'll prompt from within one. You will not believe the clues you get. You don't really see it until you're sat in the back and you think, how can you not hear what he's saying to you there? I had again the same test last week. It was a pass. We were moving off and stopping. And she said, she's done the brief. She said, do you need a signal here? I went, no, I'm not sure. So you better pop a signal, there's a wagon coming. I said, well, that got confusing. So no, going, you're right, pop it on. So he puts the signal on. The wagon pulled up behind us. She was like, oh, God, you got plenty of time. We still did it, moved off and stopped. Of course, I'm in the back thinking, well, that's game over. You just committed him to do something that wasn't really said. So he says to her, this signalling business, I think I confused him, you know. So what do you mean? So he said, I think he thought I was going to pull away. Would it not have been better if I hadn't signalled? Just think. We didn't hear it. He said, right, do you need a signal this time? He went, well, there's a taxi coming. I don't want to confuse him. So no, put it on. He went, will you not do the same as the lorry driver did? So I just pop the signal on. And again, I'm thinking, well, that's the end of that. That's twice we've done it now. The examiner says, I think he's a bit annoyed with me, you know. He didn't look at me at all, did he? And of course, the penny drops. She's like, oh, cack. She went, do you know what, you're right. You're right. Sorry, my confusion. I'll give you bad information. You're quite right. We have confused them. It's when people are coming this way we signal to help them. But if they're coming up behind you, you're not going to move, are you, when they're coming? You went, no, that's what I thought. So I remember that from reading the highway code. And from that point she recovered. And he let her off with it. He mentioned it at the end, he went, oh, he said, you went, He said, you made me do something unsaid. However, because the rest of the lesson was spot on, I'm happy to let that slide on this. He said, oh, you're not going to let me down, though, are you? You're going to do this when you qualify, are you? No. What's she going to say? Yeah, will you? You better take that 4-4 back. So he's not going to take an active role in what's going on. You have to manage this situation, and you've not got long to do it. So you've got to be absolutely on your mettle. This is why some of the most important things to do before the part 3 is to not sit up at 2 o'clock in the morning studying your paperwork, worrying about stuff, rocking back and forward, singing "There's No Place Like Home." It's to get a good night's sleep. Now, if you've got little ones running around the house, what price a good night's sleep? How much is a hotel? How much is a night at a friend's house? Make sure you're getting the proper amount of sleep. Make sure you're properly hydrated, and make sure you're eating the right food. Because you need to be operating at optimum level. You're not going to do that if you're ratty and knackered because the kid's been up teething. So take care of that. That's money well spent if it gets you the exam passed, isn't it? Half of it else will save you £111 for another one. So you've got to think of these things. How are you mentally preparing for this test? What is liable to go wrong? Are you a nervous person? Seek help. What can you do about that? Give me a ring. I'll talk you through it. It's dead easy. So you've got a plan. It's not just about getting your head stuck in the books. It's about arriving ready to rock and roll. Having the right skills at your disposal and using them effectively. So you've got to manage yourself as well. I reckon a good night's sleep is much more important than anything else in terms of performing. You know how it works. How many of you got kids? Put your hands. So you know what it is to be awake through the night, don't you? How well do you perform the next day when the kids are kept you awake through the night? It's zombie-fied, aren't you? So, why do you think he might ask you questions from within role? What's his purpose there, do you think?
Oh, he's just trying to be like, I would imagine it's just going to be like a learner. He's asking you questions to see what he answers.
Yeah, it's testing your knowledge, that's right.
So,
It's important also to be alert to what he's saying, what he's asking. And you might want to find out, why has he asked you that? So, how do you think that works? Now, we don't want to elongate the thing, but he'll quite often answer your questions with, why would we do that? He clearly does know, he's an examiner. Why would he do that?
Find out what you know.
Sorry. He's testing your knowledge again. And he will ask questions. For example, on a pedestrian crosswalk, which nobody thought about, you can't cover everything. So we have these little traffic islands in the middle of them with these pedestrian refuges. You say, is that a pedestrian crossing? It's got one of them police beacons on the top. Well, actually, it's a pedestrian refuge. All right. Why is the beacon white on that one, not yellow? Is that something we should know? What's the difference between a box junction that's painted white and a box junction that's painted yellow? Well, the rule's the same.
I've never seen one.
So if you get one of those two questions and you're left feeling the way you are just now, what are you going to do in your part 3?
Fail.
No, not at all.
Are you?
so if he's not meant to know, can you just tell him out? you're the instructor, aren't you? He's learning.
Yeah, right.
Can't you just blag your way through it?
You could indeed blag your way through and just make something up. Do you think you'll spot that that's happened? If you don't know, you don't know. If you try and blag your way through it, he's going to smell a rat instantly. He's going to really hold your hands over. Do you know what? I don't know, that's a great question. Let's just pull over, let's get the highway code out and have a look, shall we? So, your knowledge of driving needs to be fairly comprehensive, doesn't it?
I did one the other day doing the same thing, and Gordon said to me, "What are the silver studs on the road for?" And I said, "I don't know. I don't know what they're for."
Did he tell you, or did he make you go away and look it up?
No, he said afterwards, have a look, pull the book out and have a look. And I said, it's to help pedestrians crossing the road. It's a visual aid for the floor.
So there's all sorts of things. It's like, oh, I've noticed in the middle of that one, there's all bubbles on the pavement stones. What's that all about? You need to know these things. So you need to become a driving geek. One or two things for you to look up at coffee break. There'll be a prize. There'll be a prize for the person who comes up with the correct answer. There'll be an hour's training with me. The second prize is 2 hours. I'm a kid. If you don't know, hold your hands up and go, do you know what? I don't know. That's a great question. The highway code is your friend. That and driving the essential skills. Never go on a part 3 test without it. So let's see what it says in it. There's nothing wrong with not knowing the answer. You're not expected to have all the answers. You're not even qualified yet. Eventually, you should have a good grasp of things, but this is all part of it. A lot of the time we relax once we pass part 2. We think, oh, we're done with that. That's only just beginning. That's only the start of your driving journey. You should aim to become the best qualified and the most skillful driver you can be. More of that in a bit. So why would I give you answers or make comments that are incorrect?
Test your knowledge.
What's he also testing?
Whether you're listening.
Sorry?
If you're listening.
Got you.
Oh. I could do that to people every time.
I know. It's easier. Like just, this is not new material.
Okay.
The jokey bits, I've clearly practiced those over and over and over. He is checking to see if you're listening. And what would you do if you thought, what did he say there?
Ask again.
Just say, sorry, what did you say there? Just do what you would normally do. Sorry, what? Just run that past me again. And this is what the marking sheet looks like. You've got loads of these in your book. So if you turn to page 7 in your manual, the stuff that's before page 7 is what people who haven't attended the workshop. That's not going to work, is it? That's before you. Scary me. So this is what the marking sheet looks like. I'm going to go through it in a little bit of detail, and then we'll probably break for a couple of minutes. So column A, on the left-hand side of the form. These are the areas where, on phase 1, you'll make the mistakes. So you're marked here on your brief, and the 3 areas where you can commit faults: coordination, observation, accuracy. Now then, he'll make faults. He won't necessarily make faults in every area. This one he probably will. So he's checking, or he's marking here. Not covered would mean you've not spotted it. You've given them really duff information. Unsatisfactory means that you have spotted it, but you've not really cured it. You've not dealt with it effectively, or you've spotted it too late. Satisfactory means it was done correctly. This is phase 2. Obviously you can see here there's more faults to be made. So you will make a note of the faults he's made. If there's an area, let's say here, like brakes, he hasn't committed a fault, you just put a line straight to it, not tested.
Is there like a set amount that he will decide, well, I'm going to make 4 faults in his head?
He will know in his head the faults he's going to make and where he's going to make them on the route that he's got planned. He will also have the route planned sufficiently so that there will be time for you to fix that fault on the junctions that come, or the pedestrian crossings that come. So it's all laid out so that you can do what you need to do. And if you get, this is why you need to get in quick, because you might have missed an opportunity in the junction, and you get to the end of the test and it's not there. So you'll always get a chance to recover, always, because it's built in. You've got that planned. So basically, on this area, it means he has committed a fault, and you've either not seen it, or you've given him grossly incorrect or dangerous information. This one means you've seen it, either your brief was unsatisfactory, or the fault was committed, and the training or the remedial, the guidance that was offered was either not complete, too late, or not really fully satisfactory. We haven't really changed the behaviour sufficiently. You might have changed it a bit. So getting at it late can also have that effect, because you haven't had time to do it, because the opportunity hasn't presented itself. So we need to be in really quick. See it, say it immediately. Satisfactory means that the brief was satisfactory at the top, and that all faults, if they're marked in this column, it means you dealt with them satisfactorily. That fault has disappeared. He has done it on his own, without help from you, or he is well on the way to being able to do that. You know, he sees that your processes, maybe on the next attempt or the one after, would have actually fixed it. They're normally happy with that. So if there's a mark in the not covered, do we think we can still pass? Two thoughts there.
Yeah, we imagine so.
If there's a lot in the not covered, what about that?
So that would be
Well, Martin told me that if it's not part of what you're meant to be doing anyway for your test, you can't be marked down for it. So obviously,
This is why they take the time at the end of the test to go in and think, okay, on balance, was more of it safely done than wasn't? Are you on top of it, or is your technique good? Do you know how to apply the core comps? Yes, on the bit. If you've got more right than you've got wrong, you'll pass. Unless some of the ones you've got wrong, you've really got wrong. You know, there's glaring errors, but for the most part, you know, if there's 9 and you've got 5 satisfactory and 4 unsatisfactory, on balance, he's probably going to scrape a 4. Does that make sense? What about if there's one in unsatisfactory? I suppose it follows them, doesn't it? You're probably all right. Again, as long as the majority are in this column, you're probably okay. What we're looking for is all of them in that column, and that's fairly easy to achieve if you're dealing with things in a timely manner and you're at it bang, bang, bang. But you don't miss opportunities to showcase our talent and to apply the systems that we're going to put in place. It's relentless from your side of the car. There should be no let up. Bang, bang. You're always working on something at some stage. You're either at the full talk-through stage, the prompt, or giving him a go on his own, or giving feedback. You're at one of those stages. So there should never be silence, because the route is going to give you the opportunity to go over it again. Just keep at it, bang, bang. That's what you need to practice when you practice with each other. It's this core comps process that you need to practice. Column B, well, that's your competencies. At the top of the form is your core comps. The top row in each of these is phase 1. The bottom row is phase 2, identification, fault analysis and remedial action. We break that down into a 9-step process, which we'll look at in a bit more detail later. And then your instructional techniques. Whatever the lowest mark is here on each phase, it will replicate on these top 3 boxes. 99 times out of 100. It's difficult for them to make a case otherwise. They've made some faults. You have planned a series of events and have taken control of the situation. So you've got a plan and you're executing it. And these 3 things here, that 9-step process, if you're doing that, this will always match the mark here. Always. Doesn't see a situation where it wouldn't. The ones underneath, well, that's a bit different. You'll see how that works as we go along. But they do contribute to the core comps. This stuff under here, I'm told that they mark the form from the bottom to the top. I find it easier to mark from the top to the bottom, but that's just a personal preference. And I think on training, it helps the trainee to understand better if they're looking at the core comps, because that's what's important. That there. You get 4s or above down there, you've passed. It's as simple as that. Doesn't matter what the rest says. That's what it's about. So these are all about, have you identified the fault? Have you analysed it? Have you fixed it? That 9-step process. If you're doing that right, then you must be doing these right. And the others will probably fall in line. And then your characteristics, they're at the bottom, your attitude and approach to the pupil, to the job, to life, the universe and everything. Not really so important, if I'm honest. I'm not that bothered with it. So to pass the test, the red area here, if you get any mark on your core comps, any mark in any of those boxes, you're out. If they're all in the green box, I thought that had an animation on it. It did, didn't it?
There, that's 2 columns.
So 2 lines in column B, 2 rows. Top line is phase 1, bottom line is phase 2. More than a 4 in those 3 boxes you sort. 4 or above. If you're working in a timely manner and slick, 5s and 6s are easily achievable. So above 4 on both lines, your job's done. That's all it's about. Obviously the other things contribute to how that works, but that's all it's about. If your core comps right, you will pass the test. I think we'll break for a tea or a coffee, or okay. So if we come back in at 12, would that be alright? I'll see you then. Help yourselves to tea, coffee and biscuits, you know where they are now. You're no longer guests, you can help yourself.
White tea.
Yeah.
I found this out by accident. It's the needed ordnance from the house, it's not a yellow box. Put a white one on there because we don't need the ordnance. I can't remember how I found that out. It's all been with the ordnance from the car. I tell you what, you get a local boss, for example, traffic cop.
Just go through and see what I can get through.
It says about the weight limit.
No.
I found that out by accident.
Well, it does.
Distinguish it from the other.
So I can tell you, the red light's always noticeable by the fact that it's red.
And it's higher, so you can see it from further away.
And the green light is always on point.
Yeah, I mean, green.
So it shows you what is the zebra crossing and what isn't the zebra crossing.
Well, it's still drawing your attention to it.
One tends to be black and white. It's short. Because I was
But here they're actually black white. And the ones around the other side of the test center, there may have been a mistake with the payment.
Are they longer?
They are,
Yeah.
but they're at the bottom of a dip.
Yeah.
So
The majority of them are a lot higher than the leash.
it's just doing like to the present front foot. And they tend to they use them more and more where there's old folks
Yeah.
going around just to draw your attention to it.
I could never remember what the islands were called.
You got enough certificates on display here.
Yeah, I'm obsessed
I was
with
to be
qualifications.
honest, I thought that was for the whole.
No,
They're all
just,
making naming them.
No, they're just, what a sad old.
Refuge.
I said, oh, I'll never remember that. And I said, we just think it's where the refugees stand. And I thought, perhaps I shouldn't have said that.
The second in Scunthorpe, close to two junctions, have got a little raised path for pedestrians across, give way signage sign. First went, oh, what the hell's that? Of course, Barry likes to ask that. What are these? I thought they just did those at junctions. So he likes to ask that question. So,
What are they for? A give way to pedestrians?
give way to pedestrians, yeah.
Is it a triangle?
Yeah, upside down triangle.
I thought it was small.
No, full size.
Full size.
Yeah, it's really odd. It's like,
The same as junction then, aren't they? There's a
Right.
crossroads.
There's actually a junction
There's
there.
a crossroads with the road's just got pedestrians. Maybe it's even got bikes on it.
but they're within back to where the juice is
Yeah.
of the junction. That's a bit weird.
There's a junction near us where you used to like turn right at a set of traffic lights, and as you turn right into the traffic lights, you've got the right hand.
My other half used to work in Germany. I make my own wine, so I'm always in the hedgerows looking for stuff to make wine out of. And I was pulling some apples off a wild apple tree, and I got told off by a German kid. Das ist verboten. Are you kidding, lad? Follow the rules, you must follow the rules. You've got 12. Why you can't do that? It's against the rules. That's why you lost the war, lad. Anyway. You were up against a bunch of anarchists. I'll edit that out because my other half's German. She does watch the videos we do. I'm sure she's just waiting to hang out with something like that. So any questions? Had a little bit of a chat between yourselves. Any issues? Any questions come up? Any observations?
My instructor was telling us that obviously when you get to in your phase 3, if you've got a little crib sheet and you're driving along and you identify the fault she's talking about, you can say, right, remember your mirrors, right, and you can do it again, and instead of pulling them up at the end, there and then, you do a list of things, you identify them, and then you can talk about it at the end. Is that?
Well, have a think about it. You just had a conversation about mirrors, and you travel 100 yards down the road and you didn't change mirror. How do we deal with that? Really? What would you do in the real world?
Would you ask him, do you need a full briefing on, well, you'd ask him, wouldn't you? You'd put a plan in place. You'd ask him, do you want prompting or a full?
So you'd find out what's going on. I wouldn't wait. Get at it. Bang. Straight in. Because they're used to sitting in silence for long periods of time, with people just letting them get away with murder. Which is why only 28% of people pass this test. For the most part, they're just sat as passengers.
Every time something like that goes unchecked, it's added to the risk. So there's nothing wrong with if you know they missed it, tell them. Don't forget, even if you don't even ask questions, say don't forget to check the mirror, look in the mirror. What's behind us? Nothing behind, right? And then keep it. Let's pull over, and then the first thing is stop the risk. Whatever it takes. If there's anything, especially if it's really risky, you must try to stop it. Not just let it carry on. And
that's what they're looking for, is for you to identify.
What you apply your core comps.
To say, right, why are you doing this?
It doesn't matter at which point in that core comps cycle you come in, identify, analyse or remedial, you've got to get in.
Yeah.
And then before you move on to anything else, you've got to get right back around that circle by the way you are and make sure that you've changed the behaviour. And it needs to happen instantly. No waiting, no delays, bang, you're in. Because he's sat there thinking, you let me away with that.
You do it again. In that case, they could be 4 falls down, but the same fall 4 times before you've actually done anything.
Or if you were assessing somebody whose job it was to find and fix faults, and you've done it 4 times, what would you think of it?
No, not that.
You know, what the hell are you doing? This bloke doesn't know what he's doing. How long are you going to let this go? I think I might need to have a word with your trainer. I'd be really happy trainer. My first attempt at part 3 was carnage. Those of you who've been for a part 3 test, if you think yours was bad, you're mistaken. It was awful. Now this was back in the day when they didn't tell you anything about it. There was no feedback. You had to wait for your result in the post. And the guy said to me, thank you, that concludes the test, shook my hand, but do yourself a favour, get some proper training, will you? And he got out.
Didn't have to wait for the post coming anyway.
No. Oh, I knew I failed. there was no, it was carnage. Carnage. And I just sat thinking, well, he's done that again. Wonder why he's done that. He's done it. We've just talked about this, I wonder why he's done that. Instead of just saying, we just talked about this, why did you do that? And he'd have given me some feedback and I could have got straight at it. But I just sat like a deer in the headlights. Or a rabbit, whatever. I'm a bit big for a rabbit.
You just got to be verbally, for the whole hour, just verbal diarrhea, just talk all the time.
Oh no!
No,
it's
but
all good on purpose.
but if you're identifying faults, it's just keep going until...
You might think to yourself that you're rabbing on too much.
The reason
Yeah,
I go no
yeah.
when you say diarrhea is because everything you say has to have a purpose.
Yeah.
Every word from your mouth is designed to make something happen. And if it doesn't happen, you've used the wrong words.
So should you actually talk all the way through, or will there be times when everything's okay, you can just...
There might be some times, but they'll not be long. They'll not be a long time. He's not going to drive for 5 minutes without making a mistake. Because how's that testing you?
I've only got 28 minutes, they've got to cram in whatever they're going to do as well.
Bear in mind, if you take 8 minutes up with a brief, and there's another minute or two for your introductions, there's not much time, is there? There's no time for silence.
Is that why they're getting away with a brief, or at least reducing it?
But they want to see you manage risk, don't they? Are you managing risk with a brief? Not really. You're demonstrating knowledge, but it's not so important. When you think that the important thing is your core comps, find it, fix it.
Surely you're demonstrating all the knowledge by doing your core comps as well.
Of course you are. Of course you are. So you're doing yourself a favour by shortening your brief and giving yourself more time to do the stuff that I'm marking you on. And really, you've got to really think about what you're saying and what you've said it for. Is it getting the response you want? And if it doesn't, change tack immediately. Not trying the same thing again. Not saying getting somebody else to drink poison, or you drinking poison and expecting somebody else to die. It's not going to happen. So if what you've done hasn't worked, do something else. Because doing the same thing again ain't going to make a blind bit of difference. So it's really important we focus and really zone in on these core comps and make it happen. Because it won't happen on its own. You have to make it happen. Once you see that, and that's all it is, I promise you, that's all it is, you get stuck into that, then a pass is waiting for you. There's no room for anything else. We're not bothered about anything else. Just get at it and get it fixed. And if you've talked about it, and then the fault still happens, you're not convinced. We'll show you how the core comps work in a second. You'll see that in a bit more detail. But I want to just have a little look at this. What do you think the score was here? So the top row is phase 1, bottom row is phase 2. So identification, fault analysis, remedial action. So we've scored 6s here, 6s here, 3s there. What's the overall grade, do you think?
6, 6.
3, 6.
No, you got a 6,
Probably an average, like 4 or 5.
Because you're only going on them top two there. So yeah.
I thought if you had anything in this column, it was
It reflects on the
You are indeed correct.
Yeah.
So that's a 3-3.
Oh, is it?
It doesn't average out here. The lowest mark is the grade you get. But what's happened here? So we've got 6s in phase 1 and phase 2 for spotting the faults. And we're spotting all the faults in a timely manner. We have. We're proper on top of that game. Have we analysed them? Have we convinced this person that it's a bad idea? How effective have we been there? That person's probably saying, blow my neck, I'm pleased you showed me that. I didn't realise how dangerous that was. I better pack that in. So how do we explain this?
Is that how they've
No,
not
but-
explained how to fix it?
Not done it
Never
entirely
put a plan
manually.
in action, did they?
All right, tell me more.
Well, it's like, does he want full, would you like full, or would you just like me to prompt you, or would you like me just to sit back and see if you make them mistakes again?
So this mark would probably result in the candidate for testing, and I've got him on side now. He understands why he shouldn't do that, but they've sat back in silence, and of course he's just gone straight back to the same behaviour. Why would he do that? Because he didn't know any better. So see, these are separate. Once you've done your analysis, you've got them on board, that's that box ticked. We've now got another box to tick here. That's you making sure it doesn't happen again. Not him, you.
So if
And
it does
that
it
might
again,
even-
you identify it,
Yeah.
then obviously, we've already spoke about this, why are you doing it again?
Before the car moves again, or when you're in the analysis phase, right, so you've spotted the fault, you brought them on side with it. What we need to do now is to put a plan of action together to fix it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to talk you through the next attempt of that. And You give full talk to him, no matter who he is, whether he's a full licence holder, whether he's just coming up with his test, whether he's a phase one. Full talk through, no exceptions, none at all, ever. Then once you've taught them through it, that's it. How did that work for you? Oh yeah, I see what you're on about now. So how would you feel about having a try of that, just me prompting you, or do you fancy having a go on your own? You might go, I think I'm going to go on your own. Or if he just says, which is the norm, I don't know, whatever you think. Okay, well, we'll try prompting you, see how that works. And then once that's worked, you agree the next stage, which is have a go on your own, then you give them some feedback. That's brilliant, well done. If you go to a prompt and it doesn't work, what does that tell you?
We've missed something a week about.
Possibly, yeah. Or he's not ready for that level of support. He still wants the full-blown support. So if it's not worked, you can check straight away. We've got a form that you can check that with. So you've got to apply this core comps, and you've got a way of testing at every stage if it's working or not. Is your plan working? If your plan isn't working, it's the wrong plan. You've got to go back, and that's where your control and planning is. Control's not about putting a noose around his neck and banging him against the window. It's about putting in place a process that's going to eliminate these faults and create a safe drive. Does that make sense? You see how that works a bit more. When we look, we've got some real, they're all from real tests. And some of them are tests that I've sat in on, so I know that they're accurate. And you'll be able to see why they've been marked the way they've been marked. How about this one? What do we think the overall score is there? 3-3.
3-4. That'll be a 3-4.
How many people think it's a 3-3? Show of hands. How many people think it's a 4-4? How many people think it's a 3-4? How many people think it's a 4-3? Okay, the majority of you got it. On phase one, there's a 3. In any of these boxes, that's a 3 for that entire phase. They're all 4s on phase 2, so that's a 3-4. That's about as close as you can get to passing. So what's happened here, do you think? Have we spotted most of the faults in a reasonably timely manner? On both phases?
No.
So they're both 4s, phase 1, phase 2.
Yeah.
So we've done okay. Not ideal, but it's a pass. We'll take a 4-4. The 6-6 doesn't change the colour of the badge. It's green afterwards. Down here, have we put in place a plan that helps that to happen?
Yeah.
So the behaviour has changed at this point. But what's this about? This 3.
I don't think he's understood why they've been doing it.
That's exactly right. You've made him do it, but as soon as you reduce your support, the fault comes back. Because he doesn't agree with you that it's a bad idea. Yeah, whatever. So it's a very simple process. And that's all that's at play here in your part 3. So you can apply these 3 simple things and make sure that you get what you want. And honestly, it is that simple. And you're all looking at me in disbelief. And why have we got all these manuals? If you haven't anymore, you've got this one then. This is everything you need to know. Everything you need to know. So why don't we give you this in the first place? Because we're still experimenting with it. And we don't want to roll it out nationwide until we're confident of it. We are now. So this manual will give you everything you need for part 3. Everything you need. And it's a simplified version. This message that's in here is in the coursework you've already got. But there's a lot of other stuff in it that confuses things, and this message gets lost. The reason we've done that, just by way of explaining it to you, just so it wasn't just a random act of vandalism, the reason that we've done that is, and the reason we had all the information before was because we were getting you ready for the real world, where it is of course very different. But the more we go along that path and the more we've looked at the new guidance for examiners, we think there's a big difference here. So let's not bother getting you ready for the real world just yet. Let's get you through the exam. And then when you come back, spend another 3 days with me here, we'll then get you ready for the real world. So by taking all that out, we're simplifying your journey. You still have the option, if you want to learn about the real world as you're going along, we're more than happy to do that, if that suits you better. But this is an approach that we're recommending now. Get at it, get this core comps nailed. Get him against the window and make it happen, and you get the test pass. Then we'll show you there's a very simple way of converting from this method to a client-centered method, because you're going to ask questions and the learner's going to come up with the answers in the real world, where an exam is not going to. So it's a very simple switch. And then of course there's all other stuff, the route planning and all the other stuff that you need for the real world, that you just don't need for the exam. So we're taking all of that out. this is what we're left with.
I think it's quite important what you said earlier, because a lot of you are probably thinking, well, why is the exam so different from the real world? Would I be right? And I think what Bob said earlier is that the idea of the exam is that you have to prove that if you get a complete numpty in the real world, that you would be capable of sorting that person out.
A few and far between.
They are, well, yeah. But majority of the time is in the real world that you'll get the feedback from the real life pupil.
So
But
it's
occasionally, a worst case scenario, sometimes you don't. You know, I mean, a good example of this, and I think I've spoken to you about this one before, is I had a learner who had learning difficulties, moving off and stopping, gone through all the brief, and said, right, talked him through it, got it, nailed it, called him up and said, how do you think? Yeah, I understand that. And I said, so what are you going to do then? Take a handbrake off. I said, well, do you think you should check around and have a look, make sure it's safe first? Oh, yeah, okay. So what are you going to do now then? Take the handbrake off. Okay. So is it safe to move off? Yes, it is. Okay. So what's your next step? Can you remember? Take the handbrake off. And no matter how many times you went through it and told him how to do it correct, when you gave it to him to do, that's what he did.
I had a similar one.
And it was,
Shall I go now? Shall I go now? Is it clear?
Yeah.
Why not?
And it was
Should I go?
because
No.
you then had to go back to what Bob's on about here, is identifying the faults. So it was just a simple solution was, why do you want to keep taking the handbrake off? Well, I can't bear, let's get the handbrake off.
Which is fairly logical.
Which is logical to him. But then you had to go through the reasons why that would be a good idea. And it wasn't until you followed the core competencies like you would on the Part 3 test that eventually you got it.
Did he pass his test eventually?
No.
No.
He's
Still got a handbrake on.
he never, he's just
3 years later, he's still sat there.
I got him right up to test standard, but he just could not pass the theory test. He could not pass the theory test no matter how much help I gave him, no matter how much we went through it. And he was one of those pupils that just basically all he wanted to do is he just wanted to please you. You know,
I mean, another one of the reasons that we're doing it the way we are is because we want to show you a quite radically different way of doing the job to what you'll see out there at Point Eight. A client-centered approach, which is what the LD system is all about, where you can unlock people who are stuck, people who have special needs, as they're deemed. I mean, in my mind, there isn't such a thing as special needs. There's just needs, and what we are as an industry is poor at meeting those needs. You know, we have one way of doing it, and if the learner can't learn, it must be them. That's the general attitude of the industry. I'm not saying Phil thinks that, because I know he doesn't. So there's a whole new way of doing things that we've been experimenting with for quite some time. How many of you follow us on YouTube and stuff we do? Big show of hands. Well, not so many.
I've looked a few times on the website.
There's a whole world of boredom awaits you all then. What you see me do with the learners is applying that client-centered approach. What do you want to do? How do you want to do it? What level of help do you want from me? The industry generally thinks that people can't do that, but they very much can. They very much can. I've now started rolling it out on the Part 3 training. If you look at the videos on the are you all members of the Facebook student group?
Yeah.
If you're not, please do join, because there's lots of, we'll do it while you're here. There's lots of video on there and resource that'll help you. And I'm starting to apply that now with Part 3 training and Part 2. What do you want to do? How do you want to do it? And the first time you ask to go, well, I don't know, aren't you the trainer? I am. But I need to know what your needs are. So you're going to have to help me.
That's what I noticed about a few of your videos. It was just about a learner, as you put in a lot of the onus on them. Would you want to get out of that?
You see how they develop. They're all at test in 20 to 22 hours.
And the one I watched is the girl started just like, well, I don't know, but eventually started coming into it more, kind of like a 2 week.
Well, they don't want to at first because they think, well, that's your job.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're going to get bogged down with that. We're simplifying this, and we're going to show you this other way of doing it, which is much more fulfilling as a trainer as well. So that's why this manual is simple. So, we're going to look at more of these, probably tomorrow, to help you really understand what's going on with the marking system. We'll give you the basics here. We are going to probably change this to a one-day course. feel we can do that if we immediately follow it with some training. When doing it as a one-day course, then going away and having a gap between your training might not resonate quite so well. But again, your feedback in that regard would be, most valuable. We really do value your input because you're the people at the pointy end, on the receiving end, if you like. So, your briefing skills. This is your ability to understand what the learner understands, to find that out. The reality is, on the exam, we can make a lot of assumptions. If he's done moving off and stopping before, he does not need another brief on that. He's not going to waste your time. So you can sort of say stuff like, just like you did when you were moving off and stopping, let's prepare, observe, move. All right. Remember what you did there. Well, got the car ready, right, that's good, yeah, well done. I'm leaning much more now towards a one-way lecture. Bang, 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 bang. Really short, sharp, precise. Bang, let's get on with it. Don't worry about it, and let's not remember that. I'm just going to talk you through it this time. So I do my brief, and then I'm going to do the brief again while we're on the move. So that's what your talk through is, just a repetition of your brief. Now to practice for that, you talk yourself through these exercises whilst you're doing it. And don't do anything until you've told yourself to do it. So find somewhere quiet. Get some practicing. Talk yourself through what you're doing. Mirror, sing, positions, gear, clutch up, steer, mirror, accelerate. Talk yourself through these things. There's your talk through, that's also your brief. And it's that simple. Again, so we're trying to make it as uncomplicated as we can. So we're looking at a much smaller skill set where you're going to get much sharper in them and really refine them so you can deal with them whatever comes your way. So it's going to be relevant to the topic being taught or the task that we're proposing to do. And provide just the key information needed to safely start a practical attempt at it. That aspect of the training. So it doesn't need to be everything that you know about the subject. It needs to be what they need to know about the subject. And they don't necessarily need to know everything. Because if you start taking away your pelicans and your toucans and of the detail of that, they're just light controlled crossings. Equestrian crossings. There's a new one, there's a tiger crossing in London. They're either zebra crossings or light controlled. The procedure is the same. So just talk briefly about those and then deal with them while you're on the move. The examiner will use it on the move to say, is this one of them pelicans? You say, what sort of crossing is this? What's a pelican? Oh, it tells you that. See the box on the top? Oh yeah. You see this? This is a puffin. Oh, what's that? Is this a toucan? How can you tell? Well, do you see the box there? You see there's a cycle in it? All right. So they'll expand on it then. You don't need to add all that into your brief because he doesn't need all of that, does he? If the light's green, you can go if it's clear. It goes amber or red, what do you think you're going to do? I'm not sure. What do you normally do with a green, an amber, or a stop? Well, that's what you're going to do here, isn't it? All right, okay. Before you do that, what would you do? Check your mirror. What's up? Yeah. So keep it simple. And use the briefing, if you like, as a dry run for your talk through. It should batch. Because one should mirror the other, shouldn't it? So the lessons that require a brief, not all of them do, of course. Obviously controls are moving off and stopping. The reversing exercise, left and right, turn of the road. Reverse parking. Now, does that need a brief or not? What do you think? Trained a full lessons holder. So he's trained, he's passed, he's well on the way. They tend to use full license holder here. But he might need a brief, he might not. So how will you find out?
Let's go.
Do you know how to do this? Yeah? So tell me how you're going to control the speed of the car. Use the clutch control. If it was too quick, what will you do? Well, the clutch bit. Okay. Well, if that still doesn't show down, I might use the brake bit. Okay. What would influence that, do you think? You want to know. Look at the camera, the road. Oh yeah, it's okay. Well, where are you going to look while you're doing it? Well, all round. What are you looking for? Well, the road users. If they're there, what will you do? Well, I'd probably stop. You definitely stop. And then, how accurate do we need to be, and how are you going to do that? Well, I'll steer in a bit, and I'll let it get in front of the bus, I'll steer the other way. And if it's not going to be accurate, what will you do? Well, I'll probably stop. What would you do then? I might go forward. Will I be able to do that? Yeah, you will. Now then, there's a lot of banter going back and forth. Is there any instruction in any of that? You can't be done for over-instructing, can you? You can't over-instruct with a question. But at any one point, you might have gone, oh, I'm not right sure. Do you want me to explain it? Well, if you wouldn't mind, you're giving them a choice, haven't you? You're being super efficient. You're identifying and meeting the needs of the learner. that's what it's all about. It's what modern teaching is all about. Where are we? Approach injunctions. Again, that's partly trained, so he's going to need a brief from you. There's nothing for 8, which is progress, isn't it? Because he's got his test coming up, or he's a full license holder. So again, it's quite how much you normally judge. T-junctions, crossroads, meet and cross, pedestrian crosses, they need a brief. So we need to listen to what the examiner says. We then need to work out what we're going to do with what he said. Don't sit there ready to ask your next question, because you might be missing the trick. Because when you're thinking about your next question, you're not listening to what he's saying. So take the time, listen to what he said. Then work out what you're going to say. So just repeat back to him what he said. So if I've got this right, what you're saying is, you've got a job interview coming up, there's a driving assessment, and you want me to just have a look, see if there's anything I can help you with, anything that needs tidying up. That's right, yeah. Or you might go, no, I specifically wanted some help with this. All right, you're just making sure that you get it right. Previous experience, you might be able to clarify that, you might not. So if I've got this right, so what you've done is T-junctions, crossroads, and you're ready to do this now, is that right? That's right, yeah. Identify any gaps in knowledge, skills, or understanding, and then fill the gaps. Keep it short and simple. Keep it simple, stupid, whichever you want to say. Does that make sense? So don't invest hundreds of hours trying to come up with all these clever questions because they're going to serve no purpose to the examiner. Crap, there's 20 hours of training wasted. And we think we can, well, let me ask you, how many mistakes do you think you're going to eliminate during the brief?
None.
You're absolutely right. None at all. It has no impact whatsoever on the faults he's about to make. However, if you give him a glaring error, you might think, I might be able to use that. So keep it simple, keep it factual, bang, 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 bang. So it should basically answer these following questions. Why am I doing it? What's the purpose of this exercise? For like turning the road. What's the purpose of turning the road?
Opposite direction.
Yeah. Go the other way. Why would you do that?
We're going the wrong way.
What do you take into account before you do a turn of the road?
Location of the turn, where are you going to turn the road?
Why does that make a difference?
Whether you're near a junction or
Turn in a high street, you can turn in a...
Whether it's safe to do it, basically.
Safe, what does that mean? Tell me a bit more about that.
Observe. Any other user, road
What are you gonna
users,
observe?
pedestrians, cars,
All right.
enough space to do it.
Where will you look to do that?
All right.
See, you know the answers to the questions. So make your brief answer those questions. It's easy, isn't it? You're being assessed, control, observation, accuracy. So just explain in the simplest of terms how they're doing that. And then get on with it. So you'd be surprised how short your briefs can end up. So why am I doing it? What's the purpose of it? And what's the minimum you need to tell him? The minimum he needs to understand before he can actually have a goal and still stay safe. To enable him to attempt it with a full talk through from you, remember? So you're not just saying, okay, because I think we've got to include everything in our brief so we can now just give them the brief and go, right, you're on your own. And they're going to get it right. That's never going to work. Not in this example. It does in the real world. But I haven't used a brief now for, I don't know, what, 4 years, 5 years? I just don't use them because learners don't need them. Don't need them at all. But this guy does. So keep it simple. So, but then don't worry, I'm going to talk you through it. And your brief should always be at the end. And he'll say stuff to you like, oh, I still not remember. But don't worry, I'm going to talk you through it now. So you have my support. All right, okay, great. And how will we go about this task? How will we put it into practice? What do I need to do? Are there skills already there that he can utilise? Maybe, maybe not. Turning the road? Well, he should know how to use his clutch control. So he'll be able to tell you how to use it. He then won't do it, but that's, now we're into the fault spotting bit. That follows. So that's basically it. Apart from controls, which is it's a core competency in the control. It's not just about the information you give. He will commit faults by getting it wrong. So, you know, you're telling him he needs to close his door, he's not going to close his door properly. You tell him to look before he opens the door, he's not going to look. So if we tell him to do something, we're going to make sure to do it. So you're going to tell him and then watch that he does it. There'll be knowledge faults. So you've got to be alert all the time. You've got to spot the fault, so either by listening or by watching. You've You've got to analyse it, why that's a bad idea to do it, and you've got to put in place remedial action, even on a controls brief. So controls is core comps. The others, you're just giving them some information, what he's going to do, how he's going to do it. So it needs to be really, really simple. And all briefs will finish with something like, don't worry though, I'm going to talk you through that now. And then you just game. And then the core comps fun then begins. You might be able to prevent a lot of faults, but you can still go through your core comps. When I stop you going there, with the engine revving that high, we're going to move too quick. Why do you think that's a problem? So we're in analysis now. Oh, because of such and such, we go, I don't know, be alright. Now we'll consider this. Oh, I see what you mean. Right, so in order to get that sorted, I'm going to talk you through it now. Not so much gas as before. Punches up too far there. Down a bit, down a bit, down a bit more. That's it. There. And you let go of the handbrake, the car should stand still. Let's test that. If it moves, you adjust. That's it. But it held still. You've secured that fault. You've also done your analysis. And you've also let them see that you've spotted it. Bang, 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 bang. Real slick, real quick. And they're impressed by it. Massively. So, turning the road. I probably shouldn't use that example. Damn it. So, the lesson will always start with a drive to the location. So, they will exhibit certain weaknesses, but remember they have to be on subject. So, where are his weaknesses going to be, do you think?
Clutch control.
New steering wheel, how he steers.
So, how will he steer, do you think?
Dry steer.
He might be just doing tiny little manoeuvres.
Either that or dry steering. Well, there'll be something there. It won't be bad enough for you to have to pull him over and do it at that point, but they'll exhibit weaknesses.
Would that be a case here, obviously you're spotting them, wait till you get to the location and then explain about it?
You're never going to drive very far. Now that might change at various test centres, so you need to talk to your trainer about that. But here, within 3 minutes, you're at the location. So there's not much time for faults. And there's nowhere for him to pull over on the route, because it's all WLs. So he behaves himself here. Again, similarly at Scunthorpe, there's nowhere to pull over, so Barry behaves himself. Nothing too outlandish. But your trainer might know your test centre a bit different. Is that how it is where you're at, Phil? They don't go mad.
They're not far, no, within about 2-3 minutes.
So you'll get the chance to do a debrief on the drive when you get there. But if you see a fault, make sure you mention it. Or your steering's a bit iffy. I need to talk to you about that when we get there. So just remember. Oh, okay. Then he will, of course. But if you don't say anything, say, remember when we went around that roundabout, your steering was a bit shuffly. No? So you've got to be in. So watch for faults, particularly in the area that's below on column A. And then a quick debrief on the drive, going through any core comps. It will link probably nicely to the turn in the road. So, how long are we taking at the minute on a turn in the road? How long do you think this should take? Anybody got an average of where we're at?
6-7 minutes.
What are we including on our brief?
Road position, manoeuvre straight away, so as soon as you pull off, so turning your wheel straight away, where it stopped, key points that you're looking for, so your reference points around the car so they can see when to stop, observations, and then manoeuvre.
So what we need to be looking at is thinking about I'm not saying what's the minimum you need to say, but you definitely don't want to be saying the maximum you can. Keep it very simple, so it's easy to understand. Use a presenter if you want to, or not if you don't. We have a new version of the presenter that doesn't have. The one you've got has all this stuff on it. It's everywhere. Tons and tons of stuff. And then we give it to you guys, and you add some extra stuff. And then a bit more and a bit more, and before you know where you're at, it's chaos. So we have all this stuff here, and then by the time you've got a few sticky notes on there, you get on the test, you look at it, and your mind goes blank. What I like to do is I just have that all of this is gone, I just have a picture of that car, and I just draw it as we're doing it, talk through it. That's all you need. And you only need bits and pieces of information, because you'll have forgotten when you have to go anyway, so you've got to make some mistakes. What we've done is I've rattled through them. I did it with one of my students, Nicola. She was really struggling with the concept, so we just sat in here and we tried to get her briefs down. All these videos are on the Facebook. And then at the end of each one, I just thought, oh, it'd be interesting just to see how quickly I can do it and still maintain all the information. So I just rattle through it. And I was even surprised how little time it takes just to have the bare bones information in place. So we'll have a look at it. I'm not suggesting that, by the way, that you have to do it the way I've done it here. This is just by way of showing you what you can do, so that you're getting to think about what you might include. But think about what's the essential information. Don't talk about everything you know about this exercise. And talk yourself through these exercises, as we said before, which will help you to see what is important and what isn't. So let's have a little look. So listen carefully for any verbal faults he makes. We're always listening to what he's saying. So again, on that front, you've got to be really careful that we don't gloss over that, because we're still thinking about what we're going to ask next. So you must listen to the answer, take a moment, take your time to think about that answer, and then think about what you're going to say. Don't feel the pressure to rush and to move on until you're sure you're not on solid ground, you know what you're doing. So this is a way of doing it. So the turn of the road exercise, you use this to turn around, obviously. You've got a cul-de-sac, that kind of stuff. You can also turn around by finding other ways of doing it, find a roundabout or just going around the block. But first thing we need to do is to choose the location. We need to make sure it's safe, legal, convenient. We're not inconveniencing people. This location is fine. So we want to do it in as few moves as possible, so we're inconveniencing people as little as possible. So hopefully 1, 2, 3. That's why I used to get called the 3-point turn. So some things to consider. We need to control the speed. So we're balancing it on the gas and the clutch for some of the time. Other times, like if you notice, look at the slope on the road, that's what we call the camber. So it's gas and clutch up the hill, clutch down and brake at the other side. So from here, one observation, make sure it's completely safe. Once we set off, moving the car really slow, get the steering on as fast as you can, big turns. We'll bring the car around at this point. As we get close here, we're over the camber, dip the clutch, put over the brake, bring it gently to a stop before the car goes over the pavement. Now we've got to be careful of pavement furniture, as we call it, seats, fire hydrants, lampposts, that kind of stuff. But hopefully we'll stop just before we get there. Our reference point is probably underneath the mirror and over the curb. Make the car safe, handbrake, into reverse. Looking through the back window this time, over our left shoulder. Check all around before we move. Clutch control, gas and clutch on the way up the hill. Get the rest of the steering that we didn't get on. The halfway point, stop. Again, completely sure that it's safe. As we come back around this way, we're going to switch to look over our right shoulder, looking for the curb coming close to this end. Again, we don't want to overhang. So just before we get there, the last little bit, get the steering on the other way, so we're setting it up for the next move. Handbrake in the first, make sure it's safe, set the gas, find the bite, drive us forward, and pull on the left hand side, handbrake, relax. Throughout the manoeuvre, if somebody else comes along with us, other road users, we need to pause and make sure that we know what they're up to and not going to inconvenience or make anybody unsafe. So, 2 minutes, 12 seconds. Is that everything we need?
Yeah.
Is there anything you would add to that?
Would you have asked if she understood what you just got on about? Because there's no point you rabbing on. Because it's just a one-way conversation, isn't it?
It is.
You want to like get a two-way conversation going, so you want to be asking her more questions.
You could. Tell me what that gives you.
Well, it shows that she's thinking about what she's learned from you there.
Right.
In a way, and it'll tell you pretty much feedback to where she is really.
She's understood.
How will that impact on how you're going to be marked on the test, do you think?
Well, if you're telling all the time, it's just a one way. It's like, I don't know. I mean, it's like.
Oh, you're right. In the real world, I would never tell. I would always ask. But for me, that's what's required on part 3. You're not wasting time. Do I need to involve them? Not really. We're about to have another go, aren't we?
You're just about to do it with a full talk through anyway.
So I understand completely what you're saying. You're quite right. You never want it to be a one-way street. But it doesn't matter on part 3 exam. It really doesn't.
You imagine a real learner, and you
So-
just
so you can
won't
just
that
tell
out,
them on
won't
your test.
remember anything.
Well, that
you
makes
said.
it easy.
But it does, because what we do is we get involved, we try and get involved in a level of Q&A that we're not experienced enough to execute yet. And we can get ourselves tied down. Now, some SEs might encourage it. I like it. What I can tell you here is, I like this approach.
Me and Martin's never told me, he's always said, don't. He says, you want to draw the knowledge out of them. He says, that's what we're here for, to draw their knowledge.
If you can get that to work for you,
Yeah.
and from what I understand, are you sitting your test at Barnsley?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, the examiner there is a bit more user-friendly than perhaps a standard examiner, a bit more comfortable in their own skin, and is happy to let you go along that way and won't stand in the way of that happening. It's like I was saying earlier on, your local trainer will know the SE better than anybody else. So if that's an approach that'll work there, then fine. But this is the bare minimum. If you add stuff to it and it enhances the thing, brilliant. But Q&A is a very difficult skill, and it takes a long time to perfect it. So if you're getting in, and if you're good at it, brilliant, use it. If you're not, dump it, because they're not bothered about it. They're not. Look at the guidance; it tells you that they don't want to be involved in a long Q&A session because they're not going to give you anything anyway. But you can use questions, so tell me how. I mean, I might have expanded that by saying, so we're going to use clutch control. How have you used that so far? When you're moving off and stopping, tell me what you do with the clutch. And they're going to give you a good answer to that. So if you can enhance it by doing that, but for me, what I'm doing there is I'm robbing myself of core comps time, which is the vital thing that really matters. That will definitely get you a satisfactory briefing. No doubt about it.
I think the only thing that I'm struggling with,
But
is
it's
obviously
different, that's all.
you've come, so you're saying that that's how you would do it now with a presenter. We've all got the presenters, it's got all the guff on it, and our instructors are looking off the presenter that you're briefing on.
Of course, of course.
So there needs to be, if this is what's going to be rolled out, it needs to be a massive change to let the instructors know, because when you start saying, I haven't given you any Q&A, because the list that he's going off says Q&A technique.
Sure.
So what is it? It's
Well,
either one or
there's-
the other.
Well, there's no switch to flick, is there?
No.
And when you're looking at the change, that has to be rolled out to a whole load of different trainers and a whole lot of different test centres, which is why I preface the whole thing by saying your trainer will know your local SE better than we do here, and what approaches will work and what won't. What I'm saying to you is not that you need to change what you're doing, I'm saying that is enough. If you have extra stuff that you add, brilliant. And if it enhances the thing and it makes your life easier, even better. But there's never a comfortable point where you just say we're switching from that to that because the change is so dramatic. So what we're saying here is this is an approach that'll work. We're not saying you have to do it this way. You know, your trainers have got local knowledge.
But see, there's a big difference. Is a lot of the trainers don't have local knowledge. Because mine is up in Kirkcaldy, and with you, and I'm doing mine in Musselburgh, Curry, which is a completely different area. I'd have to travel up to Kirkcaldy to find out. I know the SE better just for my part 2 than he would know, because he never comes in that direction.
What you do have the ability to do is to contact the SE, have a chat with them. So, God, I'm thinking of doing this. I'm thinking of doing just a one-way lecture for a week. Would you be happy with that? I'll answer your question. I'll happily answer your question. I love it when you're involved enough to contact them, because most people don't bother. So it's about having an approach that works. That's the most important thing. And yes, it might be a bit different to what you're used to. That doesn't make what you do now wrong. It's just a different way of doing it. And that's what this workshop's all about. It's about learning new techniques, getting feedback from you guys about what works, what doesn't. Well, we're not saying in any way, shape or form what you've done with your trainer so far is wrong. Quite away.
Well, I thought the part 2 were all question answers, Q&A.
Well, you're not giving a brief at phase 2, are you? That it does have to be Q&A. What do you know about this? What are we looking for? But by the same token, you can quite happily,
I just
follow the terms of the
just
exam and how
first
you're being
part, and
assessed.
you're not fetching yourself out for that second part. You just pretty much.
You could pass the phase 2 just by saying, so you want to work on this? Yeah, come on, crack on. The Q&A at the start has no impact on the faults that have been made. None. None at all. But, of course, your trainers have also devise the plan of action that suits you as individuals. And we're all different. So there is no one size fits all. What you have to understand is that the assessment process is at play. It's great if you use Q&A at the start of your phase 2, but there's no requirement for it, because their guidance tells them that they have to be deliberately vague about their answers. But it can help you get off to a good start and get you into the groove. So it's what works for you and what doesn't. That's the key thing. You know, there's no one size fits all. That form of training just doesn't work. Well, it doesn't work as well. Does that make sense?
So for phase 2, you so if you're not sure what the faults are, I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's have a little drive, see what's not working for you, and we'll sort it out. And that's the essence of your phase 2. That's phase 2 in a nutshell. Phase 1, what Bob's showing you is the minimum you can get away with and still get a satisfactory on your brief. And you could use a hybrid bit of Q&A, but as soon as you either because you're struggling with the Q&A, you can simply switch straight to explain. Or if the examiner doesn't help you in that he's not playing along, he's not actually saying, he's always saying, well, I'm not sure, I don't know. Just switch to explanation, because obviously
You don't know.
is not going to help you. You know, even though you can say, well, surely you've covered clutch control before, when you've done a reverse in a straight line, so surely you must know how to do that. Oh, we'll say, oh, I'm not sure, well, yeah, but it's not going to stop you making the faults. So, you know, as long as it's doing it, the brief stage is really saying, do you have the knowledge? Do you have the knowledge to know what the key things?
You're going to tell me the right stuff.
The right stuff at this point.
So for us here at the office, of course, it creates, for people who are in your exact situation, it creates a quandary. Do we say we're not going to let you come to this because it's a bit different?
I like it.
It
makes it simplified.
It's like you said, it's simplified. It makes it simple.
But
in
it
your head.
creates a quandary for
We're-
us here.
We're thinking in the real world as you're going through your training, you'll have to do a brief to learn, but he's not going to give you any information, so what's the point in doing it? Just strip it out and then
Well,
change the style.
The problem, it is a change of style, and it's a change of direction from the DVSA as well. And what you'll find out as you go along as instructors and then trainers beyond that is information is in short supply from the DVSA about what's going on. And in all honesty, we found about this new change to the examiner guidance by accident. I just happened to, I couldn't find my copy of it, so I thought I'll download a new one. I thought, this is different. The hell's happened here? Well, how nice of them to tell us. Bless their cotton socks. I'll tidy that up, because it's on video. So it gives us a bit of a problem that you guys have already started. Do we not let you come? Do you gain more by coming? Or would you gain more by not coming? So it's a real quandary for us at the office, but we felt, just by way of explanation, because I feel you're all one, we felt that if we didn't invite everybody, you're disadvantaging certain people.
I
that
feel
might
already
benefit
I'm
from
getting
it.
more from it. You know?
It's a difficult one for us, you know, because it's going to take us time to get all the trainers on board with this. We can't just do it a different way and have them change their working practice overnight. It's a tricky one. It's like with the client-centered stuff. We now know the methodology we need to change you from this approach, from the part 3 approach to the real world, because we've spent a long time developing that. So you're all part of the research, if you like, you're part of the research and development team.
Can I just, this is from the BSA guide to the examiners. It basically says, to do with Q&As and the Q&A, it says, it is quite possible to give a satisfactory lesson without any use of Q&A.
So all it is, you're reaffirming the aim of what you're going to be doing today and how you're going to do it. You're going to turn in the road with as many less manoeuvres as you can, go from one end to the other.
We look at that, because that's a new sentence. It's quite possible to do it without Q&A. When did they change their mind about this? And were they thinking of telling us? So you just look at the brought a new one out and not told us. So all of our guys at the pointy end, like Phil, bless him, and the rest of the guys, they're working on the old guidance because nobody's told them there's a new one. So this is a very recent discovery. You think, well, look at that, changing the goalposts and not telling us. Bit troublesome, that, isn't it? Said that the driving test's going to change at some point this year. well, we're not sure what we're going to do yet, but we'll let you know in plenty of time.
Remember,
You said it's changing this year.
the objective of the test is to make sure you, while you're out teaching, you are safe and you're not causing a nuisance to the rest of the public. The briefing bit isn't usually the bit where you might cause a risk. It's not till you get moving. So they want to get moving as soon as possible so they can test what they really want to find out is, can you conduct training safely? Not can you give a slick super duper brief. And unfortunately, because we've always wanted to train you for the real world as well, that's why you've learned Q&A technique, and that's why you've learned how to give briefs and involve the person as much as possible, because that is good training. That's the way, the more actively involved they are, the more effective they learn. But unfortunately, it gets in the way a little bit of this test.
It does. I suppose the key, the take-home message, if you like, is you've got to find ways of working that suit you, that play to your strengths, and you know, keep along that path. Just because I do it different doesn't mean you've got to do it the same way. You've got to find something that you're comfortable with, and the key thing is that works for you in a way that's effective in your area. Now this is another one that people get a bit bogged down with. So it involves 2 of the 4, plus it's always anticipation, and 2 of the others. Well, if you think about it, the others are all about anticipation, aren't they? All of them, really.
They'll tell you which ones they're going to be.
They will, at the start. Make a note, write it down if you want. If you deviate from the path, they'll ruin it. No, I said meet. Oh, right. So they'll never try and deliberately trip you up. That's not the game they're playing. In years gone by, it was the game they were playing. The guy that used to work in Newcastle, in the North East, he would constantly try and trip you up. You had to learn to play the game. So the lesson starts with a brief at the test centre this time. Now, that often brings the question up, doesn't it? Where do I do the brief? If you're not sure, what do you think you can do?
Ask.
You've got the brief here at the location. He'll tell you where you're all. Oh, at the location, I think. Oh, no, I'd like you to do that here. He'll tell you. They don't want to stand in the way of a good lesson, because they like to see good lessons, because they don't get to see very many of them. Listen very carefully for any verbal faults. Always be alert that, remember, this is somebody whose knowledge is perhaps lacking. So he's never an examiner. Once you've shaken hands and you're at the class, he's a pupil now. So listen carefully all the time. You will be making verbal faults. So what do we need to add into this lot? So when you look at all those faults there, what are they all about? These are areas that he can make faults. Median traffic coming the other way, crossing traffic, overtaking on the traffic.
Oh, anticipation.
Every bit of it. So if we can anticipate, we can eliminate all of those. So it's about spotting what everybody else is doing and acting accordingly. That's right. That's a fairly simple message. So how long should this take, do you think? So you've got 2, so there's 5 things there. You've got 2, well you've got 3 of them, anticipation and 2 of the others. What sort of time scale have you got briefs to in those? There's 1,000,001 things you can talk about here, isn't there?
Yeah, it does
Millions
go on,
of
it does
things.
go on a bit.
And then you think, oh, and while I think on, there's this as well. And or if a ball comes out, there might be a kid. And speaking of kids, some of them ride push bikes, and you get skateboarders and all, so you can be off. Now again,
This will just be based around like safety.
Just anticipation of
Yes.
test trainings and other reasons.
people
could
do
happen,
the
that could
damnedest
happen.
things, but you've got to be ready for them. So how do you guys plan when you're driving? Do you have a plan, or do you wait till stuff happens and react to it?
I just get in drive, I don't even think.
Do you see your passive part?
Depends where it is though. If you're approaching school, you treat the road differently than you would if you're approaching the dual carriageway.
Right.
So you drive to the conditions and the area in which you're in.
Okay. So how do you make the
You
adjustments?
anticipate the what if.
Tell me a bit more about that.
What if a ball jumps out and a kid runs across? What if? So you just kind of, you just observe, you just pay attention.
Right. So there's a very simple way of looking at it, which is a more advanced technique, which you have to have a plan. For wherever you are, there has to be a plan. And your plan should be based on what you can see. So that's kids that you can clearly see running. Somebody's just got into that car, the brake lights are on and the car might move on. What you can't see. So if you're approaching a line of cars, There's a hidden junction, mate. What is it that you can't see? Potentially.
Little people.
Yeah, small people. What else?
Cars pulling out.
Yeah, anything else?
Car doors opening.
Right. So what you can see, what you can't see, and the final bit, what you might reasonably expect. So if you're in an estate, a housing estate, which is clearly designed for families, and it's 3:15 in the afternoon, what might you reasonably expect? What might those children be doing? Right. Will they look when they cross the road? What tells you that? On what are you basing that?
Because kids don't really know.
Oh, how do you know that?
I've got to. They just run, they don't care.
So we know how to plan, don't we? Think of it in those terms. That's an easy way of explaining it to somebody, isn't it? We need to formulate a plan based on what we can see. So look down the road, tell me what you can see. Is there things here you can't see? I think so, is it? Okay. Well, what do you mean? Can you see into those driveways? Well, no. Can you see behind that hedge? Well, no. What might be behind that hedge? No. What about pedestrians? There might be kids there. I suppose there could be. What do you think those kids might do? They might run out. So what would you do? Well, I'd probably have to brake. Before you did that, if you're watching it and you're thinking, oh, there might be a kid there, what could you do?
Slow down.
What would you do before you slow down? Let's see how it works. But you can include that in the one-way lecture too. Doesn't matter either way it works. You're slick. The guy sat next to you thinking, that's impressive. Now it doesn't impact on the result of the test. But if you're a borderline, and he's thinking, ooh, I liked a lot of what you did there. Instead of being a 3-3, you're now a 4-4. Because that's how it works. You'll look at it all on balance. So we want to be slick, we want to be professional. You want it to be sitting back thinking, I wish more people turned up here doing that, you know. I wish more people were as prepared as you are here. You have clearly done your homework. You really seem to know what you're about. How would you feel that if you were an examiner? You think, oh, that's pretty good. So you start forgiving your little mistakes because you're impressed. That's how it works, isn't it? That's how life works. So let's have a look at what I did. I've done all 5. Well, this isn't designed to show, look how clever I am. I don't think so. It's just to show you that there is a different way of doing it, and that it's not quite as complicated as you maybe might think.
So you start the brief at the test centre. Would that go straight into the driving part of the meet and greet? Would be straight away.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to go to a specific area.
As soon as you're moving, you're anticipating that. Now, so if we're thinking about that, if you get used to talking about what you can see, what you can't see, what you might reasonably expect, does that form your question? Look ahead, what do you see? And you might go, what's the church? So you might want to be a bit more specific. You see that pedestrian crossing? Yeah? Anybody going to cross? Don't think so. What tells you that? Bang, 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 bang. That's where your Q&A really is effective, when you're on the move, because you're preventing faults. What would you do if somebody did come there? Well, slow down. What would you do before you did that? You're never instructing here. It's just questions. Ooh, you see those parked cars? Oh, yeah. Is anybody behind them? I don't know. What do you think you should do? Should I slow down a bit? Yeah, that's right. What do you do before you slow down? Watch out for it. So as you're getting closer, can you see a bit better now? Oh, I can. So what does that do to your speed? I suppose I can pick up a bit, yeah. Can you see around this bend? Not really. What might be around there? Does the time of day influence it? What time is it now? It's 3:15. What time do the schools get around here? 3:15. So what might you expect? You see the school sign? Oh yeah. What do you expect here? It's easy. If you've got used to talking yourself through these situations, what can I see? What can I not see? What might I reasonably expect? You've got this bank of questions to ask. You're not learning it from a book. You've developed it in the real world, live. So start thinking about that. That's your plan. What I can see, what I can't see, what I might reasonably expect. That covers all of them. Every single one. And pretty much anything else that you come up against, isn't it?
It's all the what ifs, isn't it?
Yeah. What would you do here if this happened? Now, they're blown away by that level of question, if you can get good at it. But you can practice it while you're driving. And also when you're talking yourself through what you're doing, you're looking at your fault spotting routine then. Has he done what I would do? Oh, he hasn't. Now then, if I was approaching that, I probably would have slowed down there. You didn't. Tell me about that. Now then, look at our position on the road. Tell me how you're judging where to sit on the road. He can't say, I'm not telling you. He can't play that game. You go, well, I'm just guessing. Okay, how's that working for you? Well, all right, I think. Yeah, just pull up. We're way too wide. What's the dangers of being too wide, do you think? Oh, and then there you go, you're in your core comps. And it's slick, it's seamless, and it's not hard if you take away all the woolly stuff around it. Just think about what would you do and why would you do that? He needs to match what you would do. If what you would do isn't matching him and he's right, so you need to keep your driving at Part 2 standard at all times. You cannot ever let that slip. Because you'll not see faults in other people's driving that are faults in your driving. Your subconscious won't let you see it, you become blind to them. So let's have a little look. I can't even remember what I said now, years ago. And I've slept since then. I'm getting old, you know. Pan out the way I was expecting. One more. Don't you love PCs?
Now you know what I mean about linking video.
Now I'm blaming the church you made these slides. You broken this. But then again, I would say that, wouldn't I? That's Let's try that again. Makes a good case for video links. It makes a better case for late changes.
The first thing I've got in the back of my
Why don't you show the video? Come to the video.
It's always,
No brother.
I start that next Monday. I've got my final hours all week. I cry 4 hours.
I think it might be.
And I just go, 2 minutes, and I'll do this.
Tell you what we'll do. I think that probably, while I fix that, that seems a fairly opportune moment to break for lunch. If we come back for, so some of you need to go and get lunch. We're back in here at 2. At 2, does that work for everyone?
Yep.
I'll see you then. Thank you very much. We'll restart and see what happens. It's always the answer to turn it on, turn it back on again.
It's funny, because me,
that was a Mexican way without even standing up. Come on. More away with this. Righty ho, now we've got the tech working. Again, we're going to give you another example. And they are just that. I said when we give you the briefings DVD, they are just examples. There is more than one right way of doing stuff. And we've just been chatting so that there'll be a way that works for you better than all others. The person who is best placed to sort that out is actually you. By reviewing, what have I done? How did it work? What have I enjoyed? What have I not enjoyed? Did that work for me? How close did I get to where I wanted to be? What else might I have done? What else could I try? If you run out of ideas, approach your trainer. I'm stuck with this, what could I do? What we need to do is to help you get to where you need to be. That's the job of a trainer. Establish the start point, so find out where we are now. Establish the end point, which is what this is all about. This is where you need to be. You can then chart your journey along that path and put into place some steps that you might take. experiment with some things, see what works, what doesn't. Better still if you can team up with each other, or just communicate with each other via messenger on the Facebook student page, and support each other. If you get stuck, shout out for help. Because once we start along that path, we're getting the learning out, not putting the learning in. And getting the learning out while then putting it in is always more effective. It just doesn't happen to work on Part 3 exam, unfortunately, but it does on the training. So, when last we spoke, we looked at meet cross. I've done all 5 here. So, today's lesson, it's all about working out what's going on around us and what we need to do about it, what we call anticipation. So if we look at these situations here, you can see what's happening. The road's narrowed on our side. This traffic here has priority over us. This is a meet situation. But we're told by the signage, give way, there might even be a giveaway saying we need to wait for them. And if we're this car, they're going to wait for us. But we can't be certain they're going to do that, so we play the what if game. What if he doesn't wait? What will that do? What's behind me? What's we have opportunities to do this other thing like passing places, we've got to work out who's going to reach the passing place first, so more anticipation. If you're not sure, just pull in the one that's closest to you and wait for them to go past. If it's the other way around, watch what the person's doing, work out what you're going to do if they don't do what they should do, because that's what anticipation's all about. And you must have seen it all the time when you're out of cars. This is an overtake situation. Well, there's 2 types of overtake. Overtake the stationary vehicles, which we'll deal with in a minute, overtaking vehicles on the move. We need to anticipate, do I have enough room to get past here? And remember, getting past a moving vehicle, you've got the further complication that you're travelling a greater distance. So it's only going past a parked vehicle, you're going to pull back in 2, 3, 4 car lengths ahead. You might be 100 car lengths ahead because they might speed up. So we've got to keep an eye out on them. Sometimes we need to let them know that we're there and we're thinking of overtaking. So we might flash the headlights, alert them to our presence. We might creep up on him, take the position just inside the lane. You can see us in our mirror now. We put the indicator on, we're indicating our intentions of going past. We've now got to think, this is our holdback position. Is there room to go here? We need a big, big gap coming this way. So if you're not sure at all, we don't go on. When we do commit, down at least 1 gear, possibly 2. Get the acceleration on and minimise this bit in here from being on our side to back on our side. This is what we call time exposed danger. This is a very dangerous place to be because people come the other way and make contact with you. If you're doing 50, they're doing 50, you're going to come out at 100 miles an hour. So if in doubt, we don't do it. Once you get past them, you can see this car in the interior mirror, you're probably okay to come back in. We'll check left hand over and make sure we're clear. We might consider a signal, we might not. This situation here is an overtake of stationary vehicles. Now there's further complications here. We come up on it, we're assessing the situation. Is there somebody coming the other way? They have priority over us. If they're there, we wait. If you're smart about it, you can spot them early, ease off, give them time to get out of the way, and you just roll through. If not, we've done the same thing. We come up here, we're going to be just inside the lane, a few car lengths back. That's our holdback position. When we go past, anything could happen here. We're looking for car doors opening, we're looking for kids running out, there might be cyclists around the place. So we have to anticipate. We have to go through at a speed where we can stop safely at the distance we can see to be clear. So we're expecting the unexpected, if you like, playing the what if game. Once we're through, we're away and gone. The final one here is a crossing situation. That's where we're crossing the path of vehicles coming towards us. We need to anticipate, is there enough room for me to make this move? So we need a reasonable size gap. If you can walk across there, you can probably drive across. So we're just waiting again, if we can anticipate, we're rolling up here, they're coming up here, we can see the big gap, we just notch a bit of speed off, the gap arrives and we just smoothly go through, eliminate the need to stop. So we're anticipating what's happening around us. So it's all about the what if game. Is this person going to do what they should do? And based on what I can see, what am I going to do? So it's short, punchy, delivers probably what's required. Now, that's my preferred option. Your trainers might see it a different way. You might find it easier to do it a different way. But the key thing for me is I want to get to the core comps because I know that is the main thing they want to mark you on. So I want to get to it and show them how good we are at it. Because let's assume that you get off to a bit of a fluffy start, which is quite often the case. And your core comps aren't quite working, but you eventually get into the groove by taking 3.5 minutes or 3 3/4 minutes over the brief and not 8, bought yourself that 5-minute warm-up time, and you're going to get back to it. So it's all about showcasing your skills in terms of core comps. But work with what works for you. I'm not saying you should do it the way that I do it. That works for me, and it seems to work for my students. Work with what's comfortable for you. Any questions? Have we covered everything there? Is there anything you would add that's vital? How about following other vehicles? Have we covered that? Not really, have we? Does it matter?
Well, you could do it while you're driving, because if you see their lights coming on, brake lights, right, you're anticipating what they're going to do. So it comes back to anticipation.
Tell me what's happening here. Not right sure, I could check your ease off. I've asked you to ease off because of that car. Brake lights, do you see them? Oh yeah. So if I hadn't got you to ease off, what problems might that cause you? Maybe a bit close to see it, your core comps immediately. That's what it's all about. It's the essence of part 3, core comps. The more effort you can put into that simple process, the more likely you are to get closer to the 6-6 at Holy Grail. We all see. Nobody cares. 4-4 will do. The badge is green no matter what. We just want to avoid 3s and 2s. We haven't had any 1s. I'm sure they're possible. I'm not if you train on this. So, I'm sure it does happen. 1 is a completely dangerous tuition. And I'm told that it does happen. We've never seen it, thankfully. And 2 is where you just let it happen and you haven't really tackled the problem at all. Doesn't mean you haven't spotted the fault, it just means you haven't done much with it.
Has there been any analysis done of the amount of LDC students across the country to see if there's any, you know, are the northern lot better than the southern lot to the...
Of course they are.
Of course they are.
Yeah, but what they see is not necessarily what we see is north.
But you know what I mean? You know, if you're getting
People
results...
live here, see, this is north.
North of
Not
Watford, north of Watford, isn't it?
We do run, we have got reports that we can run from time to time, and it's not throwing up massive anomalies thus far, but it is something we monitor closely. It's very difficult to correlate one against the other, because it just depends.
Depends on the PST you get as well.
That's right, and unless you could observe all the tests, it's very difficult. So it's, I mean, the DVSA know where people go wrong. They're not prepared. It's as simple as that. They're not prepared. They're not executing their core comps. That's what the problem is. You talk to most examiners. Talk to your examiner. See if you can get in touch with them. They'll be happy to talk to you. They're unbelievably friendly people, and they're unbelievably helpful if you reach out.
How do you get in touch with them?
Just pop the test in and just say, alright.
Alright.
Alright. So, Middlesbrough your local one, is it? Or is it
I'm doing mine in Pontefract.
Hull? Alright, okay. We discussed that earlier.
Going over bridge. Because I didn't like Hull.
Right. It's never dull in Hull.
It's
That's
awful.
what it says on the university prospectus. It's never dull in Hull.
So,
Clearly they've lied.
yeah, he said it would be better. So I tried it and yeah, I do like it.
Anyway, how dare you? City of culture they are. City of culture. I don't know whose idea of a joke that is, but it's a good one. City of culture. Yeah? Snur.
Have you ever seen the test centre in Hull?
Yes.
Yes.
It's,
It's
yeah.
grim.
It is. So, I mean, we are monitoring as best we can all the time, you know, seeing where we are. But I mean, we have, is it 91% pass rate, part 3?
We do over the 3 attempts, and yeah, we've been looking at this for some time. We put more hours into the training because part 1 and 2 were absolutely brilliant this pass rate. So part 3 we're still brilliant compared to everybody else, but we're not as happy with our first time attempt. So our first time attempt is around about 40%, and you know, we get 91% through within the 3 attempts, so that's all right.
Nobody comes close to that.
You know, I mean, even the actual test itself over all attempts is only about 28-30%, and that's every attempt, not just the first attempt, that's every attempt.
It's actually worse than that though, isn't it? Because 50% of people fail part 1 and go no further. Think about that for a minute. Fail and go no further. 50% of them fail part 2 and go no further. So that 30% that we talk about, let's say that we'll be generous and say it is 30%. That's 30% of 25%. That's what's that, about 8%, something like that? Or we're hitting 90 odds. So
Why is it only 3 attempts you get at part 3 and part 2? When, as a learner, you can take as many attempts as you want to pass your test.
no idea. We don't make the rules.
When the pressure is obviously a lot greater for the instructor, if that's a career that you're going to go on.
The line that they give is that there's 10 preset tests, and by giving you 3 attempts, there's not much opportunity for you to learn one or just a couple of preset tests and keep taking a test until bingo, you hit the one that you're good at. So you see, if you had more than 3, you could, well, if
You
you
take 10 attempts and get 10 different ones.
if you had 10 attempts, then you could learn half of them, and you're bound to probably hit at one of the ones that you want at some point through that 10 attempts. But if you had 20 attempts, then you could actually narrow it down even more and just learn 1 or 2 lessons.
I mean, we complain about it as an industry, but the reality is we've got the test that we deserve because we've not, as an industry, prepared people properly for it. So the DVSA just look at it and think you're a bunch of clowns. And they observe the behaviour of companies like BSM, who were training people for a particular PST for a period of time. And they look at that and think, we're going to protect ourselves against these charlatans here, taking money under false pretences. So it's the good guys, the likes of us and the likes of your Jen Claire Wilmots and the Tony Currans of this world, who do the job right, that get penalised. And you guys at the pointy end. But it's like government, isn't it? You're always right to get the government you deserve. Same as the test. We've created this ourselves by not preparing people thoroughly. As an industry. Not us, of course. But most people stand still. Most instructors stand still once you pass the test. That's it. As good as I need to be now. You should always be developing, always. It's the only way to achieve excellence is to continually review and measure against, past performance, proposed future performance. We're aiming for 100% pass rate. Whether we get there or not, well, time will tell. But that's what we're aiming for. And nothing else will do. Why would it? It's not a you show if we take that night. But most training companies, and you're lucky that you didn't sign up with some of these other places because they're get-rich-quick schemes for the people who want them.
See, that's what I was saying to a few people is I've done a lot of research on it, and I phoned a few of these other companies. I was told to avoid red, which I did, for a friend who's a very instructor.
Better than
And
some.
Well, I spoke to a few of them, and within the first 5 minutes they were chucking facts and figures at you, what you could earn, this is what you could do, you work this amount of hours, you'll get this, blah blah blah. And I phoned the LDC and it took about 30 minutes to get around to that. Chatted about me, is it right for you?
What do you
And
want?
do you know what, that went the first 30 minutes decided for me what angle I was on it, just because of the fact that they actually cared more about me.
We
than
are
just chucking.
genuinely interested in you because what we're trying to do here is to form a relationship with you that we hope to last a long time. We want you to stay on the franchise. But the only way you're going to stay is if we're giving you what you want.
And that's another thing. I spoke to a few LDC instructors, just for what price, just phone them and speak to them. Every one of them's friendly enough to sit and speak to you, and every one of them that I've spoke to seems relatively long term. You know what I mean? So everybody, it's not a jump ship, kind of come in, get trained, go away. For what I've not.
Unfortunately, most people believe what they're reading glossy brochures. And just some of them sign up before they even speak like me for the company. It's quite frightening.
I've phoned quite a few and Bill Plant one was just hysterical.
I still get them, still get them.
Call and call. Harassing you,
You'll find a different vibe here, especially. We like to do the workshop because we like you to come here and see head office and just find out what the company's all about.
They didn't even want to meet though, the Bill Plant.
That's what you want.
They didn't want to meet us at all.
No need for that.
Told her over the phone. End conversation.
Anyway, that's exciting. So it's what we're hoping to achieve is 100% hit rate to get you qualified as quickly as we can, to get you ready for the real world and build a lasting relationship with you. We want you guys to stay around as long as I've been here, or longer even. Some of you are young enough to be here longer. So it's all about developing you as an individual and developing your business because we're inextricably linked. Our success is yours and yours is ours. It says it on the card. It sounds cheesy, but it's actually true. You should find that vibe as you walk in the door. There's a warm welcome when you come in. And you can see that people are actually happy to be inside the building. It makes a difference. It really does. Anyway, That's the sales pitch over. We've already got your money, so I don't know why I'm bothering. I'm only playing.
No, you're not.
I am, because I haven't got your money. He's got it. I'm only kidding. You'll see as you look around the place, there's no money being wasted here on flash cars and, you know, £1,000. That's not the game here. We're all, top to bottom, actively involved in your future. That's what it's about. And we passionately believe that. You can pick that vibe up as you're here for the couple of days. You can pick it up even more when you're here for the 3 days of induction, and you get to meet more of the staff. Most of the staff here have been here forever. It's just, you know, we like to say it as a family feel, and we genuinely mean it. Anyway,
Is there a buffet on tomorrow then?
is there all that?
Is there a buffet on tomorrow?
Well, I'll pass the hat down later.
Go for that family. Yeah. Like a barbecue.
When I
get
go
a
around
family
home,
round.
I get fed.
I hear what you're saying, but when my family come to my house, they bring food. I've been in Yorkshire a while now. I've learned the ways. Anyway, we went back to the ranch. This core comps, let's have a look in a bit of detail. What it is they're doing here, what it is they expect from you. And it's fairly straightforward. We experience something. The learner makes a fault, you avert the fault, whatever it happens to be. We need to think, does that deviate from the norm? Same criteria they're applying. If it does, how much does it deviate from the norm? Well, what I'm going to say to you here is if it deviates in any way, shape or form, get your mouth open. Now then, I just noticed there. So, what happened was the pupil aware. I just noticed you went a bit wide of that corner. Did you notice that? No. No. And if he says, oh yeah, I did a bit. What's the problems caused by that? So we're straight in the heat analysis. Why did it happen? You might have a particular reason in mind why that fault is being committed. And if you don't find that reason, you're not going to be able to fix it, because you might be applying a fix that's not quite right. Classic one is coasting. It seems like the car's too fast, so you start hitting them a bit too fast on your approach here. Oh, I'm right, slow down a bit more. All right, okay. He slows down a bit more, then dips the clutch and the car speeds up again. So the problem is actually coasting, not speed on approach, or vice versa. If it's, you know, if you're hitting them about coasting and it's actually speed on approach, you're missing the target. So we need to find out why did it happen? And why is that a problem? What are the consequences of that? Now, you might do those the other way around, it doesn't really matter, but they must both be done if you can. Then, what can we do to fix this? Well, he's going to have no idea. It's me. Well, or how do we prevent it? We're going to say, right, what we're going to do is, you then take over. You put a plan together, you execute that plan, and then have another go. Go around again, you might have to revisit some of these, you might not, but you're constantly keeping an eye, and you're thinking to yourself, is this person coming round to my way of thinking? Has their behaviour changed? If it hasn't, it's on you. Now, our behaviour, human behaviour, changes as a result of something. We are really creatures of habit. We will keep doing the same stuff until we think it's a bad idea or we see a better way of doing it. So our behaviour, I'll give you a classic for example. Hands up in a second, anybody who's not had this happen to them. Driving down the road, you're approaching a roundabout, nice clear day, see for miles, you look to the right, the road is completely and utterly clear. So you decide you're going to go. And when you look forward, the cloud in front of you stopped when you should have gone. You all had that happen to you? Anybody not had that happen? Has it happened to you twice? No. Why is that?
You're more aware of it.
Right. But it wasn't your fault, was it?
So
You're
you're, looking
anticipating
for, you're looking for the potential, what could happen
Right.
more
So what actually-
because it's happened to you.
Right. So what's changed in your way of thinking then?
We're looking further ahead.
Right. Why?
You're trying to assess more, really.
What's brought you to that conclusion though?
You're frightened to death.
You don't want to have an accident.
You're just trying to reduce
Someone
your
paying on
chances
your
of being
insurance.
in an accident.
Your
Right.
experience.
Did you blame yourself or did you blame the other person?
Other person start.
Well, I suppose you blame yourself if you're going to, I mean, it's like, because you, obviously, you've seen it's okay there, you think, oh, I'm alright. But it is your fault.
Yeah, but you still blame
It's
the
your,
person.
it's your actions behind wheels, so it's your fault.
So it doesn't really matter if we blame ourselves or we blame the other person. We're now thinking about that a different way. We now no longer feel safe. We have suddenly realised, bro, my neck, I'm surrounded by numpties here. I better watch what I'm doing. Because if I don't take account of these idiots, he's going to cause me to have an accident. The behaviour changes now, which is what happened to you. You think, what did he stop there for? So the more enlightened among you might have blamed yourself, like, well, what could I have done there? But even if you thought it wasn't your fault, it was the other idiot, your behaviour is still going to change. So the way you think or feel about it has changed. Our thoughts and feelings. So in order to get the examiner to change his behaviour, you've got to get him to think a different way about it. So now then, what would have happened if, well, I never thought about that, and there'll be a buy-in that will be clearly discernible. All right, I see what you're saying. Oh, I never thought of that. But if you just say, yeah, all right. Now what would have happened if that car door opened? That'd be his fault, that wouldn't it? Have we changed our behaviour then?
Yeah.
Probably not. You want that, oh, I see, right. Oh, I understand what you're saying now. All right, yeah, that's made it clearer. Yeah, I get it now, yeah. Okay, now we've got it, what are we going to do about it? And you need that buy-in. Now, you don't need any training to do that, do you? So, if you ask me the question, do you think your speed was appropriate there? Yeah, right. Well, what would you have done if a child run out? Well, she watch what they do. Or if I then say, oh, I didn't think about that, there could have been a kid there, couldn't there? I bought in on that. You instinctively know if somebody agrees with you or not. And if you're not sure, keep at it. It doesn't matter which one of you decides or does the ferreting around and discover that it's dangerous. You both need to agree that it's dangerous and that we need to find a different way of doing it. So it may well be you doing all that analysis, as long as he agrees or she agrees.
Could you say that to him?
Yeah.
Do you agree
Absolutely.
that's dangerous?
Absolutely.
And if he agrees, yeah.
Nah, what are you talking about? That's the sort of response you get. You say, yeah, I see what you mean. It'll be very clear cut. There'll be no like, it'll be like, no. What are you on about? Watch all my mates drive, that's how they drive. They're not having accidents. So you're the one out of step here. It'll be that clear. Or it'll be, oh, please you point that out. God, I didn't realise that. I'm not even sure why that's happening. That's the sort of thing you'll get. So there's no ambiguity, there's no having a second guess. You'll know by his response. If you don't get the right response, stick with it. Do not move on until you get the buy-in. Otherwise a world of hurt awaits you. I promise you. So we're getting them to change the way they think and feel about it. Once we've got to that, now what you've got to do is move to the next phase, which is helping him to fix it. And it's nearly always the same. What we'll do is, next couple of times we do this, I'm going to talk you through it. You alright with that? Yeah, okay, fair enough. Then you do that. Review. You may be able to do it on the move, you might not. Ask him, are you having to deal with this on the move, or do you want to stop to talk about it? Well, whatever you think. Go with what you think. I think we should go. Right, it's a little review of that. How did that work out? So what was different this time? Oh, did you have time to stop this time? Well, I did, yeah. So it's safer, isn't it? Oh, yeah, it is, yeah. So, moving forward, would you be happy to reduce some of the support from it, or do you still want tons of help? Well, I think I can do with a bit less help. Well, let's see how that works then. You're constantly planning and executing the plan. This is my plan, here's what we're doing. Plan, execute, plan, execute, plan, execute. Short, sharp bursts. Bang, 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 bang. And he's got no option other than comply. Because you're leading him along the right path. And if you've done your job right, miraculously the fault will disappear. And he's driving in that area will become perfect. If it doesn't, back around again. Does that make sense? So we've split this cycle into 9 steps. The first one is spotting the fault. So in order to spot it, you've got to be watching for it. Because you only see what you're looking for and hear what you're listening for. So you've got to be looking and listening for these things. Then tell them that you've noticed. I've just noticed at that last junction, I've just noticed at that roundabout, your position was a bit tough there. Were you aware that? You're a bit wide on the road here, am I? Yeah. How are you judging that? I'm just guessing. So, what's the consequences of being a bit wide, do you think? What would you have done if somebody come the other way, overtaking those parked cars, and they come over on the left side? Where you were, you're probably going to make contact. If you moved in, you probably wouldn't. Can you say that? Oh. Yes or no? I see what you're saying. So what can we do about that? I'm not right sure. Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. So it's short, sharp, bang, bang, bang. We're working smart, not hard. Then our analysis. What caused that to happen? How are you judging your position on the road? How are you deciding what the right speed is here? How are you deciding which room you need between you and that? How are you deciding whether there's going to be somebody pressing the button at the crossing? Tell me what's happening here. What led you to that conclusion? Why did you do what you just did? You may get a, which means that you're going to have to do whatever you may go, well, I thought it was all right. Well, okay, just explain that to me then. Tell me what you think. What would you have done if this had happened? No, I'd have thought of that. So you've got to make a case for doing it the way you do it, which is why your driving still has to be perfect, which is a better way of doing it than the way they've just done it. You need to be able to clearly demonstrate that to him and make sure that he comes on board with it. So why is it important? We then apply a fix, or we think of a solution and apply it. It's nearly always the same. It doesn't matter whether they're a full license holder, whether they've been driving 1,000 years, whether they've been driving a year, whether they're brand new. Talk through on that next attempt. Full talk through on the bit that they got wrong. Then, perhaps prompting or Q&A. And then be quiet, let them go on their own. And it's done in stages with the agreement of the pupil. You can't change this without talking to him about it, otherwise he doesn't know what's happened, does he? If you're really slick with your question, you can lead one or the other, but I would say do this in stages and make sure that you're covering each stage. The examiner will play the game. And then at the end of it, if it has gone right and he's done it on his own, well done. Now you now know that you've completed the cycle on that fault, and that will not come back. If you've done exceptionally well, you might bring it back a little bit at the end, last 5 minutes or so, just to have a bit of sport with you. I've never known that happen and somebody fail. It's always with people who've passed. They just have a little bit of play with you. Don't worry about it. Glad of it on me. So, here's where we enter, after our intro and our brief, at phase 2, sorry. We're looking to spot, perhaps even prevent the faults. So how do we do that? Q&A. You seen that? Tell me about this, tell me about that. So you're staying alive. If you can prevent it, brilliant. And if you're really good at it, you can. But if not, don't worry, we'll just begin around this side. Phase 1, obviously after you've given the brief, the first thing you're going to do is talk them through it. So it doesn't matter where you enter this cycle, you've got to cover every bit. And sometimes we enter here, where we've prevented the fault. But that's not the end of the game. We still need to do our analysis. Why stop that happening there? Why do you think that's a problem, what you were just about to do? So you're making sure you tick all the boxes. And we devised a form that can help you to manage this process live on the test. And when you get to that moment where there's 3 or 4, or sometimes 5 faults running at the same time, you've got to keep track of where you are with each fault. Am I talking you through it? Am I prompting you? Are you having to go on your own? Have I done the feedback? So you can just use it, and at a glance you can see where you are. Examiners love it because it keeps you on track. You're not wasting time. It's super efficient, and it's a crutch to lean on if you get to that moment, which happens to everybody at one point during the path through, where they think, what the hell was I talking about? Where were we? Oh my God. So those of you who are being for a test, you recognise that moment. There's always one in a test where you just think, what was I going to say? The form will tell you what you've just said, and you know where you are. So this is it. That's all it is. Now what we used to do was used to apply this to anybody who were going for the final attempt. We would strip it back to the bare bones and just sort that out. And that got them where they wanted to be. Then of course you start applying a bit of logical thought and you start thinking, well, why don't we do that at the start? And that's where this process started. If we give them that at the start, what difference would it make? Just really paring it back to the bare bones. That was some time ago. We've been at it ever since. Mostly Paul and I, but we've got everybody else on board now. Seeing that this is perhaps a sensible way to go. And we're grateful that the tutors are all interested in what we're doing as well. So we figured we'd start with this. And then if you want to flesh it out with bits that you can add in, like your Q&A and the other stuff, that helps and enhances the thing, fantastic. But you must at least do that. At least do that. Because that'll get you the result. Absolutely 100% guaranteed. If you're effective at that, you will pass the test. Any questions?
Can you integrate 6 and 7 together? I know you're saying you're giving full support, but could you say, some cars how we're going to handle this.
Yeah.
No, like, make them think about what they're doing,
Absolutely.
rather than,
And then, of course, you've got to be really aware of his response. Because if you say, oh, yeah, well, maybe he's back a bit here, like you were on a bit before, brilliant, well done. But if you say, I'm not sure, he's not ready for it.
yeah, so
No.
you just carry on with full, wouldn't you, and just say, look, just come out of that, just go into full, but just try and,
Yeah, why not? If the opportunity presents itself, because sometimes it does, you think, ooh, get in with a slick question here. Absolutely. So this is the bare minimum that you need for the test, but if you can add extra stuff in like that, why not? But always, always be really tuned in to the response of the examiner in law. How has he responded to that? If you haven't got the change you want, your questioning can be as clever as you like. Doesn't matter. Because all he's got to do is go, oh, sorry, I forgot. So that's the default position. You can't go with that. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Right. Would you like me to, if you have a look at some of the video that we've done in the part thing, that's a line I quite often use. So now you've done that again, why is that? Oh, I don't know, I can't remember. I think somebody said they were going to remind me. Because we do forget, you know, just say, look, I'll talk you through that. And then because the thing that foxes us is that everything else about that driving is bang on. And then there's this one little area that's really crap, so you get lulled into a false sense of security, think, oh yeah, they know what they're doing. And bang, the fault happens again. Oh, I didn't see that coming. Of course you didn't, because it's not real. There's no telegraphing of the fault. Well, actually, sometimes there is. If you're driving down the road and you notice him really flicking a load of eye glances in that right-hand door, right, he's about to do a junction and not check this mirror. Because you can't do it and not be safe, so he has to make sure there's nobody there. And sometimes the body language gives them away, but no way you're training your body language, that sort of stuff. Just stick to this process, it'll help you gauge whether what you're doing is working or not. And you'll if it's not working, you'll very quickly change tack and not waste time. And that's the key thing here, because time's not a luxury you've got, is it? 28 minutes, it's not much of a time at all. And ask anybody who's sat a test, it's over before you've even started. You think, what's that it? What? Oh, there's loads I wanted to say. So how will you know if a fault's occurred? Might seem like a simple question. Quick show of hands. Who has a family member whose driving makes them really nervous? Hands up if you have. Well, pretty much all of you. So at what point do you get nervous? Is it after the swerve?
when I get in car with my brother. I close my eyes, I think, well, if he's going to kill me, I'd rather have my eyes shut. I don't want to see it coming.
So video this, you know. I'll show them. You know ahead of time, don't you? You're sat there thinking, oh, I'd have been braking me now. Ooh, I wouldn't have been that close to these parked cars. Well, the kids are in here, we're a bit quick here, aren't we? You know, you instinctively know. So get your mouth open and ask the question, do you think this is the right speed here? Yeah? Well, it's not. Slow down. Now you're in your core comps. And why do you think I told you to slow down? I don't know. You nervous? I am nervous. The way you're driving has made me nervous. Why do you think it made me nervous? I don't know. Because you're weak. No, it's because you're driving way too fast for the conditions. Is it because you're an old bloke? No! No, maybe a little bit. So we need to know what bad driving looks like. So what you need to do is to compare it to your driving. This is why another reason your driving needs to be impeccable. You need to be at least at Part 2 standard. Now I know that everybody holds this up and says, well, Part 2 is really high standard. No, it isn't. It's not at all. It's a reasonable standard, but it's not a massively high standard. You just got to be safe. That's all there is to it. It's not like doing the Cardigan Air or a Rossmore or an IEM test. That's a high standard of driving. So is anything different from yours? So how will you spot it? Well, watch for it. So how do you know where to watch and what to watch for? Any thoughts?
Head, hands and feet.
Yeah. Just bother doing what you would do. So you know you'd go mirror, signal, but no. So watch for the mirror. If the signal goes on before you've seen the mirror, well, it's in order, isn't it? Oh, hang on a minute. You went signal mirror there. Did I? Yeah. Why is that a problem? I don't think it matters, does it? And then you're in, bang, you're off. And it's that quick. And it should be within seconds. In fact, no, less than that. Within a second, that dialogue should have started. Bang, right, here's what's happening. You take control of the process, you put a plan in place, and execute it. Bang, 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 bang. And before you know where you're at the end of the test, it's a 6-6. If if you're really effective at it, and it's not hard to get to that level, if you really focus on the core bits of it. So if you expect them to do something, watch to see if they do. Well, I would have been doing this. Okay. Now a conversation needs to happen now. So you come in there, you're still in 4th gear going through it. You think that's the right gear? Yeah. Ah, really? What do you think the disadvantages of that are? There wasn't any? Right, pull over. Well, let me tell you. How can you prevent a fault? You know all those times when you're with that family member of yours, and you're biting your tongue? That's the point where you go open your mouth. We don't bite our tongue in the passenger seat anymore. That's not who we are. Which is why from this point forward, you're going to do all the driving. Because they don't like you being in the passenger seat because you can't shut your mouth. Occasionally you'll forget yourself, and I've had that where I've said something, and I don't need to go back and hear the head's backside forming. But it's instinct, you can't stop yourself saying it. You think that was the right speed? I've passed my test. Yeah, somehow. So you might prevent it by just spotting it as a potential. You know, don't you? If somebody's coming in a bit quick for a situation, you instinctively know, is this the right speed? You start thinking, good idea. Tell me how you're judging your position here. Well, just guessing. Do you think you're in the right position? Yeah. Actually, you're not. Let's just pull over and have a little chat about that. So it's immediate, relentless, non-stop action. So be vigilant of danger, and the key thing, trust your gut. You'll be right. You instinctively know, because you're more expert than your average driver now. So you instinctively know when things aren't right. So trust that gut feeling. You'll also probably instinctively know what to do with it. But we get ourselves trapped in this corner thinking, oh, is he the examiner or is he the learner now? It's the learner. Unless he says he's not. Out of roll. Leave that. Back in roll. It will be clear. So if you're not sure, he's the learner. If he is out of roll and you haven't heard him, he'll reinforce it. Say, stop. No, listen. That there. Let it go. Back in roll. And he'll insist.
What if his driving's worse when he's out of roll?
I was going to say, I promise you it won't be. It shouldn't be. So use instructions, prompts, or Q&A, whatever you need to do. Get to the bottom of what's going on here. And there's never a time where you're driving it, if you're thinking, that you don't need to say anything. There's never a time. If you're chasing something you shouldn't be chasing, he'll stop you. You really will. I'll leave that alone. It's not what we're dealing with today. We haven't got time. Balance between over and under instruction. We don't want to stifle progress. You cannot over-instruct with a question. Sometimes, and we get caught up with this as well, though, we try and develop this beautifully flowery question and answer technique. Can you see the pedestrian crossing? Yes or no? Yeah, what are you going to do about it? Mirror, ease off. Well, what are you going to do about it? Oh, I'm going to just check the mirror and ease off. Brilliant. So, two radically different levels of instruction, but it just depends on the answer you've got. So if you start giving the, we think about these beautiful questions. If you say to learn a driver, you look ahead, what do you see? Oh, pedestrian crossing. You do that with an examiner who goes to church. There's an old biddy with a beret, she looks a bit weird, doesn't she? So, gotta be cute. So how will you know if a fault's occurred? They say something that doesn't, a verbal one. They say something that just doesn't, doesn't correspond with your map of the world, your version of events. You just run that past me again. What did you say? Well, it says, just tell me a bit more about that. What do you mean? Explain yourself. Well, tell me how that works the way you're saying it does. And just get into it. And don't be scared to. Back him off. Only one gaffer in the car and it's not him. How will you spot the fault? By listening. Because we get wrapped up in thinking about what we're going to ask next instead of listening to what's being said. And you've got the time to do it. And if you're not sure, ask again. So really listen. Tune in to what's being said here and think, give yourself a moment, just, is that right? Actually, I don't think that's right, If you're not sure, look at the highway code, which you should have by your side at all times. Go to bed with it soon. Not in the biblical sense. Mention the people. Mention the fault the fault to the people. When should you do that, do you think?
Straight away.
Immediately. You might not be able to deal with it straight away, but get it out in the open. It's now like, ah, excellent, watching it. You have spotted it. Brilliant, well done. Now let's see what you're going to do with it. So how can you do it? Did you realise that? I've just noticed that. Tell me about your position on the road then. Tell me about that. How you deciding on that? Tell me about your choice of speed here. Well, I think this is the right speed. What do you consider when you came to that conclusion? And he'll open up, he can't say, I'm not telling you. He can't do that. He can't. Because they're brilliant questions. You're finding out what's going on in their head. What you're trying to find out as part of this is, why did that happen? Why does he think this is a good idea? And then once you perhaps you might not be able to get to that exactly at this point, but you would get to it a little later and then perhaps come back. So don't waste, all day firing questions, but if you're not getting anywhere. Should you deal with it on the move or should you stop? The default position, if you're not sure, is stop. If there's nowhere to stop, the examiner will play the role of somebody who can deal with it on the move. He won't stand in your way that way. He'll deal with it on the move. So remember what just happened? Find a safe place to stop and have a chat about that. So if you can't stop, he'll deal with it on the move. He really will. Ask him if you're not sure. Are you happy to deal with this on the move, or do you want to wait until we've stopped? And he'll give you the choice that's right. So I think I can do it. No, we'll do that one, but we're going to be stopping in a minute anyway. So they will help you. There's much more help than you realise going on part of the exam. It's not until you sit in the back of these things and you realise it's just like, wow. And the amount of times that we're not listening to what's being said, because we're busy thinking about what we're going to do. If the examiner's talking, you need to listen. You need to listen really closely, because there's a good chance that there'll be stuff in that that'll help you. They throw so many clues, it's unbelievable. But of course, you only hear what you're listening for. So then that takes us to the analysis. What caused it? Now you might have uncovered that here. You might not. So what's caused it? What we need to do really is to find out. But yeah, go on.
Can I just mention, you had several faults on the go that might be worth exploring how you do with several faults.
Well, we could do that when we get to the form,
Okay.
which I think is sort of logical.
Yeah.
It's a good point though, and you may well be dealing with a lot of faults at one time. You need to monitor them, and we've provided you a means of doing that, so you can keep on top, because there's an awful lot to think about here. We'll show you the form that we use that for in a second. So what caused it? Lack of knowledge or understanding, poor attitude. So lack of knowledge or an ability to do something, or just the wrong attitude to things. Or doing things in the wrong order. Attitude, their beliefs. They believe it's okay to do what they do. They're not going to deliberately do it and say, well, I thought I'd just test it. No, I believe it's the right thing to do. That's why he's doing it. And that's the behaviour that he's exhibiting that he feels that you need to fix. You need to convince him that it's not really the right way to do it. What would happen if? So you get him to see the consequences of his actions. Like we did here. No matter who we blame, there were consequences to our actions. Either we blamed ourselves or we blamed him, but there's no consequences. If I don't pay attention to that next time I might not be looking, I might hit that car. So your behaviour changes.
What's your next step then if they don't take on board what you're telling them?
I find a short piece of wood with a nail through it.
Would you just say, look, I'm not taking you on board?
You just say,
you're going to need to look for someone else, because if they're not going to change
They'll
their mind,
never-
then you've given them your best storylines and stuff.
Why would he not change his mind, do you think? They'll never put you in that place where you can't get through. But they might put you in a place where you can't get through with what you're doing. So if he's not taking on board what you say, what does that tell you?
Saying the wrong
It's
thing.
you.
You're saying the wrong thing, so you already don't understand what you're saying.
What might cause that? Do you think?
You might have given him the wrong answer to what he thought he'd said, or he thought he saw.
Sometimes we assume things have happened for a particular reason, don't we? And it might not be the case. For example, I'll take you back to what we said earlier, coasting and speed on approach. If you're bashing away about questions on coasting and what the dangers of that are, you're never going to get anywhere, because that's not what the problem is. So he's going to go, sorry, I wasn't doing that. No, it's all right. What I did there was fine. But what would happen if you kept the clutch down? Yeah, but I didn't. Yeah, but if you did, yeah, but I didn't. What would you do if somebody ran out there, wasn't anybody there? Now you cut that corner there. All right, did it? Yeah. What would you do if there's somebody around that corner then? Yeah, but there wasn't. And he'll just keep firing at you. We're going to play with this in a little bit. Then you're all going to hit me. What if there was? But there wasn't. What are you talking about? Were you not looking? Were you not looking when I went in the club? There was nobody there. Were you 100% sure there was nobody there? Well, not 100%, no. Ah. So, tell me what percentage sure you were. I don't know, probably 95%. So, there's a 5% chance there could be a child around there. How would you feel if you ran a kid over? I wouldn't feel very good about that. So, if we went on that corner, we didn't cut the corner, there's no chance he hit that kid, is there? Oh, right, I see what you're saying. So you're always making a case on safety grounds. And then it's a case of saying, okay, so how do we fix that? I'm not sure. Tell me how you're judging where to turn. I'll just take a snapshot and use that. I'll just put myself in the middle of the road. Is that working for you? I thought it was, but obviously it's more. So, then you can maybe start talking about reference points, that sort of stuff. So if it's not working, he's not coming on board, you're asking the wrong questions. You're barking up the wrong tree. He's digging his heels in and just not having it. It's always you. Always. You're not asking the right questions. So stop, have a think about it. Think, all right. Make a case on safety grounds. Why do you do it the way you do it? What do you gain from that? Why are you safer than him? And then you tackle it on safety grounds. Remember, that's what the test's all about. So if you tackle it on the grounds of safety, he's going to comply. Let's say, for example, even if you're a little bit wrong about what you're chasing, and you make a good case for something else, look, if you did that, you'd gain it. Oh, right, I hadn't thought of that. An examiner's probably going to think, you've given me a good enough reason there. I think you've made a good case, so yeah, I'll accept it. So it's possible to be barking up the wrong tree a little bit and still recover if you can make a good case for it on safety grounds. So the costing and the speed of approach, you say, we're a bit fast on approach there. Now there's a few things that could cause that. So let's just have a little think about it. Where was the clutch when we were in the corner? He's not going to say, I can't remember, I say, I was down. Right. So what does that do to our speed? So he's not going to hide it, but if you ask the right questions, say, or it could, there's a few things it could be. I think what we need to do is we need to just do another one. I need to have a little bit of a closer look at that. So as the examiner enrolls thinking, all right, you're on it. I see that you're working towards a fix. And suddenly the fault becomes really telegraphed when he gets around the corner, he takes his foot off the clutch sideways. Now he's telling you. Or, what else could you do? You're approaching the junction, you're not sure if it's his speed on approach or whether it's his clutch. What do you do? What would you ask him?
Would it be easier if you just pulled off, if you just slowed down before that junction?
Possibly.
And then we've got a bit more time to look round that corner.
And what if it's costing it's the plug?
Get him to tell you where his clutch is when he goes back.
So if you ask the examiner where's the clutch, is he going to tell you?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course he will. Again, what's down? There's the problem. So he's not going to pretend it's one when it's the other. So if you ask the right question, you ask good questions, you get good answers. Where's the clutch? Oh, come on, get it up. Or if you're not sure, is the clutch up? Yeah, are you sure? Let me see. Because in some cars you can't see it. So we look for the clutch, but you need to look for the knee. The knee will tell you where the clutch is. So just observe where his knee is when his foot's on the floor, where it is when he's on the clutch. There's your game. So if we get smart about it, he's never going to try and trick you. But what happens is, people report back on part 3 tests, so the examiner was awful. It was only awful because you didn't do what you should have done. You've not given them what they need, or what they want. So of course they're not going to comply. And they're going to seem obstinate and stubborn. They're not. You've just not been on the money. We'll show you how that works in a short while. So in the real world, of course, uncertainty, fear, doubt and task overload are the biggest cause of faults happening. Learner drivers taking too big a step, being pushed to do things they're not ready for. And the solution to that, of course, is client-centered learning. We let the learner dictate the pace and decide their own path, but we're not going to talk about that today because there's no room for it on part 3. But if you take a learner through the program, taking the right size steps, they never make mistakes. Well, that might seem unlikely, but have a look at some of the videos on YouTube. Look at the stuff they're doing. Look at the clutch control they develop without giving any instruction, none at all. And suddenly they're able to fine control the speed of the car and make these decisions and plan what's happening around them and do it in half the national average. What's that about? The reality is that human beings are unbelievably clever and they can work all this crap out. But an examiner can't. She's just dumb as a box of rocks. So, what are the dangers? What are the risks? What are the consequences of our actions there? What could go wrong? Simply explain how the fault could lead to a serious consequence for them or for somebody else. There's danger attached to it. Safety implications. So ask them to help them recognise the dangers and check that they buy into your view of it. What are the dangers of cutting the corner of that? What are the dangers of being too close to a parked car? What are the dangers of approaching a situation that you can't really see clearly? What are the dangers of positioning here in the road? What are the dangers of travelling too fast? What are the dangers of travelling too slow? How would that affect somebody else? You're travelling slow, this is a 40 and you're doing 20. Have a look at that driver behind you. What do you think he's going to do? He looks like he might be going to overtake. If he tries to overtake and there's somebody coming the other way and he gets it wrong, can you see that you've contributed to that? Right. Well, I was doing this to be safe. You've actually created a less safe situation. I never thought of that. There's the buy-in straight off. Right, so what we need to do is we need to get up to 40. I'm a bit scared of going 40. Let's get up to 25 first. That's it, good. Now 30, now 35, now 40. Come on, more gas, more gas. That's it. How does that feel? Oh, still as quick as I thought it was. Right, okay. A little bit further away. See, the speed limit changes here. Do you think you can decide how fast to go there? Do you still want some help from me? I'll give it a go. And so I would still like a bit of help. Do you want tons of help or just a bit? Just a bit. How about if I just ask you some questions? Yeah, that will. So you're constantly evaluating what's going on, reinventing the plan. Right, this is what's happening now, this is what's happening now, this is what we're going to do, here's how we're going to do it, bang, 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 bang. Very simple stuff to do though. So we're not going to over-elaborate the thing or complicate it. And, you know, ask stuff, so do you think it would be a good idea if we sorted that out? Oh, yeah, yeah. He says, nah. What makes you say that? You're happy with people being unsafe? But no. So do you not see that your behaviour makes you unsafe? Not really, no. So back to it. Well, consider this. What about if this happened? And eventually you'll go, all right, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I understand now. Yeah, I get it now. Yeah. You know, my last instructor used to bang on about that, you know, all the time. She's confirming to you that, all right, yeah, I see now. I've got it. Yeah, all right. Now I'm ready to have you apply the fix to me. But I'm not going to fix it myself. So, make the removal of the fault their learning goal, that they want to fix this fault. Now, they're only going to do that if you make a good case. So, based on the cause that you found out then, implement a plan to fix it by probably developing knowledge, skills, or understanding. Suggesting any method or approach to help them better judge what they need to do, reminding them of the dangers they need to avoid, and then explain how you propose to prevent them from repeating the fault by full talk-through, proper practice, and we'll go on your own. So explain how you're going to deal with the multiple fault situations if appropriate. Okay, we've got one or two things we're dealing with here. This is probably the most important, so we're going to focus really on that one, but let's be mindful of these as well. And just think about what you're going to ask them, and take a moment, still sat at the side of the road, don't let the car move, until you've got a plan in place that you both agree on, and that you know what's going to happen. Because if you let him move off, he's just going to do it again. So there's nothing wrong, and they do not mind you spending the time sat at the side of the road, sorting this sort of stuff out. I mean, obviously, you don't want to be sat at the side of the road for 26 minutes. But I sat in a part 3 on the phase 2, we were stationary more than we were moving. And we passed. So get them to buy into the plan. You happy with that? You don't seem happy. Well, I thought it was alright. You still not made the case. So based on the responses you get, yeah, that seems like a plan, yeah. What level of help do you want from me? What do you think? Well, I'll talk you through this first one. You okay with that? Yeah, fine. Talk it through it. Right, how does that feel then? Alright, yeah. I see what you're on about now, yeah. That makes sense to me now. Alright, that reference point, that's clever, isn't it? I didn't know about that. Oh, I'm pleased you showed me that. Yeah, that's good. And they start saying stuff like, right, I understand now. I wasn't sure what you were on about before, you know, but I see now, yeah. Okay, do you think you can manage that on your own? You can go on. Try it on your own then. Fantastic, well done. Wow, yeah, brilliant. And there's feedback coming from the other side of the car constantly that tells you what you're doing is working or not. It's constant, so listen to it. And if you're not sure, just clarify what you mean by that, would you? I'm not sure. Do you mean that you agree with me? Oh, yeah. So for instruction, you must make sure that fault is not repeated by talking them through the bit that they got wrong. So if they have been turned in too early, you've talked to them about the dangers, and they go, oh yeah, I see. So what we need to do is we need to wait till our reference point lines up. Do you know what a reference point is? No, let me show you. So that's what we're going to do. All right, okay. Then you're approaching, I'd like you to take the next turning. He'll say to you, I'd like you to tell me to take the next turning on the right. I'd like you to take the next turning on the right. Now we're going to think about our turning point here. So as we come in, I'm going to talk you through it. I said, don't turn yet. Wait. No, not yet. Wait. Stay down. You see how that works? All right, brilliant. So you've exerted a massive level of control on one element. And just pull over down here. See how that works? All right. If there'd been a kid there on the other side of the road there, would you have hit them? No. So what we're safer now, won't we? Oh yeah, we are, yeah. Okay. So going forward, I can either talk you through it again, or maybe just a level of help if you like. What do you think? Whatever you think. So go with whatever you think. If the examiner feels you're doing a bang-up job, you'd be like, I would. Could I have a go at me one? Of course you can. Shout them if you need help though. Oh, okay. I think I might still be tempted to say, you should tell me to the next turning on the right, to the next turning on the right. What do we say we were going to do? Because that's not over instruction. Oh, I'm going to wait to turn. Okay, do you need any help? No. I'm just checking. Bang. So, check your interior mirror and your left-hand door mirror before we do it. All right. See how that works? All right. So check and see if they appreciate what was needed to get it right after each attempt. Does that make sense? All right. I see what you're on about now. Brilliant. Okay. Do we want to change the level of support? No. Carry on doing what we're doing. How's it now? Yeah, I think I wouldn't mind a bit less support now. So you're agreeing at every step. Each of these 9 stages. And you cannot go wrong if it's producing the result. If it isn't producing the result, you have gone wrong somewhere along the line. Go around the circle, go back, fix whatever it is. It'll only take you a few seconds. But if you just keep doing junction after junction after junction, and it's never really getting any better, you're not really applying your core comps as effectively as you should, and it doesn't really improve to the level it should do. So if a pupil seems uncertain, offer to lift up the level of support. Okay, I think we should maybe take a step back to a full talk through. What do you reckon? If you think, yeah, let's try that once and see what happens. Yeah, that's better. See there? Oh, right. So we didn't do that last time. Tell me about that. Oh, I just forgot when to turn, so you still need a level help. Whatever it happens to be. So if they're not sure, offer another attempt, or consider reducing the support if everything's working okay. A couple of attempts, if you feel the pupil isn't getting it, consider going back to the start of the line on the form I'm about to show you, and start the core comps again. So we were dealing with cutting the right corner, weren't we? Yeah. Why is that a problem? Just begin again. It'll only take you a few seconds, and you might pick up what it was that you missed or didn't quite get right the first time. And if you find yourself sat there thinking, just go back to the beginning of the line, it's only going to take you a few seconds, that's not wasted time. Because that might be the thing that just unlocks the learning, and then you're away. Does that make sense? We then move to do you want to just, maybe me, ask you a few questions as we're coming in? Do you think that would work for you? Try it. So, which one this time, instead of saying check your interior mirror, which mirror is he going to check here? Oh, inside of that one. Brilliant, well done. Great. And then, of course, are we ready to have a go on our own? Once you've got it right, are you ready to have a go on your own this time? Now remember, these steps that are taken only happen with agreement. So it's no good you just going quiet and think, I'll let you have a go on your own. Because he's waiting for you to prompt him. He will get it wrong. It's not that what you're doing isn't right, you haven't done what you said you were going to do. So you must execute the plan the way you said you were going to do it. Otherwise he just goes, oh, now we've gone wrong there. Oh, all right. Why do you think that is? Well, I'm not right sure. I'm not right sure. I got it right before, I'm not sure what's happening there. And he might even throw something at you and say, I thought you were going to remind me. He might actually tell you, if he's happy with what you're doing, you fall down and go, I thought you were going to remind me. You're right, I did say that. Sorry about that. I'll remind you of this one. So you can check at all times. Is it working? Is this working for you? I think so. Okay, what do we gain from this then? Oh, on the other side, we want it to safe then. Brilliant, well done. So you're agreeing any change in the level of support needs to be agreed with the learner. That's with every learner, and not just the examiner. If the pupil seems uncertain, offer a problem through another attempt. Okay. Let's take a step back here and we'll come at this again. And let's see if we can get this to work right, and then we'll have a chat about it. All right, okay. And then, of course, if you move to the next bit, we've had a go. You want to go on your own? Yeah. Try it on your own then. That was fantastic. Well done. The fault is now gone forever. Well, until the next test. But try and get them to do it on their own, but don't push. Make sure the level of support is agreed with the learner. And then congratulate them on getting it right and give any feedback that you think might be useful. Try and get some feedback from them. So how do you see that now? Oh, yeah, I get what you're on about now, yeah. So do you think you're safer as a result of that? I do, yeah. I'm so pleased you showed me that. And you'll get confirmation from them that you've done the right job. Oh, I understand that now. Do you know, I've struggled with that for a while. Yeah, I've got a grip of that now. Yeah, cheers. So that completes the cycle, but no doubt other faults will need to be addressed, either immediately following or at the same time. And while you're dealing with one fault, another one might creep in. Now he's got to do it that way, and the fault might be something that's been perfectly okay up to this point. Now, just be glad of that. Don't complain about it. Well, that's not fair, he was doing it okay before. What he's demonstrating to you is that you're actually doing your job. You become a victim of your own success. There's another fault there, another one. Just systematically work your way through them, and it becomes easy. Now what we have is this process here we've got as a form. That looks like that. You've got copies of it in your book, it's on page. It's on a different page now.
Any page after 100 you'll see one. 60 page after 100, there's a load of forms here for you to use in your lessons if you want.
So try these on your training. See how it works now. What we want you to do, of course, is to revisit this book tonight if you want, or when you get home. And we've given you some targets in the book here that say, I understand this, I understand that. Tell you what these do. Take one, pass them on, then you can go back to the bit in the book. Take one, pass them on. So I'll take the space. Start at this end and go. It's that one. Oh, yeah, just the right number. So we've got a list of things we've got mark a fault. So when you see the fault, if you can mark it on the move, do it. If not, then pull over, write down what the fault was. And then once you've committed to the action, once you've completed the action that's listed up here, once you've told him, I just noticed, there, spot the fault. That you did this, tick, I've told the people. So you now know you've done it. The next bit is, why did that happen? Tell me about your positioning. You were a bit wide there, why was that? I thought it was alright. So, why has it happened? What are the dangers? Sometimes you do the dangers first and then that uncovers why it's happened. If you can do both of them, brilliant. That sort of completes that bit and you're on solid ground moving on. So what we're going to do is, we're going to do blah 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 blah. Tick that, I've told them about the plan. I'm going to talk you through it fully. Once you've talked them through it fully and it's worked, tick that box. Prompt. Once it's worked, tick the next box. Once that's worked, have a go on your own. And then, brilliant, that's well done. Tick, 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 tick. If it's not working, and you pull over again, just have a look at the form. So, okay, I've talked him through it and that worked. Or the prompt and the Q&A, that's not working. I wonder why that is. Maybe he wasn't really ready to move to the stage you're at, so you just take one step back, try again. If that doesn't work, take another step back, and just come back along the line. So if you've got 4 or 5 or 6 faults going, at any given point when you pull over again, once the car's stopped, you get as far along these lines as you can on every single fault before you move again. So okay, I was talking you through that. That seemed to work really quite well. Would you be happy to just go for me prompting you on that next time? Yeah. This one, I was prompting you on that. How do you feel about having to go on your own? Yeah, I wouldn't mind that, yeah. So at a glance, you can look down and see where you are. Oh yeah, I'm talking through that. I haven't ticked the full talk through box, so I'm still talking through it. I haven't ticked that, so I'm still doing that. And on this one, you're going to have a go on your own this time. So you're getting as far along the line as you possibly can with each fault. Having a look at it, and then you think, right, so I'm going to talk them through that, I'm going to do that, I'm going to take the time. I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to do that. Right, so what I'll do is, so you revisit the plan again. I'm going to just prompt you on the mirrors, you happy with that, yeah? I'm going to be quiet and see if you sort your position out at the junctions. And I'm going to prompt you on your position past parked cars. You happy with that? Yeah, it's fine. I'm just going to do that, and then revisit it. Is it working? If it's working, you're ready to move along. If it isn't, you might need to move back or repeat what you've just done. So at a glance, when you're under pressure, and it's all going like, you can manage the situation. This will help you more than anything else. Whether you use the form or whether you've got it locked in your head, it doesn't matter. This process is the key to success on Part 3 exam. This will help you manage what's going on around you. Now what we'll do is we'll have a little play with that in a sort of a live situation. Any questions? Does that all make sense? Excellent. So again, these are all the exercises. We're going to look at this process. At each of these in turn. Let's do this first one. So we'll do the first one, then we'll let you have a break for a tea or a coffee. So we're going to show you a fault here. What I want you to do, using this form, is just to write down what you think the fault is, and then we're going to get you to tell me what you think it is. And then we're going to go along the core comps. And I'm going to resist as much as I possibly can. An examiner doesn't do that. He will have an idea in mind why he's done it. And we're going to just have a look and see how this process might work. Any questions? Does that all make sense? Cool. So the pages that we've just gone over, if you have a look at those tonight or tomorrow when you get home, there are some targets to tick to say that you understand what's happening in there, what we mean by that. That will help you create a list of questions following the workshop. Did I understand that? Did I not? That will help us to see whether we're explaining it properly. Because if you don't understand it, that's because we've not explained it properly. It's as simple as that. It's not your fault, it's ours. And it'll help you to self-develop because you'll see where you're strong, where you're weak, where you need to devote your attention. So let's have a little look here. Please work.
Twist the seatbelt.
Okay. Anybody got anything different?
What about, you never even checked your head restraint, because you only went like that, but how do you know that's central to your head then when you're just going like that with your answer? How would you check it?
Have another look. Write down what you think the fault is, and then we're going to begin the questioning process to see how close to it you are. And I will behave in a way that supports what the fault is, and I'll resist where it's not the fault. Does that seem fair? So, who wants to go first? What do you think the fault is? Who wants to hazard a guess?
Didn't check your handbrake.
Okay, I didn't use it. Okay, so if you want to just jot that down.
I did.
Okay, so ask me some questions.
What would you do if your handbrake wasn't on?
Yeah, well, I put it on.
But you didn't check that you put it on.
It was on, I can see.
How do you not know that it wasn't half on and it's not fully on?
Sorry, the car stood still, didn't it?
Say again?
Car stood still, so it must be on.
What if you're on a hill though?
It went up. Feel free to join in.
Yeah. Don't leave me to it.
As part of the cockpit drill, were you shown how to check the handbrake?
Oh, I was, yeah.
And what was that check that you showed?
Well, you just make sure it's on, didn't you?
And did you do that?
I thought I did.
You didn't.
I didn't. Oh. Right, okay. Did I?
No.
Yeah. I did, but it's when the video wasn't on. So well spotted.
The video wasn't on.
Well, I checked the handbrake of the video before I started the video for the phone.
Oh.
But you're right, on the video I don't check the handbrake. I don't check that it's in neutral either.
So how would you squash that? You being an arse to...
Don't be out
Don't hold back.
How do you eliminate that from escalating to how it did?
Let's have a little look at that then, shall we? Because you've reached an impasse here.
Yeah.
I'm just straight away on a bit. So, what if you're on a hill? I'm not. So we hit over here.
Cockpit drill.
Were you showing how to do it? Did you do that? I thought I did. You didn't. Straight. Well, you didn't. What problems could be caused by that? So let's work our way along the line. That isn't the fault, by the way, but let's stick with it.
Oh,
Because it is, because you didn't see me check it. You're the first person to spot that. Well done. So how are we going to do that? So, you've got down there, didn't check handbrake.
yeah.
You've asked me about it, you realise you didn't check that, but I thought I did. You didn't. So now where are we going to go? So you've spotted the fault, you've made me aware of it. Tick, tick. What's our next step?
Why didn't you check it?
I thought I had.
Why do we check it?
Ah,
Why do you check it?
well, to make sure the car's secure.
Why is it important to make sure the car's secure?
You know what it won't go in here. So sometimes it's just like, I didn't realise I hadn't. So, keep at it. Let's have a little look. What's next along the line?
Dangers.
Talk to me about that.
What happens if the car runs away?
Well, I suppose, there are all sorts of things, I suppose. Could be something
What if a
like that.
child was on the pavement or stepping out behind you and you rolled back?
So, how do you think the examiner would view that? Have you made a good case on the grounds of safety there?
I'd say so, yeah.
What do you think he's going to say?
It's going to respond positively to it and agree with it.
I thought that.
No, just, yeah, to prevent that happening, we pull the handbrake.
So, work along the line, look at the form, tells you what to do.
Fixed.
So have I come on board with you now?
Yeah. So yeah.
So what's your next step?
It's our plan.
Talk through. Would you talk through the cockpit drill
How
again?
are you gonna, which bit of the cockpit drill?
Making
All of
sure
it?
the car's
Yeah,
safe.
all of it. Well, you just say, well, talk it through, because when it gets you familiar with all your cockpit drills.
Or would you ask? Would you want me
I
to?
would.
Do you want me to go through it all again?
It's quite a drills as well. Sometimes it's just metal back down.
So there's just that one bit, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you just talk me through that one bit, fix that fault. So how are you going to do that? Show. Possibly. Any other way you can do it?
So the next time you do the just explain the next time you do the cockpit drill. Make
When are you
sure.
going to do that again?
We get let's start again.
You're going to do it now. Immediately. You spot the fault, you've got me on board, you need to fix that. What we're going to do is, straight in. Don't wait. Because if you think, you naturally think, well, I'll come back that later. No, it's a fault, it needs fixing. You don't fix it, keep coming up. Or he's going to go, you identified it, but there's no remedial.
But how would
There's
you
no
how,
analysis.
what approach would you do from then? Like you've said to.
I know what I would
got to
do, I
that
want to know what
point.
you would do.
Would you get him out of the car and get him to start again?
Get him to pull the handbrake on.
Which bit are we working on? Look what the fault is.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're in charge. Check it now.
Check it now.
And that's it.
That's it. Well done. Do me a favour, just take it off. I've got my foot in the brake, take it off, put it back on. Is it on now? No. So how sure are you that the car won't run away now? I'm pretty sure. Done. We've done our core comps, spotted it, made me aware of it, analysed it, got me on side with it. Oh, I thought of that. Now you made me do it. It's fixed. So next time you get in the car, well, I'll make sure I check that again. Sorry, I forgot. It's that simple. Bang, 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 bang. Just zone in on the fault, fix it. That run along that line. Now sometimes you need to labour a little longer. It depends on what the fault is. Controls is generally just getting them to do it the right way one more time. But fix it immediately. Move on. Whatever happens on that fault, when you set on that path, you must get as far along that line as you can. On a controls lesson where you're not moving, you can get to the end of the line. Now just do that on your own for me, will you? That's it, brilliant, well done. Move on. Right, so now what we can do now is, But let's have another little look, because that wasn't the fault. Head restraint, somebody said, if you tackle me like that, I'm going to say, no, I just felt it. I put my thumbs level with my ears, and that was the fattest bit, so I know it's okay. There you go, oh, okay. Or maybe not. So just check again for me, will you? Just let me see you do that. So these are still not the faults. Somebody did hit on it before. Did you all see me twist the seatbelt?
Yeah, that's what we've got, yeah.
Anybody not see that? So let's have another little look, just in case somebody didn't and they're too embarrassed to say. That'll be me. Look how obvious it is once you know them. Pull it forward and I hold it out in front of your face and twist it. You will not believe how many people don't see that. Hold it out, I paused, twisted it, and then plugged it in. Because you only see what you're looking for. So if you know that's something he might do, make sure he's putting it on right. So you've got to watch like a hawk. Just, is that seatbelt twisted? I don't think so. Just take it off and put it back on for a minute. Ah, it was. What's the danger of that? So, all of these boxes must be ticked for a fault to be cured. You don't necessarily always do it in that order. It normally logically works that way.
It's not meant to be a full cockpit, though.
No, it's just a fault.
Yeah.
It's no. The what we're doing here is, sorry, I should perhaps explain that. We're just demonstrating a fault. So we spotted seatbelt was twisted. We informed the pupil. We realised the seatbelt was twisted. Oh no. What do you think the dangers of that are? So what's caused it? You twisted it in your hand. You need to put it on in a way that doesn't twist. Alright. Why do you think that is? No clue. So well, it looked like you just twisted your hand out, so you can make sure it comes out one smooth one. You might even demonstrate. Let's see, I'm pulling it out that way and putting it in. Alright, see, it's not twisting, is it? Well, why do you think the seatbelt being twisted would be a problem? Well, if it's twisted and you have an accident, the sharp on edge, that could punch a massive hole in your chest. Really? You wouldn't want that, would you? No. So let's have a little look at how we put that on there. So pop it back off for me. Now be wary, depends on the car your trainer's using or yours, but he's probably just going to go, man, just let it go. Can't do that in my car, because it comes back really slowly. So now we're going to take that back off again, but make sure we don't just release it when it hits the window. Alright, so hold it in your finger before you do it, so you prevent the next fall. So we can get really quite cute at it. What are the dangers? Might dig into your flesh, might not operate effectively. Don't turn your hand at the last minute. I'll help you get it right by. Here's what we're going to do. We'll take that back off, put it back on, watch this, how it goes. Watch what I do, now you do the same. That's it, hold it at the top slide, don't twist it, that's it, pull it forward. And talk like they're an idiot at this point. That's it, now you've got it there, now you can insert it there. Now you've seen it. You see how it's not twisted, I'm really clever boy. And then that's it, brilliant, well done. You see how that makes sense? Oh yeah, see what we're on about now. So well done. The bell can then do its job properly. Brilliant. Excellent.
Can I ask about the mirror setup, the
Yeah.
middle mirror? Because you put your hand in front of the mirror rather than behind. So I'm always told that we've got to put our hand behind the mirror to set it up rather than actually hold it in front like you did on there.
If you were to walk out of your car now
Yeah.
and set your mirror, where would you put your hand?
Well, now I used to put it in front, but now I actually do it with my
Tell
hand
you
behind.
film like that, isn't it?
Yeah, I always put my two fingers outside like that.
Perhaps I'm not obscuring the mirror because your hand was across the mirror there. So which is the proper way? Would you get picked up on that?
Is it not just the whole point as long as you can see?
Because as long as you can frame the mirror, whereas if you put your hand on the front there, you're not going to be able to see all of it, are you? So I'm just wondering.
I always do it like that. And then I've got a problem with setting your mirrors up. So how can you tell whether it's in the right place? That's the key thing. If you get the chance to do that this evening, that might open up a big list of questions for you tomorrow.
So I do what this evening?
Work through the exercises in the book, or just chat to each other in the pub. There's lots of good places to drink and eat this evening. Taxis are ridiculously cheap here. As long as you don't turn up like massively hungover in the morning, we'll be all right. Talk about this stuff. Come up with as big a list of questions as you want, because we want those questions answered before you go home. as that's our job here, is to make sure that you're on the right track. So if you have niggles and worries, it isn't over when you leave the workshop here. You've got access to the support network here in the head office at all times. Don't ever sit at home struggling, ever, with anything. Seek a solution. But the key thing, just thinking again about what we're talking about, go with your gut. You'll be right. I guarantee you'll be right. And don't search for these really flowery, eloquent questions. Just ask the obvious. Did you check that handbrake there? Yeah? I don't think you did, you know. Oh, right. Do me a favour, take it off, put it back on. That's it, that's not the problem. Why do you think I made a fuss about that? I don't know. Maybe you're anal. No, that's because I wasn't sure. Now, why is it important you think to put the handbrake on? So I'm now doing the analysis. So you're doing it sort of backwards about, but go with the obvious and go straight in. Don't wait. Don't sit back thinking, should I, shouldn't I? If you're thinking that, you shouldn't. I'll try and look at that later. No. Execute your plan immediately. If he has committed a fault, it is a deliberate act.
If you weren't sure and you did it anyway.
If you're barking up the wrong tree, he'll tell you.
No, I did put it on.
Yeah. No, I did. No, not really. I did. Out of roll. Drop it. Leave it. It's all right.
Yeah.
Move on. Back and roll. There will be that clear.
You'd know yourself if you had a ladder. It'll be up or it'll be down. Do you know what I mean? Or check it, you know what I mean? You'd be able to tell.
Bear in mind though, that the Part 3 test can introduce an awful lot of doubt in your mind. Where you were on solid ground before, you're sort of like, just ask. Ask the obvious question. Don't search for this really killer question that's going to cure everything, because it's not. Is that handbrake on properly? I think so. Well, how would you normally check? I'm not sure, so I'm not saying you didn't do it, but I didn't see you do it. Just do it again for me. And then he can watch it. If he hasn't got it right, it'll be worse second time. If he has got it right, he'll do it properly the second time. All right, okay, brilliant. Well done. It's that easy. It really is that simple. But we search for these questions that we hope is going to blow everybody away. And we're going to startle them with our brilliance. You know, that's like the look ahead, what do you see? Church. Turns the corner, the back wheel clips the curb. You say, no, just pull up here. Do you feel that bumper's mirror in the corner? Oh yeah. But that's the back wheel hitting the curb. Why do you think that happened? It's a great question, that, isn't it? Until the examiner says to you, well, if I knew that, I wouldn't have done it. Now you did, your track's on. So
how would you do that though? How would you confront that?
I'm amazed that you made the assumption I'm actually going to answer a question. What would you do if that happened? What do you think? What would your gut reaction? Let's assume you are next to a real live learner driver. You turn the corner, it's gone, bang. Wow. You say to the learner driver, how do you think that happened? Well, I don't know.
You would tell them, basically.
What would you tell them?
You just cut the curb. How did you cut the curb?
You cut the corner to.
You hit the
You
curb.
didn't go wide enough.
Do me a favour, on your form, in the little box, just mark in there, click curb with real wheel. Let's work along this one.
There's a fault.
And the reason I'm doing this is to show you that the answers actually reside in you, not in me. And they don't reside in your trainer, and they don't reside in the manual. They're inside of you. So you've got this resource available to you that at this point in time some of you aren't using. You feel what you need to do is to sit next to a trainer or attend the workshop and everything will be fine. That'll help. But it doesn't become fine until you start finding solutions for yourself. So my job at this moment, and the reason I'm doing this, and I'll explain why I'm doing it, is to show you that you do know what you're talking about. You can have confidence in your own abilities. So leave me along with it. I've just done that. You said, why do you think that happened? I don't know. So we'll assume you've said, did you feel the bump there? Oh yeah. That's the back wheel hitting the curb. What was it? Right. Why do you think that happened? No idea. So we've got the first 3 boxes here, haven't we? Ticked.
Yeah.
Just develop from there.
What if there was somebody standing on the curb?
But there wasn't.
What if there was?
Well, if there was, well, maybe I would have gone a bit wider in the corner.
What percentage
Is that
are you
legal?
sure that there wasn't somebody around the corner?
Yeah, that's fairly sure.
Did you actually notice the curb?
No, actually not.
Why didn't you notice the curb?
I'm not sure.
What would you have done if, in that percentage that you're not sure, what would you have done if someone was around the corner and you hit them?
I'm very happy with that. So I suppose I'd be a bit sad, really. Or remorse. I didn't cry a bit.
How can we
Gaz
prevent
is the
that?
only Johnny that ever cried.
How can we prevent that from happening?
I'm not Sure. Not what I pay you for. Just go with your gut. Go on, do it.
Next time you go round the corner, go out a bit wider.
All right. And much wider?
Be tongue too sharp.
All right.
Follow the curve round.
So not steer, sharp. Is that what you're saying?
Follow the curve of the curve around and use your reference point in the windscreen. So
Reference point. What's that? Never heard of that before.
Okay, so if you're a metre away from the curve edge, if you've got might have a reference point in the centre of the dashboard, that's the word I'm looking for. And as you go round the curve of the curve, the curve will move across the dashboard, and so that reference point now is probably closer to one of the wipers that might have a little box on it, if you like then.
So, you've tackled that from a reference point of view. Use that, line that up. You were tackling it from a not looking in the right place point of view.
Could you not just say?
Because
Does
where
that
was
solution fix both of those?
If you wasn't looking, if you didn't see the curve, where were you looking? Because you should be looking at the curve of the road.
But if you use a reference point, you're then looking where it should be. So that fixes both. So you maybe got to it without discovering. So you were going to say something, you were going to say something.
No, it's probably
Okay.
right.
So you're just logically, it's a forensic form of questioning. Tell me about this, tell me about that. And you're just basing your answers on what I'm saying. So what was the reason there? Was it that I wasn't using a reference point, or was it that I wasn't looking in the right place?
Could be both.
Could be.
But you said you didn't see, you weren't sure if you saw the curve or not.
That's right. So what does that tell you?
You weren't looking where you were going.
So you might have another look at the next one. Oh, hang on, you've got to look into
Then
what
you
you're
go,
going into.
then you can go back into what are the dangers of not looking where you're going.
Back. So do you see how easy it can be? Did I come up with any of those solutions? Who did that? So you want it? Did I help you at all?
No.
What do you need me for then? Look at the exercises in the book. Apply some straightforward logic to it and think, why made you do that? Listen to that. It was on. Does that make sense? We want you to be able to go away and self-develop. We want to give you the tools to be able to do it. Not a list of things to remember, or, you know, if I can just remember that. Because your development doesn't depend on being sat next to a trainer or in a workshop. It helps. You know, your trainer's there to guide you and nudge you along the path. But the development comes from within you. What are you good at? What are you not good at? What did you enjoy? What did you not enjoy? What did you do right? What did you sort of maybe not do so well? What can you do about that? Where do you need help for that? Is there a resource that can help? Is there a list of questions I can ask my trainer to get these little niggling dents done? So I want you to do that for yourselves tonight and tomorrow. And any questions you think of, let's just get them out in the open and bat them back and forward. See if it can help you find solutions. Does that make sense? Is that helping a little bit more with the question you asked me earlier?
Yeah.
Fantastic. So, second fault, controls lesson. Can't even remember what it is now. This time, I'm not going to give you any help. You're going to have to find it for yourself. You're going to have to lead me along the path. We'll assume I've checked the handbrake.
Oh. How about the gears?
That too. So,
Is the battery low or something?
oh, it has. It was shown 2 hours before.
Why do you think your batteries are flat?
Across to adjust it. Oh, did you realise you'd done that? No. So I want you to, and then you just do what you did. I want you to sit in your normal driving position and then adjust the mirror. Now what can you see? Oh, that's better. So it's very straightforward, and it is that simple. So you will go through your analysis, which you've done. What's the problem with that? Keep looking at it. Oh, no. You might have to work a bit harder there. It's all right. I can see most of it. Can't see all of it though, can you? Why do you think it's important to have the best view possible behind you? Don't know. Well, things change behind us as quickly as they change ahead. You've seen when you've been in a car, things change quickly, don't they? So we need to be aware of that behind. If you haven't got your mirrors set properly, that might be information that you might miss. It could be vital to safety. Oh, right. Wouldn't want that, would you? Oh, no, no, no. So what we need to do is to get that adjusted properly. What we'll do is sit yourself upright and do that right. Okay, then just do that again for me. That's it. Well done. Brilliant. Solid. Tick, 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 tick. Job done. False done. Dealt with. It's gone forever. It's that simple. And it's that quick. Bang, bang, bang. Fixed. Examiner sat there thinking, got a warm one here. This is good. This might end up well, this. Because what they used to is like, oh God, death by brief. Just get on with it, man. The amount of times I have to just stop. I have to stop you there. You're going to have to move on. We're going to have to get on with this. Come on, you've had enough time. That's it. Brief's over. Yeah, I just want to know. You're done. Move on. And what does that do to your confidence during the test? So on.
So in that first controls lesson that you don't move from the car park, you'd actually take 28 minutes to talk about it.
Depends on the test centre. Most test centres, you will drive to the location. So on that drive, if you need a demo, controls, watch how I do this. Watch how I set everything up. Watch how I'm using my palm on the gear lever. Watch how I do the steering. Observe how I'm using the mirrors. So it's easy then. Responding too slowly, or missing, or missing critical information. So the fix is, you begin, sit in your normal position and adjust it, and then I would probably want to go and move it, put it back where it was, in your normal drive position. So how much of this you need to do depends on it. So you're probably not going to go through this 3-step thing, as long as you can put it right and get him to see it's important, and then get him to do it on his own. That's it, brilliant, well done. Next fault. So, any questions? Ready for another? Excited? Just me. What do you think the fault is?
Bad driving.
You're not wrong.
Did you clutch up too quick?
Foot ups, my foot closed.
Not
So-
holding the bike.
If that happens in the real world, this is standard practice for pilots. So let's say the learner, you stalled. What do you think the learner thinks at that point?
It's fair.
Really? I hadn't noticed. Thank you for pointing out the bleeding obvious. They already feel bad, don't reinforce it. So, are we all saying that the clutch came up too quick? Is that the consensus? Alright. Get off. So, are you on your form? This form is your friend. And begin the process. And this process is the same no matter what the fault is, and no matter what phase you're on. The process is the same. This is your core comps in action. This is what they want to see. This is the essence of what they see makes a good instructor. Some of us see it slightly different. That's the story for another day. So let's work our way along the line.
Could you spot it?
Do you know
Cannot
what
say
you're
no. Go on.
Why did you stall it?
Why do you think you stopped?
Don't know. That's what I've come to you for.
Did you set the gas and find the bike?
Yeah. I think I did that, yeah. Same as on my controls lesson last week. I'm pretty sure I was on the bike, yeah.
Do you think that you pulled the clutch up too quickly?
Not sure.
You just go straight to the jugular and say the reason why you stalled it is because you did pull the clutch up too quickly.
Oh, did I? All right. On we go.
What are the dangers of us stalling and we're ready to move on?
That
What?
doesn't really matter, does it?
What if there was a car
We haven't
pulling
got
behind you? There was a car starting to pull off behind you. You stopped.
How do you mean?
Would that car hit you? Could it potentially hit you?
I suppose if he wasn't watching where he was going. Keep digging.
Well, the dangers would be if you're in the middle of a junction or like, as I say, the the junction to pull out and you didn't have control of your clutch, then stalled at say a roundabout, something like that, it would be dangerous.
We block
So
the
you
traffic.
You need to practice clutch control.
Okay.
So we would start there.
So would you agree that pulling up the clutch that fast can be quite dangerous?
I suppose it might be, given what you've just described. So the final question gets the buy-in. I hadn't thought of that. So you're all making good cases, but yet assuming that I agree with you, without making sure that I agree with you. So do you think it would be safer to do that? You're making a very good case, but you're just assuming that I'm going to agree with it. I'll learn to drive it, will you? Oh God, yeah. This guy's not going to. You have to have this step in there. You have to have buy-in from him. Or anything you do after that isn't going to make a blind bit of difference. Because as soon as you reduce your support, you go back to the way it was before. So you must be sure that you spot it, you tell me about it. You might find the why, you might not, but you must get me to agree that it's dodgy and it wants fixed. Because you cannot get past that point unless you do. So let's try again. Let's assume that wasn't the case. We stalled. You told me about it. We stalled there. Oh, right, okay. Why do you think that was? Not a clue. You let the clutch in too quick. Oh, did I? Oh, okay. Now we're on dangerous. Make a good case for it. That's very polyphonic.
Does your brother want a lift?
See what you did there. Very good.
Yeah.
Very good. We all want to know what it is then.
4-year-old daughter ringing me over.
Yeah, I have a granddaughter who lives in Australia who has discovered Skype.
Oh, my
When she gets home from school.
I thought it was somebody else's phone. I've never even heard that before. They have my phone as soon as I go home, they have my phone.
So, you've spotted it, you've told me about it, you've told me what happened. You stalled because the clutch came up too quick. Over to you.
So are we back to the stage
Back to
where
where
we
we
don't have buy-in yet? Is that what
Correct.
you're saying?
Let's tackle it from a different angle.
So you talk about the dangers of if the vehicle behind you presumed you were going to go, you stall the car, they run into you.
We
You've got a little
watch what he's
baby
doing,
in the
shouldn't
front seat.
we? So you not be watching what he's doing. That is responsibility.
It is, however, that's
Well,
not
what
to say that you've not necessarily caused that, whether it's their fault or not.
He caused it.
Yes.
He hit me, didn't he?
Or should you pull out onto a main road, stall, then you thought you could get away, you've stalled in the middle of the road, the car coming the other way hits you, little child in the front dies. How would you feel about that?
What about on TD? Remorseful. No. Yeah, you can't
Is that
even
not a good case to make?
Yeah.
What are the consequences of these actions? Yes, I'm right. It is his fault. He should be watching what he's doing. But if we hadn't stalled, it wouldn't have been there in the first place.
Think that guy behind you looks angry.
His nose is bleeding, that's for sure. But he's a bit preoccupied with a dead child next to him.
And that was coming the other way.
I did some training with a Greek guy the other day, Yanis, and that was his tag around. Now, somebody could die there, you know, couldn't it? So the standing joke of the day was another Greek tragedy called. Is anybody dead by any chance? Yes. Yeah, you never, you know, just in case. So make a case on grounds of safety, and you're making valid points there again, but you see we're dancing around it. Now, can you see that if that happened, there's the potential for somebody to hit us? And we've actually created that. So that's not a good thing, is it? Well, I suppose not. So if you could do something that would avoid that, do you think that would be useful? I suppose it would. Now when you go by it, and it's just a normal conversation. They're not trying to trick you. They're not trying to dance you around and make life awkward for you. If you ask good questions, you get good answers. Let's reset. Try again. So you spotted it. You told me about it. You told me it's because the clutch came up too quick. Convince me of the dangers.
Can you see how stalling the car could create a danger? You could block the roads. Somebody could hit you.
Well, no, not really. They should watch what they're doing.
If you didn't stall the car, you would create a danger.
Oh, what do you mean?
By stalling it, somebody could have hit you.
Alright. Does that sound convinced to you?
Yeah.
Keep on them. Keep at it. How close to the solution are you, do you think? How close to buying are we here?
That is not that the right question.
Ask another. How about making a case that's not necessarily based around the dangers of it happening, but based around the benefits of doing it a different way? Would that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Maybe you're trying to sell me it.
Cause engine faults.
Oh, could it? How does that work?
So then it's coming out of your pocket because you're not doing it correctly.
Brutal.
Well, what with me living in Yorkshire and all, maybe I'll respond to that. On this occasion, I'm not going to because I'm being an ass. So what other case could you make? That's a good one. Very creative, well done.
Thank you.
I feel I really should reward you with a responding to them. I'm not good at it. What else could you say?
We could keep stalling, we could just keep plodding on, with prevent road rage, potential road rage with people that's trying to get behind.
Why would that cause me an issue?
Well, people driving in front of you or cutting you up, I mean, there's potential dangers.
We shouldn't do that though, should we?
No, but I mean, stalling, you shouldn't be doing that either.
Interesting.
Can prevent it and stop stalling, the risks gone.
So you'll find a way of making a case. I mean, you're right with the road rage. Do you watch YouTube at all? You see some of the stuff that goes on there? Well, I've seen that. Do you want to be on the receiving end of any of that? Well, not really. Well, so if we eliminate this, do you agree that we're minimising the potential for that? Well, I suppose we are really. So, something we need to fix it. Yeah. The case of it that could damage the car, could it? Oh, I didn't know that. Well, you could be damaging engine mounts, you could be damaging the clutch. That's all going to cost you. Right. So you've got to make a case, the consequences, or sell the benefits of doing it the right way. Either way, you're just simply trying to get me to see that it's probably a smart move to fix this. Make a case. You know, if you can, get me to see it, but if not, say, well, do you realise that? Would you say that would be something that would be worth doing? Well, I suppose it would really. Yeah. Okay, so what we'll do to make that happen is, so you've just got to get the buy-in, however it is. Even if it's, well, we're not going to let that happen again, because that really is potentially dangerous. Whether you agree with me or not, it is. So we're going to work on fixing this. Fix it, and then revisit it and say, can you see how that's, oh, I see what you're on about now. So you might get it the other way. So don't exhaust yourself. I mean, he's never going to dig in as much as I did there. It's just not. They're popular, there's not a bit of time. So it is impossible. Can you see how anything you did beyond that, without that buy-in, is not going to be effective, because you've not changed the way I think or feel about it. That's critical. You have to make a case to me by either selling the benefits of doing it the right way, or showing me the disadvantages or the dangers of doing it the wrong way. Either way works. Hitting them in the pocket, thinking about safety, all those things work. Showing them that by doing it this way, look, you could prevent this. All right. So it's a fairly common sense approach, really, isn't it? Why do you do it the way you do? Why do you not stall? Well, yeah. Well, it is. But I can promise you, as soon as you get the top side on top of your car and your name on the side of it, whenever you stall, there's never nobody watching. There's always somebody saying it, without fail. So again, stall the engine, told them. Unfortunately, the engine stalled. Really? Clutch was up too quickly. Or it might be there's not enough gas, the handbrake was still on. There's a multitude of different things. Maybe we were in third gear rather than first. Maybe we were in fifth. What are the dangers? More of a problem at junctions or in queue in traffic, which most of you went to. But there's all sorts of reasons you can give here for needing this to be fixed. You've got to get him to see that this needs fixing. By hook or by crook. And then the fix will depend on what the reason is behind it. Talk them through it, sort it out. So full instruction, then prompted, then they go on their own, then feedback and praise. The job's done. Well done. See how makes that much easier. Oh yeah, see what we're on about now. This is an interesting one. Not everybody gets this one. And I mean, any questions from that? I'm rattling away here. Any questions? No? Any thoughts? Observations? Queries? Okay, so look at this next one. The fault will get worse as the video segment goes on, but it's the same fault all the way through. And that's the way that works on the exam. If you're not spotting it, it'll probably get worse. It will become painfully obvious, but only if you're looking for it or listening for it.
Looking that way in your car, that one. It sounded like you're burning somebody's clutch here.
So what do we think the fault is?
The handbrake's not fully on. Is it
Foot
brake?
brake.
Foot brake. Somewhere, is it foot brake?
It is the foot brake, but the handbrake being on would give you the same symptoms. At what point did you know there was an issue?
Well, we're fast enough when
You
you
want
want
the movement. And
The
the sound as well, you can hear it dragging through the brakes.
When did you first notice it?
So you started moving.
Well, when you fit.
So at what point would you chime in about that?
Right,
Straight away.
before you even started around the corner.
Stop.
Way
Stop
before
push
that.
down. You hear that noise there? What noise? And then you're straight in on it. You wouldn't wait till you got all the way around there. Now towards the end, you don't get the proper picture of that. If you're in the car was done.
So you can see them.
You could feel it.
Paul was sat at the back at that point going, whoa. And it takes a lot of delicate control to get it to do that without installing. So it's only got 1.4 pedal. So straight off here, right from the get-go, come on. balance over the brake.
Straight away.
Yeah.
So you spot that if you're looking for it.
Yeah.
You might have spotted
I
it if you were
didn't see
sitting in
that.
the seat next to you, it would
I
have been
thought you
easier.
hadn't taken the handbrake off properly.
So how might you spot that before it even starts?
Those leg movements.
Just watching, what is it? Head, hands and feet.
Where's your right foot? What's on the brake? Is that where it needs to be? Well, it's downhill this one, but we're not doing it yet, are we? Alright. So what impact might that have? Straight in your car comps. You're trying to make the car go and stop at the same time. You're in a stall, or you're going to wear stuff out. That's not good, is it? Well, no, I suppose not. So, what do we need to do here? Well, what we need to do is we need to set the gas and find the right balance it. While we're on the level, using gas and clutch. We use clutch and brake once we're going down the hill, but the clutch goes down. You hold on to the brake. You're fighting one against the other, right? So straight in, within seconds, you're at it, bang. So just where's the feet? Because we know that's a potential fault. So just have a look, make sure it's in the right place. And don't be scared, just have a little, or ask, where's your right foot? What's on the brake? Back on you. Is that the right place for it to be? I don't think so. Actually, no, it's not. Why do you think that is? What's the danger of doing that? So you might have to lead, but you might be able to lead him through it. So let's have a little look at how that might work then. Again, I'll try and give you as little help as possible. So tell me about it. So we know that that's what the problem is. Work our way through it. Start from the top. You've spotted it. You have written it down. Open up a conversation with me.
Why do you think it stopped you?
Not a clue.
You hear that noise in the car?
No.
Where was your right foot?
Suddenly what, sir?
Where was your right foot when you were carrying out that manoeuvre?
Don't change roles with me. I've just asked you that and you're the examiner. What am I going to say? What are you going to say? It's the examiner. She's going to tell you the truth or is she going to lie?
On the brake.
Of course she'll tell you the truth. So I'm going to say, it's over the brake.
Why was it over brake?
I need to hold the speed here because downhill, isn't it?
Why did you think you needed your foot on brake?
Because it's downhill, yeah. You need to hold the speed, don't I? I can't really use my clutch control when I'm going downhill.
Why would your foot being on the brake prevent you from going back? Reversing.
I don't know. But it won't, will it? If I'm holding the brake, I'm stopping it going too far off.
Then you're never going to carry out the manoeuvre.
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
If you use your brake too much, when you come into a downhill, and the way you were doing it, you could have burnt that brake, and then we wouldn't have had no braking system to brake us. Then what dangers do you think that would have
Oh, no, that's not how it works. I'm a mechanic, mate. These are a dual braking system. Even if you rip the wheel off, the brakes would still
well, you
work.
must have done my last car.
Which is actually the case. You rip a wheel off, the brakes still work. It's a tandem braking system. So let's assume that I'm that much of a smart ass. I'll give you that. What's the real problem here?
Foot was on the brake, try to do a manoeuvre in reverse.
Is that a problem?
Why is it on the brake? Why do you think you need to brake
Well,
and
it's
bring the
downhill
clutch
this
up
one.
at the same
You get around the corner, it runs away down it.
You're not at that part yet, are you?
Yeah, but it's alright, isn't it?
Why do you think we need to reverse around the corner to go other way? What if a car were coming down? We need to be round that corner at a safe speed, so we're off at road.
Oh, so I need to do it faster, is that what you're saying?
No, not well, a little bit faster, but just on clutch would have done. Just fetch your foot up off at clutch a little bit,
I did.
and take your foot off at brake, and then you'd notice.
What do you mean?
Do you know how much brakes and discs are?
No.
You're fighting against it by burning both together. Binding them
So,
together.
I'm sorry, what? Do what?
You're trying to let the wheel go back to reverse,
Yeah.
at the same time stopping it from going back.
Oh.
Can't
Is
use
that
two,
alright?
can't use the two pedals at the same time.
Oh. Right, I see what you're saying. So now you've got me to buy in, all right. Because we've not mentioned that, have we? You're talking about using the brake. Why are you using the brake? Because that doesn't mean it's going to be in it. You're using the brake and the clutch at the same time.
There's no real danger in the surroundings to anybody else, but there's a danger to your car.
Oh, right, okay. So you're tackling it sort of the right idea, but you've not really told me what the problem is. You're using the clutch and the brake at the same time. You're trying to make the car go and stop. And it's fighting it. Can you feel the vibration? Reverse, of course. So that they're all valid points that you're making, but you've not really got it to hit home with me what the problem is here. I don't understand. I don't know. Hence the phrase, you've confused me. He's telling you within role there, not making sense to me. Make a better case. So just take a moment and think about it. Start off in the right lines. You were heading the right way. Not doing so bad for somebody who claims they don't know how to ask questions. So reset that. Let's take another run at it. So right from the beginning, you have noticed it. I have not been involved at this point other than to do what you told me to do and stop. So let's pick up from where you were before. Where's my right foot? It's on the brake.
Why is it on the brake?
I need to hold the speed down, don't I?
What were we trying to achieve by putting your foot in the clutch, your foot in the brake?
Oh, well, it's just like holding it slow, isn't it?
Be able to hold it slow just using your clutch.
Would that work?
Start until you go to the downhill part.
All right. So, are you saying I need to do it different at this point? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, at this point you need to stop, find your biting point with your acceleration and the clutch on the flat, and then as you start to go backwards, and you start the turn, and once you start to go down the hill, and you can just put your clutch in completely and then put your foot on the brake, and then you look at what you're doing.
It's the same clutch control going back as it is for pulling off. Just want to hold it to make the car stay, and then slowly lift it to bring it back.
Am I going to buy into that as the examiner?
I hope so.
Right, I might not. If I didn't, what would you say?
You go back to basics of position, observation, manoeuvre. And what is the manoeuvre? Setting the biting point, release the handbrake. You don't have to put your foot on the brake then. You've got the car at the biting point. As soon as you release the handbrake, you've got to the biting point. You're going to slowly move backwards.
Is that what you do going forward? Well, no. Well, why do you think it's different this way? I just thought it was. And again, it's getting me to see that there's a different way of doing it. That, you know, the way I am doing it is not right, and get me to understand why it's not right. So you will ask you questions that you look at me and think, surely you must know that. No, I don't. Not until you tell me. I don't know. That's why I did it. So even though you might argue that, you know, sensible people would know that, yeah, they would. But he's committed that fault for this reason. I don't know that's a problem. Do you feel that wobbling? Yeah, that's what it always does. Does it do that when you're moving forward? No.
You've got your clown shoes on. Is that right?
Or the clown head, one of the two. So it is just really about finding out why you're doing it the way you're doing it. And then getting me to see that that's not really a good way of doing it. And compare it with, you don't do it that way, do you? Why do you not use the clutch or the brake at the same time when you're reversing?
You've got the car under control going and you're biting point.
So you don't use the brake then?
You're potentially stalling as well.
Oh, well, tell me more about that.
Or the engine can't cope and it'll just cut it.
Oh, will it?
It's trying to bring you back, but you're stopping it from going back.
Oh, I didn't know that. So it might just be that simple. Oh, I didn't realise that. Or it might be, well, watch my mates do it, that's how they do it. But whatever it is, you're going to find out what's making them do it that way. And get them to be convinced that doing it the way you're suggesting is a better way of doing it. Like either selling the advantages or pointing out the disadvantages, showing them the consequences of his actions. Now, for the most part, it's not going to be as difficult as I've made it there. If you're making a good case, you'll probably go with it. You think, yeah, all right, okay, makes sense. Did you realise? No. Okay. What do you think the disadvantages of that are? I don't know. Well, if you bring the clutch up a little bit more, it's probably going to stall, isn't it? And if one's fighting against the other, isn't it? Can you feel it straining? That's the brake trying to get you to stop and the clutch trying to get you to go. We need to do one or the other. We're either going or we put that down and we're stopping. And it's balancing the two. You don't fight one against the other. Oh, I didn't know that. What do you think the dangers of that are? Not a clue. Where you're going to wear the car in. You're going to use more fuel. That's more dangerous stalling. Oh, no, I didn't know any of that. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to go apply the fix. Does that make sense? So the engine labours. Can you feel this car struggling as if it might stall? No? How might you convince him otherwise? Do you think? If you say, I just don't get it, what could you do from your side?
prove it
How would you do that?
by using your clutch and your brake.
All right.
Demonstration.
Would that be effective, do you think?
Yeah.
What would you then say to them when you've done it right?
Can you see the difference?
Can you hear the noise and can you hear the...
Can you see the difference? Well, it's not making as much noise. That's because I'm not making the car fight with itself. Right. Oh, I see. Right, let me show you how to do that. I'll talk you through it. It's that easy. Look for simple solutions. Don't look for complicated things. You know why you don't do that, and you know how it feels when it's right. So just show them how it is when it's, especially with this stuff that you can do from your side. You can offer them a demonstration, probably going to refuse it. But just give me the controls a second, let me show you what I mean. Send me a little bit of gas. Anyway, see how slow I'm making? I'm just using the clutch there, I'm not touching the brake. Well, you know, no. Alright. So I will only use the brake once it's downhill, I push the clutch down. Alright, right. You can feel it, oh yeah, I see what you're on about now, yeah. So, make a case somehow, and if you can't make the case, whatever you do, don't move forward, because it's never going to work. And this is an area where people really do get stuck on part 3. I think just because you've told me that I'm going to agree with you, I absolutely am not, unless you get agreement from me. And you may need a crowbar it out, but crowbar you must. You must have agreement from me. That, oh yeah, it does need fixed, I see what you're saying. Even if it's a begrudging, well, I don't agree with it, but I'll do it the way you say it. Okay, as long as you do. And then you can make the case after you see that, oh, I see what you're on about now. You're probably not going to get, that's the way it used to be back in the day. You know, but you'll not get that sort of begrudging, sort of brake the clutch, while the clutch is bright. One of the dangers, can't wait stall, you're signalling that you're stopping to the traffic behind you, because the brake lights are on, aren't they? All right. Yeah. So it's confusing signals, isn't it? All right. And what does the highway code say about signalling? Well, it should be to help or warn other road users. Does this help or warning? You're giving mixed messages, aren't you? I thought of that. Might damage the clutch, might cost you money. Fix a solution. Whatever it takes. You don't need that. You might demonstrate. So let me in and demonstrate. I go, no, I think I've got it. Well done. Do you see how that makes it easier? Oh, right. And quiet. And then when you're doing that, you probably drop another fault in. Probably drop an observation fault in. Or you'll pick the speed up a little bit too much. Oh, we're a bit too fast now. Now we've gone too much the other way. Because that's something that they overcompensate. Oh, right. So we need to find the middle ground there. What's the dangers of doing it too fast? That's another fault now that adds to your list. So you're working on them both now, trying to find the middle ground. Does that make sense? Can you all see the way that works? We're going to run through a load of these tomorrow as group exercise. We'll probably team up with 2s and maybe 3s. And get to work through a load of faults that we've got in here. And we'll want you to think about what could be the possible causes of that. Why might the examiner have done it? What are the possible reasons he could have? And in light of that, how are you going to phrase your questioning to find out what the reason is? And then what's the fix that you're going to apply? And as you beam it away in groups, we'll then report back in groups to everybody else. And then we'll have a discussion about what else might we do? How might that work? How might that not? So you can really play around with a ton of different questions. And don't be scared to experiment, even on your part 3. Just ask to see if I can find out what's going on here. Why did you do that? Because I'm stupid. I did that. Well, I thought it was all right. Tell me what makes you think that's okay. What do you gain from your course of action? What are the disadvantages? So this is the only part, the analysis end of things, is the only part where they will engage in some coaching, some client-centered. Tell me what you think the consequences of this might be. What else might you have done there? We'll play that game there. Oh my word. We'll come back to that tomorrow, I think. What I want to do is to close the thing down by finding out if there's any questions that you have, or dot the i's and cross the t's or anything that you're not 100% clear on. The manual itself has in it, for each of the exercises, so here we've got controls, here's a list of the faults that he might commit. It's not an exhaustive list, but it's some of the things. So you can be using those.
Okay, you're on there, Rob?
I am on 3030. So controls. Here's the activity. It tells you about how the thing should be structured, what the examiner is going to say to you. And for each of the 12 exercises you have these, it then shows you some of the faults they might make. And then you've got your sheet at the side. So you can work through these for each of the exercises. You can use these on your practical training, introduce them to your trainer, or not. And then there's some blank forms like the ones you've got at the back of the book. In the earlier parts of the book, let me find the right page number, it's changed. If you look at page 12, 13 rather, for example, it talks about identification of faults. Your targets here for you to mark. When you feel comfortable, I understand why verbal faults can be introduced, and I understand how driving faults can be introduced. I understand turn it the right way so I can read it properly. I understand when and how to watch and listen to faults, when and how to prevent serious faults, when and how to deal with faults on the move, and when and how to deal with faults when stationary. Then, these targets I have attempted. So that's for your practical training. This is a reflective log for you. Have I attempted those? How did I feel about that? And on your sheets for each of the exercises, on the back of it, there's a reflective log. So you can mark down what did you enjoy, what did you not, what worked well, what didn't. In light of what you've learned, what's next for you? How are you going to develop going forward? What do you need from your practical training to be able to be sure that you can tick these targets? So once you can go through and tick all of these targets in the book, honestly, I understand, I feel confident in my ability to, you're ready for the test. If there's areas where you're not happy to tick the box, a conversation needs to happen between you and somebody to help you to understand better. If that's me, that's fine. If you're a trainer, that's fine too. You've also got access to Paul, his email address, paul.mcardle@driving.com. I'll give you mine. You get all the emails now. And we're happy to engage in dialogue with you. We want to make sure that this is as comprehensive as it's possible to be. And that once you've worked your way through this, you're ready to go. But it's you doing the assessment through here. Whereas those of you who don't train up now, your trainer marks the targets. Now, that's fine, there's nothing wrong with that. This is a self-development book. So you can analyse for yourself what you're good at and what you're not, where you need help, what sort of help you need. What sort of exercises might you set up with your training buddy to help you work on those? And if you're not sure how to structure that, give us a ring here. We'll say, well, okay, do this. Use this fault, this fault, and this fault. Think of a reason why you're going to do it, and then off you go. And you can put yourselves through this process. The stronger you are in this core competencies process, the closer you are to passing this test. And the closer you are to passing this test with a 6.6. Does that make sense? Hurrah! Any questions before we let you head off into the wide blue yonder? How many of you are staying over? Big show of hands. Well, just about everybody. Where are you all staying?
Wentvale.
Okay. Okay. To anybody else? Tower House? Anybody there? You're all reasonably close to each other. You're all within a £3 to £5 taxi ride at the town centre. There's some lovely pubs in the town centre of Bonnie. Some nice places to eat. If you're a fan of Belgian ales, the Tap and Barrel's fantastic. There's, I think, 5 curry houses, a couple of Italians, a Thai restaurant. So there's plenty of places to be out and about. And some nice pubs. The Tap and Barrel keep their beer fantastic. Broken Bridge is a Wetherspoons pub. Decent grub, good beer. So get yourselves meet up together, formulate a list of questions. Or you can all stay here for the rest of the evening if you want to do some work there. Or you're not liking that idea.
Should have said we just brought a sleeping bag.
Steady on.
Got lost. Good enough for you for one day, boy. So have a think about a list of questions for tomorrow. Remember, there's no such thing as a stupid question. And you and I will have a chat about it. Thank you for your attendance. 9:30 o'clock bells in the morning. I have no idea how long tomorrow is going to take. It takes as long as it takes. Hopefully not too long. Doesn't matter to me, I'm here all day. Thank you for your attendance. I'll see you in the morning.
Is anybody going to town for a beer or whatever?
Yeah, definitely.
Where would you recommend we meet then, Bob?
Broken